You haven't got a world-class goalkeeper, you haven't got a dominant defender, you haven't got a striker, you haven't got a leader.
Yep.
So where did that money go? For more on this now, we're joined by the host of Chelsea Fan TV, Alex Harris. Morning, Alex.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning. How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate. Look,
going well, mate.
Before we get on to Jorgensen and goalkeepers and such like, taking an overview of the season, I mean, you finished 6th last season with 63 points. At the moment, you're 7th, and you've only got 43 points. Are you confident that you're going to finish higher and on a higher number of points than last season?
If you asked me a couple of weeks ago, I would have said yes. Now I have to say no. We are just a mess. We are a mess from top to bottom. And the last time I come in here and I spoke to you, Jeff, I spoke about the manager. I spoke about Robert Sanchez. We've just seen what's happened with Jorgensen. I thought he was better than that, but even still, he's inclined to have a couple of bad games, because if you can keep playing Sanchez for as bad as he's been, Jorgensen deserves a couple of months at least. But from my standpoint, I think that Maresca's almost in an impossible situation, and the players are in a way as well, because they can only play with the players around them. We don't have a manager who's competent enough to adapt a system. We don't have directors who are willing to sign the right players. We don't have an ownership that care enough to strive and be ambitious. You look at Aston Villa and you compare them to Chelsea. What is the difference? And I'll tell you the difference. The difference is you have a team that is ambitious and a team that has no ambition. And, I don't want to talk about it too much because I know you want to speak about the game, but it's worth touching on the fact that tomorrow as well, there will be a protest at 6 o'clock, and a lot of Chelsea fans, myself included, will be there. I know that Simon spoke with Stevie, one of the Chelsea fans, and he absolutely he killed him. He killed him, and he didn't get a chance to get his point across. So I will, because it is really important that we speak about this, Jeff. Our ownership are killing us. They are killing us. We went from having the best owner in world football to having a consortium who don't care about us. We had Jonathan Goldstein coming out saying Enzo Maresca's job is secure. Oh, that's brilliant. Coming from a Spurs fan, because that means a lot. You really care about the club, don't you? We have no spine after £1.5 billion spent. We don't have a competent striker. We don't have any depth in the centre-back roles. We don't have any quality there. We didn't replace Silva. We don't have a goalkeeper. We're probably in the double digits now in terms of how many goalkeepers we have at this football club. We picked our manager from a championship side. Where are the standards at this club? Nobody cares about football anymore. Unfortunately, it's all about business, which isn't a problem because you can still be successful. But the fact that we're so incompetent and it seems like we are totally blind to the mess that we have created for ourselves, that is why I'm so concerned as a Chelsea fan. Oh, not to mention the fact that Todd Bowley's on the board of Vivid Seats as well. If you want to get a ticket to the game on Southampton, you probably can, but it will be upwards of 500 quid. So if you fancy spending a bit of extra money to watch Chelsea lose again, you can always do that.
You know something, Alex? I'm going to tell you something, mate, right? Simon's entitled to his opinion, but the one thing that you boys are entitled to is your opinion. Now, a lot of people will say, what are they moaning about? You know, they're getting a lot of money spent on their team and in their club, and it's not been used correctly. But you're absolutely well within your rights to be concerned about your football club, no matter whether you're spending money or not. I actually think just about everything you've said, I actually agree with, to be honest with you. The one thing you can't say that the managers and coaches haven't been backed, because they have, because money's been given. But the people, I take your point. You've got a problem with the people that are spending the money, the people that are giving the money, and the way they're using the money. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And the thing is, this is one of the points of confusion we've had around this protest, is people are going, what is the clear message here? And my stance is very simple, because there are people that think different things. You've got Bluco out. People don't like the ownership. You've got Winstanley and Stewart out, the directors. And then you've got change the model. All right. So you've got three different things that people are unhappy with. And you could argue that all of those things could be protested for different reasons. Now, my stance on it is very simple. It doesn't matter if you have three groups of people at this protest, because they all have one thing in common. They are not happy. They feel like we are being run into the ground. And quite frankly, we were singing in December, we've got our Chelsea back, but that was before the January window. We saw how unambitious we are and the fact that we are moving backwards. We have a coach that's worse than last season. We have an ownership that don't learn from their mistakes. And we're not going to finish in a European spot. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't even see how are Chelsea going to finish above Bournemouth the way we're playing. I saw Newcastle beat Nottingham Forest. Are we going to finish above them? Honestly, I ask you this, guys. Do you think that Chelsea can finish in a European position? Forget Champions League. Let's not waste our time here. But maybe a Conference League spot or a Europa League spot if we're lucky. If we don't win the Conference League, then our season is done.
You know what, Alex? I take your points, but a lot of football fans are going to be saying, that Chelsea fans have got a sense of entitlement here because you spent an absolute fortune on players. I've got a text here saying Chelsea weren't that bad. They could have gone 2-0 up early in the game. How do the owners not care? They spent over £1 billion on players. Wow, another protest against an owner. This is truly embarrassing.
What, Jeff?
Well, but that's not the point, is it? Nobody's saying that their judgment has been good because it clearly hasn't. But to say they don't care, Jill's texted in and said, she was a Manchester United fan, saying, join the club, Alex. Manchester United fans are going to point out what's happening at their club and say it's much, much worse than what's happening at Chelsea.
You make a very fair point, Jeff. And people are totally entitled to say that. The decline of Manchester United since the Glazers took over was slow and steady. They still picked up league titles. Took them quite a long time before they got to the situation they're in now. We have been under this consortium for 3 years, and we're already talking about the fact that we're a mid-table club. We have an owner that actually relishes the opportunity to be like Brighton. Can you believe that? He said that publicly. He's come out and said, we love the Brighton model. Why? Because they are profitable, because they spend 10% of their revenue on their wages, and they are a profitable, stable, mid-table club. When he was actually speaking about this egg barley, he spoke about this publicly with the owners of AC Milan at a conference in America, I think. And he said, you're going to make money on this deal. You're going to make money on this deal. Everything is about money. It's not even the fact that we're guessing this stuff. I'm just quoting people at this point. And you look at Feliciano. He says, we care more about having a good business model than success on the pitch. I just spoke about Jonathan Goldstein. He's not even a Chelsea fan and he owns a part of the club. Do you think he cares about the future of this football team? There's no ambition whatsoever. And we've got Hansi Viss. The only reason Hansi Viss is involved in Chelsea is because he doesn't like Abramovich. I mean, what are we doing here?
Alex, look, it's great to hear your passion, mate.
Magic, Alex.
Yeah, fantastic. And you've got every right to protest. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to change anything. But look, thanks very much indeed for joining us, Alex.
All the best.
Thanks, guys.
And Alex,
some Jeff, I can see the point. I can understand people think there's an entitlement, but I don't think there is an entitlement with Alex. I think Alex's concern is he doesn't want to see Chelsea go the way Manchester United have gone.
Yeah, but look, I mean, in fairness, Alex is getting battered on the text at the moment. Phil Roberts says Chelsea fan out of Tosh, moaning about January transfers. They couldn't spend anymore. Are these people real? And Tom in Middlesbrough said, spoilt brat of a Chelsea fan whose team's only successes have come from throwing money at it. No sympathy for him. Wants to try and support one of the teams that are genuinely being run poorly in this country. Thank you very much indeed. Look, he's a football fan, and he feels for his football club, and I don't think we should criticise him for that.
Talk Sport Breakfast, waking you up Monday to Friday morning from 6 a.m. on AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Not for the first time this morning, and it's everywhere today. United's free lunches axed to save £1 million. You're sniggering in the background, Simon, but this is a matter of fact. That was the back of the Times. What is going on now? Well, not for the first time, as I say, we're focusing on this story, and it's a story that has, it's fair to say, incensed more than a few Manchester United fans. The man at the centre of all of this is Omar Barada, the United chief executive, who announced the redundancies at an all-time staff meeting yesterday, blaming the continued cuts on the club losing money for 5 consecutive years. Staff bonus payments will be be reduced. Barada said, while between 150 and 200 people will be made redundant. Now, this goes on to tell us employees at both Old Trafford and the club's training ground Carrington have been entitled to free food, but that perk will also be ending with the staff canteen at the stadium set to close imminently. I mean, Simon, you snigger at it, but
it's a perk, isn't it? It's not a given right. I mean, I realise if you give somebody something and ultimately it then becomes an entitlement, but they must be feeding a lot of people to be spending £1 million a year, to costing themselves £1 million a year, which is the best part of 4.5, 5 grand a day on a working day. You've got to be going some and feeding a lot of people. I mean, nobody, I don't know, subsidised canteens is one thing, paying for people's food is another. It's not a prerequisite. It may sound very mean-spirited, but these are commercial businesses. You wanted a change of ownership. You've got Jim Ratcliffe, and although you don't like him, the Glazers have gotten away from all the focus. They're still the majority shareholders. People will argue about the cost of the dividends and the cost of interest payments. They'll forget the fact that the Glazers have probably ratcheted the commercial income beyond any level that's ever been achieved at Man United before. So what they've arguably cost the club, they've brought in as well. Now, I don't make that argument for them. I suggest it's a fact. And I don't have any vested interest in the Glazers and what they do and don't do. But this is the gift that keeps on giving for the media.
You say cost-cutting.
Ratcliffe must be waiting for Thomas Tuchel to come through the door, lose a few games at England, and wait till the media have a feeding frenzy on him and his activities off the field.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, what about this? This is a bit Oliver Twist, is it not?
Why?
Let me quote the chief executive, Omar Barada, Manchester United's chief exec, who, remember, jumped ship from Manchester City to Manchester United. Omar Barada reportedly earns $4 million a year.
Yeah.
How about him trimming his wage? Just a thought. Barada says these hard choices are necessary to put the club back on a stable financial footing.
Yeah.
We've lost money for the past 5 consecutive years. This can't continue. Our two main priorities as a club are delivering success on the pitch for the fans and improving our facilities. We can't invest in these objectives if we're continuously losing money.
Yeah.
Cutting free meals. Will that necessarily lead to Manchester United shooting right up the Premier League table and winning a title?
Not necessarily.
Probably not.
No, but do you get free meals here?
Well, you get heavily subsidised meal here.
Then subsidised meals, absolutely. If you're covering your costs on your meals, I mean, I know
do the players at Manchester United get free meals?
Yeah, but you can't compare what the players are getting.
Why not?
Because it doesn't work that way. Because we all know it's grotesquely unfair.
Yeah.
We all know that when a club gets promoted to the Premier League and then gets relegated and people lose their jobs because of the players' performance on the field, it's the people that did nothing to deserve that are the ones that get it. We all know that the economics of football are stacked in one direction. Those that are accountable for the outcomes are the ones that very, very rarely get them visited upon them. We know that. But the nature of the beast is, why are they carrying this level of staff? Is there any element, if they're able to run this business the same way commercially, with hundreds of staff being removed from their payroll, what in God's name have they been doing carrying them for all these years in the first place?
Well, the latest round of redundancies will mean they've cut up to 500 jobs.
Yeah.
But on the food front, only players receive free meals. Other staff members are now restricted to soup and bread.
Right.
So you get a chunk of bread and some soup.
Or they can bring their own meal. I mean, this is the same. We are the same people that sit in the studio and say, when a player has a security issue, well, maybe the club should be paying for it. So you want a multi-millionaire that gets paid hundreds of thousands of pounds a week. We have this debate in this studio, more often than not championed and led by you, that players should be, they should be looked after by the clubs. They should be paying for their personal security. What?
But
why?
You want to protect your assets, surely.
Oh, okay. So when a player gets his house burgled, who owns £100,000 a week, it's far more important than a guy in accounts.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
But that is what you guys think.
No, I don't.
Yes, it is.
No, I don't.
You do.
I think that football players come with a different dynamic because of the nature of the industry. And if you're paying £100 million to get a footballer, there's a different dynamic to it.
Dynamic.
If the industry
we can feed you lot, but not you lot.
Do I think it's right? No. Do I think a lot about football?
You don't think it's right?
Am I not the person?
But this is cost cutting, and you go for cost cutting, don't you?
No, it's not.
Trimming the fat.
No, it's efficiencies.
What's efficiencies?
It's efficiencies.
All right.
So if Manchester United are able to run their operation, improve their commercial outcomes, at the same time as, of course, improve their football pitch outcomes, with a far reduced staff, why were they carrying such a ridiculous level of staff
Well, you need to ask them that.
Well,
But is this a transformation plan?
I would suggest they don't need it, and they've suddenly realised that the people that were running the business commercially weren't running it properly. These people have worked for, have earned their money in an environment that has had very low standards, so they don't need these people anymore because they're going to up the standards, make people that are in their jobs more efficient, and the cost implications of it are for the benefit of the business.
But these are the same people who up until recently were happy to pay Rashford 300 grand a week.
Sure.
Now they get help from Villa for that.
Yeah,
what about Casemiro? How about a couple of weeks' wages? That would equate to probably like a year of...
So when you go to the players and ask them then, okay, you lot that wouldn't take one single penny pay cut during 18 months of COVID with no buggers going into stadium, how about giving some money to these poor... What would you get? They can't even pay their union fees. What are you going to get from them?
should take a pay cut here? Just along the way here. $4 million a year, it's a good wage, isn't it?
I don't know what salary is.
Maybe just to help. We're not feeding you, we're making you redundant and you redundant, but I tell you what, I'll carry on at $4 million a year. Why doesn't he maybe trim it somewhat to fall into line with the transformation plan that he's invented himself?
Well, he's an employee exacting outcomes for the shareholders.
Or someone's given him that, or he's been awarded this.
Well, he's the best in class, I suspect, and what people think that goes with the territory.
Yeah.
If you pay somebody that runs British Gas doesn't get the same as somebody that runs a newsagent's, does he?
No,
because there's a different scale.
You've run all this before, though.
No, I think ultimately...
Do you think Omar's worth his $4 million a year?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know if he is or he isn't.
No.
At this moment in time, Manchester United as a proposition isn't doing very well, and these sort of arguments are all over the papers because most of the people that write these articles have never run a business in their life and never understand what it's like to run a business. They can have an opinion, like most people, but there's an educated and there's an informed opinion, and there's an opinion based upon creating and confecting a reaction from their readers.
Yeah.
If Manchester United, who I couldn't care less if they get relegated or win the league, I couldn't care less if Man United pay the Glazers a fortune or don't pay them a penny.
But Simon, this is no media campaign. Sir Jim Ratcliffe has axed free staff lunches. Effectively, that's your headline. That's your headline. So would you?
Yeah, so would I.
500 redundancies.
So
There's
would
the
I.
door. Thanks for your time.
If I looked at the business and said to them, right, I've walked through the door, my first impression is you are a bone-idle, lazy bunch of scroats, that the standards in this business are so low that I'm absolutely appalled, which is what I thought when I walked through the door at Palace, actually. And I wish I'd done a bit harder and faster at that place. And then with Radcliffe, he's gone, I'll have a look at this for a year. Let's have a look at this. If he walked through the door when he bought his 29% shareholding and a week later went everybody out... Everybody can have this argument. He spent a year looking at this business as a commercially minded man that knows they've got to maintain the standards of commercial activity in the marketplace, and he's looking at it going, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
This is jobs for the boys, metaphorically speaking, without wanting to make it a sexist comment by bringing boys into the conversation.
Yeah.
This is a ridiculous analysis of a business that clearly needs to be trimmed, made more efficient in all of its areas. And we're turning it into a story because people got free food that possibly they shouldn't have got in the first place. Because no other bugger that goes to work gets free food. But many United employees do.
We're not turning it into any story.
Yes,
are there not now a total of 500 redundancies at Manchester United? Yes or no?
And the reason...
So what did we do? Did we fabricate this? We invent this story?
We're creating the idea.
It's a matter of fact. It's quite a shocking number, though, isn't it?
We're also
50 maybe, 70 maybe.
We're also turning around and saying we're painting at some picture like these poor buggers are going to be served gruel and they're in a workhouse.
Soup and bread.
And ultimately they're sat there, please sir, could I have some more?
Yeah,
right?
well, exactly. Well, on that very topic, is Sir Jim turning Manchester United into an episode of Oliver Twist? Sounds like it. No more free grub, soup and bread for the ones who remain.
What would Avram Grant be, the Artful Dodger?
The 500 who have been made redundant are at home making their own grub.
Yes.
So they've been forgotten about fairly quickly. Manchester United fans, in all honesty, did you ever think you'd read headlines like this? There it is, the back of the Times, United's free lunches axed to save $1 million. It's all part of Mr. Barada's transformation plan. What do you think of that? 03717 22 33 44 810 89.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Enzo Maresca is worried that Chelsea's over-reliance on Cole Palmer could be affecting the England international's form. Palmer hasn't scored in his last 6 games, and Chelsea have lost 4 of them.
I'm not concerned about Cole because Cole is a human being, and during the season he can have some moment where he struggled a little bit more. The problem is with Cole is probably that we rely on Cole for everything, and I said since we start that we need to rely on the team. For sure, we need big players, top players like Cole, but we are not worried about Cole at all. The other day, I think yes, he had a great chance. But overall, the performance from Cole, as I said, every game we expect from him goal or assist. So it's difficult. He's human being, he's player, and in this moment probably his performance also reflects a little bit the team performance, that we struggle to score goals, and we need to be a little bit more clinical when we get the chances.
So, has there been a drop-off? Well, in his first 13 games of the season, Palmer scored 8 goals. In his last 13, he scored 6, so pretty similar numbers. But in terms of assists, the difference is stark. He's created 6 goals. He did that in the first half of the season, none since. Now, that's despite creating exactly the same number of chances. The XG backs up those numbers. His expected goals is similar, but his expected assists suggest that Chelsea are simply not taking the chances he creates. Well, Chelsea's form has definitely dropped off. When they played Everton just before Christmas, they had the chance to go top. They're now 7th.
Sometimes it's football. Sometimes there is a reason why behind. We are trying to understand a little bit. Again, the good thing is that at least you were in front in these kind of games. Now is the other part. When you are in front, try to protect that. And in almost all these kind of games, yes, we analyzed that we had chances from 1-0 to go 2-0, from 0-1 to go 0-2, and we miss more than once. Even the other day against Villa, first half we have 4 or 5 chances to go 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. At the end, you miss. The game is always open, and anything can happen. But for sure, it's something that we need to understand.
Need to understand, says Enzo Maresca. Well, our chief reporter, Kaveh Solokol, is back. Why have the wheels come off for Chelsea?
Good question. Look, it's undeniable Chelsea are in a bad run of form at the moment. Just 2 months ago, they were second in the Premier League. People were talking about them being title contenders. Enzo Maresca totally downplayed that. I think since then, their form hasn't been great. Some of their main players have been out of form. I think one of the main reasons for this bad patch is injuries. If you look at it, Enzo Maresca is without, I think, around 8 first-team players at the moment. Players like Fofana, Jackson, Lavia, Chalobah is going to be out as well. And the other important thing to remember is that Chelsea have a very young, developing squad. And when you are dealing with young players, they are always going to go through periods when they lose their form. So I think nobody at Chelsea is hitting the panic button at the moment. Yes, everybody at the club accepts that performances and results haven't been good enough. I think the performance against Aston Villa was improved. They did end up losing that game, but that was really because the goalkeeper made a mistake right at the end of the match. But I think Enzo Maresca knows that the target is to qualify for the Champions League. That is what Chelsea need to do. And I think if they win the majority of their home games, starting with Southampton tomorrow night, then they can still make it. Because finishing 5th may get you in the Champions League, probably will get you in the Champions League this season.
Yeah, it will. Kaveh, you've made a very good case for Maresca and Chelsea. Some would say you've made excuses for him. Are the Chelsea fans buying that, though?
Right, so you want me to put the other side of the argument?
I do.
The other side of the argument, I can actually put that quite well, because I know a lot of Chelsea supporters, and the majority of them are very unhappy at the moment. They feel there is a sort of disconnection between the fans and the club. They were used to having a lot of success under the previous owner, Roman Abramovich. But of course, times have changed. There is no unlimited cash at Chelsea anymore. And even if there was, we've got financial fair play, we've got PSR. The owners cannot go out and just buy the best players in the world. So I understand the fans are unhappy. I think the message from the owners to them is let's stick together. We hear you're unhappy. We know why you are unhappy. We are trying to address those concerns, but we have a very, very young squad at the moment, and it's very important that you don't turn on the players.
Right, Arne Slot believes Mohamed Salah needs to end the season by winning silverware if he's to win his first ever Ballon d'Or. Salah registered his 40th and 41st goal contributions of the season in Liverpool's win against Manchester City, leading Jamie Carragher to suggest he was having a Messi or Ronaldo season. But Slot was not keen to draw comparisons with his talisman.
It's a good thing that Mo is in the discussion because it means he does well and means we are doing well. But for him to stay in that discussion, he should bring in the same performances as he's done for 7 or 8 months now. And I think in general, someone that wins the Ballon d'Or needs to win something as well. So it's a great challenge that is in front of us, but also in front of him. And what I liked a lot is that he takes this challenge not only by scoring a big goal and a great assist against City, but he also wanted the team to win because his defensive work rate, especially in the second half, was outstanding, and that is, I think, what it takes for us to have a chance of winning something. And if we as a team can win something, he will have a far more better chance to win an individual prize like the Ballon d'Or. It's so difficult to compare players with each other, and it's not fair to anyone. I think Mo has his own career, and Mo has been outstanding. Messi and Ronaldo both didn't play the Premier League, but I don't want to bring them down because these two players are incredible, but that makes the comparison maybe even more difficult. So Mo has had some outstanding seasons here at Liverpool, and we hope he can continue this for a longer period of time. But to do that, he first has to extend his contract, of course. And you guys don't ask me about that anymore, so that's a positive thing.
Well, Liverpool could end tomorrow night as many as 14 points clear at the top of the Premier League should they beat Newcastle. Despite it now looking increasingly likely that the title will be heading to Anfield, Slot insists his side will not be getting ahead of themselves.
I don't think I need even to enforce that message because these are the players that played, and I know the Forest fans are going to like me saying this again, but these players played the Forest home game. These players played the Fulham home game. These same players played the Manchester United home game, and the same players played Newcastle away, which was a very difficult game for us. 2 times being a goal down, then being one goal up, and eventually drawing it to 3-0. So I don't think it's necessary. We all know these players are so long in this competition, much longer than me. So they know how difficult every single game is, and if you have to play 11, it's still a long way to go.
So a big game, isn't it, for Liverpool on the horizon, but you can keep across all of tonight's games in the Premier League, EFL and Scotland on a soccer special. Julian Warren guest will be here at 7 p.m. on Sky Sports News. And see Premier League highlights shortly after full time on the Sky Sports app. Just scan this QR code. This is the Football Show. It's a busy midweek of Premier League action. Arsenal in action against Nottingham Forest tomorrow night. I tell you what, Jamie Weir has spoken to Mikel Arteta this morning, and he joins us live right now. Good morning to you, Jamie. It's looking like the impossible task for Arsenal to win the title this season. But how is Arteta seeing it?
Good morning to you, Rob. Yeah, I think you would define Mikel Arteta's mood this morning as defiant, bullish, certainly not giving up on the title at all. I think the frustrating thing from Mikel Arteta's point of view is for the last 2 seasons, Arsenal have been in pole position. They know that if they just carry on winning, they're going to win the title. Obviously, on neither occasion has that happened. Manchester City have chased them down on both occasions. But this time, they're trying to play catch-up, and they're looking at a side 11 points clear of them who just do not look like dropping points. And I think that is the real frustration from Arsenal's point of view, that they're kind of powerless, just watching Liverpool Liverpool head to the Etihad on Sunday and turn over the champions with relative ease. So he was saying, Mikel Arteta, that it was a really difficult weekend for them. Their result at the Emirates combined with Liverpool's result at the Etihad, but he came armed with some stats as well. Mikel Arteta this morning, he said that going into the weekend, in their previous 15 games, Arsenal had won 10, drawn 5, Liverpool had won 10, drawn 5. They had the same goal difference of plus 23, so he had all the stats on hand, but he was saying that the weekend was really difficult because just when you want to get some forward momentum, that defeat against West Ham has really rocked them back on their heels. But when asked if he was giving up on the title, I knew he was going to give this response anyway, Rob, but he said they were absolutely not giving up just yet, and on 2 separate occasions he used these exact 4 words: over my dead body. Have a listen to this.
Resilience, the resources, the ambition that the team has, every individual has, and that has been probably in my time one of the proudest moments to work in that sense. The thing is that when you are there, you want more and you want more and you want more. And I'm not going to stop over my dead body. We stop thinking that way and putting everything that we possibly can to increase that probability of us winning and being better than the opponent.
You were saying earlier about you're obviously not giving up on the titles until it's mathematically impossible, but in your heart...
Over my dead body.
Over your dead body?
Yeah.
But in your heart of hearts, do you really think you can do it?
If not, I'll go home, guys. Mathematically it's possible, you are there, you have to play every game. Suddenly 3 days ago we could close the gap and you are like, you are 1.5 games away. It doesn't matter, we have to continue to go. If the difficulty is higher 3 days ago, yet it is higher. You want to win the Premier League, you're going to have to do something special. You're going to have to win this Premier League with the circumstances that we have. Probably have to do something that nobody else has done in the history of the Premier League.
Well, it was a frustrating afternoon for Arsenal's attacking players, wasn't it, against West Ham, with Mikel Merino lining up in that makeshift number 9. How likely is it Arteta sticks with him tomorrow?
Yeah, I think sort of reading between the lines, Rob, it's probably fairly likely, just given how limited options that he has against Leicester. They're in the same position, only 3 recognised forward players, Trossard, Nwaneri and Sterling. Trossard played as the 9 that day. It didn't work for 80 minutes. Off came Mikel Merino from the bench, scored 2 goals, and it was all kind of papered over the cracks, really. It was seen as a masterstroke from Mikel Arteta. Now, you could read into that, well, just where Leicester are at the moment, that Ruud van Nistelrooy hadn't really it was an unknown quantity what Mikel Merino was going to be like as a false 9. They weren't able to deal with it. Well, Graham Potter had certainly done his homework before Saturday, and they were able to deal with Mikel Merino with relative ease. But I did ask Mikel Arteta, look, is it still an option going forward to play Merino as 9 with wide players either side of him? Was it just a bad day at the office on Saturday? And he seemed to imply that that was the case.
In relation to the opposition and the options that we have, and then what the team generates as well. So especially the attacking players depend a lot on what the team is generating, the chemistry, on the fluidity, the areas that we are hitting, how we interacting with each other. And it worked really well against Leicester, and it didn't work that well the other day because there were a lot of things missing.
And it doesn't get any easier, does it, Rob? They head to the City ground tomorrow, bound to be a tough game, second against third in the league. Are Arsenal giving up in the title race over Mikel Arteta's dead body?
To Manchester United now. We're going to hear from Ruben Amorim this lunchtime as he holds his first news conference since the club announced up to 200 more job cuts.
Well, as part of cost-cutting measures at Old Trafford, staff have been told that free lunches will also no longer be provided, saving around £1 million a year.
The latest measures come just 7 months after 250 roles were made redundant in the first wave of efforts by co-owner Sir Jim Ratcliffe to stop the financial losses made by the club.
Staff were informed of the redundancies in a meeting with Chief Executive Omar Baradi yesterday. The news comes a week after the club's latest financial results showed they were more than £1 billion in debt and had paid more than £1 billion in interest since the Glazers' leverage buyout in 2005.
If you talk about Manchester United, you have to talk about the ownership model. If you want to cut costs, why don't you cut the £1 billion that has been paid out in interest servicing the loans of the Glazer family? Don't forget, 19 years ago, before they arrived in Manchester, United were a debt-free club. They borrowed £604 million to buy United. They loaded that debt onto the club. That debt 19 years later, after all the interest payments that United have paid, has now gone up to £731 million. £1 billion has been paid out in interest. This is unique to Manchester United. No other club has this ownership model. This ownership model, leveraged buyouts at this level, are not allowed in football anymore.
It's been little more than a year since Sir Jim Ratcliffe bought a 27.7% stake, and since then there's been a big effort to reduce spending. When United reached the FA Cup final, employees were told to pay for their own transport, a change from the usual staff perk. Then in the summer, 250 redundancies were announced, just as Eric Ten Hag received a contract extension until 2026. During the summer, Manchester United spent £200 million in the transfer window, which included Joshua Zirkzee for £36.5 million from Bologna and Matthias de Ligt from Bayern Munich for £38.5 million. Then further cost-cutting measures were made in October. It was announced that Sir Alex Ferguson's ambassadorial role would be discontinued at the end of the season, while the staff Christmas party was cancelled. And then in November, supporters protested against a rise in ticket prices. Tickets were increased to £66 with no concessions for children or seniors. And now this, the latest round of redundancies were announced yesterday as the club continued to restructure, with up to 200 more jobs cut and an end to free staff lunches.
The devil is in the detail here. To read then that the only staff really now getting free lunches are the players. I mean, you know, the sort of kind of the harsh breakdown there is that's 3 weeks wages for Casemiro if you're going to kind of, you know, tot up the 1 million sort of kind of cost saved across the year. It brings it into stark context. You know, they are going to be offered fruit, they are going to be offered soup and some bread. But apart from that, they're doing away with the free lunches.
I just can't see how making these decisions contributes to the winning culture they want, the culture of togetherness they want, as well as the sense of a proper football club. When A, the savings pale next to the amount of money going out on players that they will have to spend, so it does feel like a false economy. And B, the way kind of the drip, and it's not really a drip, there's a flood of stories now like this now, just contributes to the erosion of what is, I mean, supposed to be still a community club. That's always been, as much as trophies and glory, what United has been famous for, not least given the kind of the spirit and culture of youth products from the area and all of this. And it's a grim story, this, and it's a grim that one of England's great football clubs is in this situation.
The image that they're portraying is absolutely shocking. You know, it does take me back, I have to say, when all the stories, the nicey stories about how amazing Jim Ratcliffe was going to be when he took over Manchester United. You know, honestly, we had weeks and weeks of it saying what a visionary he was and fantastic businessman. Well, I'm sorry, he might be a good businessman, but at the moment, he's just making cut after cut after cut.
But we do start with Manchester United, who have confirmed they expect to make a further 200 redundancies as part of what they call a transformation plan to strengthen financial sustainability and return to profitability. Let's get much more on that. Our chief reporter, Kaveh Solokol, is alongside me. Good afternoon. What does that mean then?
Well, it means that up to another 200 people who are employed by Manchester United could be losing their jobs. This is on top of the 250 roles that have already been removed last year. The background to this, of course, is that Ineos and Jim Ratcliffe bought a 25% stake in United just over a year ago. And since they've come into the club, they have looked at areas where they can make changes. I think in their opinion, they can make the business leaner, more streamlined, to make it fit for 2025 and the future. And they have identified roles that can be made redundant, and that is what they have been doing. And in the statement we've just had in the past hour from the Chief Executive, Omar Barada, he says we are initiating a wide-ranging series of measures which will transform and renew the club. Unfortunately, this means announcing further potential redundancies and we deeply regret the impact on those affected colleagues. However, these hard choices are necessary to put the club back on a stable financial footing. We've lost money for the past 5 consecutive years. This cannot continue. Our 2 main priorities as a club are delivering success on the pitch for our fans and improving our facilities. We cannot invest in these objectives if we are continuously losing money.
Now, last week it marked a year since Ineos took their stake and took control of football operations at Manchester United. There were a lot of pieces about, I guess you would call it potentially penny pinching if you wanted to, or streamlining. It's not just redundancies that are being put in place by Ineos to change things at Manchester United.
No, I think going forward we are going to see more staff moving from Old Trafford to working at Carrington. Of course, Carrington is being redeveloped at the moment. Also, I think there will be a reduced presence at Manchester United's offices in London. If you remember, under Ed Woodward, for instance, United always had a presence in central London. Their offices used to be in Mayfair. I think they've moved to High Street, Kensington. That was to have the people who sort of negotiate United's commercial deals based in London, because the thinking was that it was easier to meet interested parties who wanted to do business with United in London rather than in Manchester. I think going forward there will still be a London office for United, but more of the people who work in London will be moving to Manchester. Also, a couple of other things to clear up. I know there have been some reports today about the fact that if you work at United's training ground and you're not a member of the first team squad, the catering arrangements are going to change for you. I've seen headlines saying that you'll only be getting soup and sandwiches. I think the guidance we are getting is that Carrington catering arrangements will remain unchanged for the remainder of the season. But of course, as at every other club, there is a difference between the food that first team players, the first team, the academy and the women's teams are served compared to what other people who work at the training ground get. Also, we're being told there will be an end to free lunches for staff at Old Trafford. Again, that's in line with most workplaces, and United believe that that will save them around £1 million a year. Also, just to clarify, Manchester United's annual donation to the Manchester United Disabled Supporters Association, which is about £40,000 a year, that is remaining unchanged.
A lot of it doesn't feel great for morale, though, does it?
I mean, of course it doesn't. You know, people are losing their jobs, and a lot of the people losing their jobs are not the people who are responsible for the fact that United have lost something like £300 million over the past 3 years. Now, if you look at why United are struggling financially, those people are not the people to blame, really. The problem has been the vast sums of money that have been spent in the transfer market. A lot of that money has been spent on players who have not delivered on the pitch. Also, the fact that the executives at United have made some decisions, some mistakes that have cost the club a lot of money. For instance, giving Erik ten Hag a new contract and then having to pay him off.
Dan Ashworth.
Employing Dan Ashworth, and then him leaving so quickly and having to be paid off. Again, these people who are losing their jobs are not responsible for that. And of course, when you're talking about United and finances, you have to talk about their ownership model. Being owned by the Glazer family has cost Manchester United well over £1 billion over the last 19 years. And I've said this again before, and I'll say it again. When the Glazers bought Manchester United, they borrowed £604 million. They loaded that debt onto the club. The club have paid £834 million in interest on that debt. And 19 years later, that debt has gone up to £731 million. 19 years ago, they borrowed £604 million. The debt is now £731 million. and £834 million has been paid out on interest. This is a club who were debt-free when the Glazers bought Manchester United. These figures are from the Swiss Ramble blog accounts. You can look at them yourself. They are based on Manchester United's accounts over the last 19 years. Also, United owe £391 million in transfer payments, so their total debt is £1.1 billion. In the past 10 years, the Glazer family have taken out dividends of £177 million, and just over a year ago, they sold 25% of the club for around £1 billion to Ineos.
Just a quick final point then. And you would say that because Ruben Amorim has mentioned it recently that all of this has a knock-on effect to what he can do with the team, and he has spoken in recent weeks about don't expect us to be able to regenerate the squad heavily because, quite simply, if we're not in the Champions League, the money isn't there anymore.
No, being out of the Champions League probably costs United ballpark figure of around £100 million a year. So that hurts them massively. Yes, you're absolutely right. Ruben Amorim is not going to have significant funds to spend in the transfer market. But if you look at Manchester United's accounts, they are still a very, very valuable club. They have a massive fan base. Their commercial income is one of the best in the world. There is no reason why, if Manchester United were debt-free and run properly, why they could not be as successful as they were under Sir Alex Ferguson.
Now, despite their inconsistent form, Chelsea could move back into the top four with the win over Southampton tomorrow. Enzo Maresca has held his news conference ahead of that one, and putting the questions to him was our reporter Gary Cottrell. And there is Gary waiting to speak to us now. A very good afternoon to you, Gary. It was a moment to forget for Philip Jorgensen after Aston Villa's winner on Saturday. There's been so much uncertainty in that goalkeeper position at Chelsea. So the question is, will Maresca stick with him tomorrow?
You'll know this, Rob, only too well. I'm sure you've been studying it closely. But yeah, that goal by Villa, that mistake by Jorgensen meant that there's now 13 points dropped by Chelsea from winning positions since Boxing Day. And obviously we've seen around this training ground that Sanchez, who Jorgensen got the nod over only recently as number one for Chelsea, has shaved his hair completely off, perhaps throwing down the gauntlet, perhaps a show of his intention not to accept the fact that he's now second choice goalkeeper. But Maresca is still backing Jorgensen. He said he saw him yesterday at training, he saw him today at training. He says that Philip is a little sad, but that he's still backing him as his first choice for between the sticks.
It's okay. He feel a little bit sad or upset because he recognized that has been a mistake, but it's okay. Overall, it's okay.
And it hasn't changed your thinking in terms of who's your number one goalkeeper at the moment?
Yeah, for sure. We don't, if we need to change players every time they do a mistake, we need to change players game by game, many players. But no, it's not nothing changed.
At the other end of the pitch, Gary, is now no goals in his last 6 games for Cole Palmer. How did Chelsea get the best out of him and get him back to how we know he is?
Yeah, ice cold. Cole Palmer has got a bit cooled, hasn't he, on the goal scoring front. That 6 games, all competitions without scoring, his worst run since he arrived at Chelsea. But Maresca's showing faith. He says, look, he's only human. The team relies so much on him that it comes a little bit under the spotlight when he's not scoring. He is creating chances. It's just that they're not turning into assists, because those chances aren't being put away. Of course, a big chance to help Chelsea not lose points from a winning position at Villa Park on Saturday. But Maresca says it's up to the other team to show what the rest of the team to show what they're made of. The team relies too much, he says, on Cole Palmer.
I'm always concerned about general performance. I'm not concerned about Cole because Cole is a human being. and during the season he can have some moment where he struggle a little bit more. The problem is with the Cole is probably that we rely on Cole for everything, and I said since we start that we need to rely on the team. We are not worried about Cole at all. As I said, every game we expect from him goal or assist, so it's difficult. He's human being, he's player, and in this moment probably his performance also reflect a little bit the team performance, that we struggle to score goals, and we need to be a little bit more clinical when we get the chances.
About 3 months ago, Chelsea beat Southampton at St Mary's 5-1. The away contingent, the Chelsea fans were singing, "We've got our Chelsea back." They urged speculation at that point, didn't they, of being title challengers. Well, this time at Stamford Bridge tomorrow night's the chance to get the road going again in terms of victories. But Maresca's calling it a tricky game. He says all games in the Premier League are tricky, but I think fans will see it as a chance to really show that Chelsea still are in with a chance of finishing the top four. Southampton, followed by Leicester at home in the Premier League. 2 chances really to get some points and show that the season isn't over in terms of that top 4 challenge. In terms of injury news, Trevoh Chalobah obviously went off against Aston Villa. It's not too bad. He's going to be out for a week to 10 days, we're told by Enzo Maresca. So back for the Leicester game, hopefully, in the Premier League. We'll miss Southampton and we'll miss the trip to Copenhagen.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. OK, let's speak more about Chelsea then. They have dropped 15 points from winning positions this season. If they hadn't have done that, they would be second, 6 points behind Liverpool with a game in hand. And with Liverpool still to come to Stamford Bridge. 13 of those have been since Boxing Day. This is a worrying trend if you happen to be a Chelsea coach or a Chelsea fan. What's causing this?
Yeah, I think it's something that Maresca's clearly needing to look at and work on, because it can't keep happening. I think you look at the Aston Villa game, there wasn't really a lot in the game. It was a game of small margins, you would say, and big moments. It could have gone either way watching it. I thought Chelsea were the better side in the first half, but I think similar to a lot of games that I've watched Chelsea this season, they don't capitalise on the chances that they get. They get opportunities, they don't take them, they don't kill the game off really, and then it's a mistake, whether that's a mistake defensively or that's a mistake from the goalkeeper, whichever goalkeeper's in there, and it's costing them games. So that's something that clearly has to be better. Yes, we know that they are missing players as injuries defensively. Obviously Jackson's missing from the forward line, but that's been a trend that I've watched when I've watched Chelsea. They don't capitalise on those chances that they get, and then they concede, and that's something that has to change.
Yeah, I mean, it is most probably multifactorial, which you have to be very careful how you say it on live television.
Well done, Rob.
Yes. I mean, you could look at the age of the squad. They're not savvy enough for this. They haven't got a leader, perhaps of the sort of stature of a Van Dijk in there, who would guide them through those sort of closing times. But the easy one is the goalkeeper, isn't it? Let's have a look at that. Another unforced error. So how much are they missing a top goalkeeper, and how much is that costing them?
Well, if you look at league titles that are won over the years, you look at the goalkeeper, and you look at the great Chelsea teams. Petr Cech, outstanding. You look at Manchester United, Van der Sar, outstanding goalkeeper. Look at Liverpool, what they spent on Alisson to bring Alisson in. Outstanding goalkeeper. Ederson, outstanding defence in front of him, but also at times when he was called upon at his best, he was outstanding. So you look at that and you think, you've got to get a world-class goalkeeper. A lot of money's been spent, but they will go out and buy one. There's no doubt about that. They have to. But he can only play who he's got at the moment. A lot of people are looking at Kepa at Bournemouth and saying, well, he's been in outstanding form for Bournemouth this season, why don't you recall him? I think there's an element of the pressure was too much for Kepa to play at the team. I think it suits him where he is now. I think that's almost where he needs to be, at a so-called lesser team with less sort of eyes or the microscope on him. And he's been outstanding this year, but I don't really see that happening where he goes back and does well for Chelsea.
And tomorrow on the football show, we will be having a deeper dive into this. They've got Petrovic, who's out on loan, whose actual distribution and stats this season are better than the two they've got there at the moment. The manager changed tactics, played with Pedro Neto as a false nine. Reece James went into midfield alongside Caicedo. Maresca suggesting they didn't get the result the performance deserved. Did you agree? How frustrating is that then if that's the case?
Yeah, I think, like I said, the game was very small margins. It was close and it could have gone either way. And obviously the mistake cost them in the end to not get the point. But yeah, there was tweaks in personnel. You can see that the system changes when they're in and out of possession. But, you know, Fernandes in that sort of 10 and the front line were very fluid. I thought in their movement, I thought was good. And I thought they did cause problems at times. We've mentioned about not having Jackson, you know, has been I don't say a problem for them, because I think at times we've criticised when he's got through on goal, maybe he's not being clinical enough. But I think the movement that he has, the way that he stretches the play, then leaves space for the likes of Cole Palmer and other players to get into that space. So you're probably missing that. But then you've got other players like the likes of Neto that can stretch the play as well. So yeah, I think he's trying other things, isn't he, to try and get the best out of this team. But yeah, it was a game of small margins, that one, and it definitely could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think there's a growing sense amongst Chelsea supporters that actually kind of the recruitment process at the club has not been what is expected of a club like Chelsea.
It was all right when they were winning.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
No, because there was an element where there was the scattergun approach might have had a little bit more about it, and maybe they bought for the future. Listen, if they add 2 or 3 players into what they've got now, they'll be a lot better off next year. And when I say a couple of players, you're talking about a top goalkeeper, a top centre half, and a striker. Mm-hmm. If you add that into Chelsea, they're a completely different team. Mm-hmm. So put Salah into put Van Dijk into the centre back. If you put Van Dijk in that team, they improve. If you put even, I say, Alisson, or you put a top-class goalkeeper in there, into that team, they improve again because they keep clean sheets and they're more organised in the way they are. But they're also more clinical up front. So if you put a top striker into that team, they'll score goals. The balance of the team isn't too bad. The problem is the spine of the team.
But that was actually a clip we played out this time last year from Stephen Warnock.
Yeah, it's true.
And there's my point.
Yeah, but
because
okay.
That's glaringly obvious to you. It seems that those at the recruitment club,
but would
it's
you
not glaringly
rather than
obvious
go out
to them.
and spend money on a player that isn't the right fit at the moment? Would you rather than go and buy a keeper that isn't available this season, or would you rather than wait for the following season and go, that's what we were waiting for, and a centre-back? Because they clearly were in the market. They've got the money to, but they've obviously felt, listen, they went for Osimhen and the deal wasn't right. And I actually applaud them for that. Stupid agent fees, stupid clingers on around his contract situation, asking for more money every time the phone call was made. Right, what are we doing here? And it kept on going up and up and up. What, do you want to be held to ransom just to get a striker through the door who then is actually going to cause problems within a changing room because of those demands and what he's asked for? So that's where you've got to be so careful in the players.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but and they would turn around and say, yeah, but we're operating under FFP and we can't go out and spend this money. The counter argument to that would be, well, then why have you brought in players who simply aren't good enough for big money on long contracts? If you go through the buys since the sale of the club, and you look at who they've bought in, we can go through them. Badiashile, Disasi, Mudryk. You can just keep churning players out that they've spent too much money on, simply aren't good enough. If they've gone, right, we're gonna spend it on a centre half, there you go, bring him in, that's done. Forget about those other players, the 423 who are getting changed in the corridor. We don't need them.
They thought those
we
players
shouldn't
were
have bought them in. So therefore the recruitment's wrong, because they thought they were, but they've quite clearly
had a
won.
lot of hits as well, haven't they?
Then if you look at the goalkeeper, by Brighton's third choice goalkeeper, and then go, oh, he's not good enough, and let Petrovic go out on loan, or Kepa go out on loan.
But I think there's an element of Sanchez they thought would improve with better players around him, better coaching. But there's also the element that you can never legislate for when you're buying players is, can you play for Chelsea Football Club? Can you play with that pressure? You can't put that on a barometer. There's nothing within a test that says, yes, I can handle that. And it's bulletproof. It's not. What was to say Mohamed Salah was going to come back from Italy and play well at Liverpool? It was a gamble taking Mohamed Salah. That's worked. They didn't know he could play under that pressure of playing for Liverpool because they've looked at Chelsea. He couldn't perform at Chelsea early on in his career. So that is a mentality side of things. That is within a player or not within a player. So that is something that you've got to try and find from somewhere. And you're going to strike gold with some, and some are just not going to be able to play under that pressure.
But Chelsea have just been awful in the second part of the campaign. Just 2 wins, of course, in their last 10 matches. Again, same old story. Winning a game and then just absolutely nothing. Lay out the red carpet. Aston Villa come back and win by 2-1. A lot of talk about Cole Palmer. Of course, his form has dipped along with the rest of the club. This is what Maresca had to say about the England international.
I'm always concerned about general performance. I'm not concerned about Cole because Cole is a human being, and during the season he can have some moment where he struggles a little bit more. The problem is with Cole is probably that we rely on Cole for everything, and I said since we start that we need to rely on the team. For sure we need big players, top players like Cole. But we are not worried about Cole at all.
Yeah, I don't think Cole Palmer's the big problem, isn't it? It's the coach, Mario, isn't it?
Yeah, the motivation in the team. You understand? It dipped. I think there were crucial moments when they had to win games, and it didn't change. And Cole Palmer, we talk about Cole Palmer because he affected the game for so long. And now you saw in the last game, you understand, you saw also him, you understand, losing the cool that he normally has. You understand, he has that celebration. Is the reason because he was the cold cat. He was the cold figure in the team that understood how to open things up. Now, when you watch the game, things didn't happen. You know, there was a moment when he tried to put Nkunku in the game. He kind of was not on the wavelength with him when he tried to pass the ball to him. There was a moment when he didn't get the ball, when he felt like he should have gotten it to be dangerous. So moments like that. People talk, we talk about Jackson, right? But Jackson was the one that was up front, leading up front, and he runs into channels with his speed and everything to open up space for him. They had played so long together, he understood him. It's not like I'm saying, like, you know, I always said I want more competition up front. But now, not having him in the team makes a hell of a difference for them. And also for Cole Palmer, what is their star man. And that's why it became difficult for them. You know, playing almost like without a striker, like a false 9 or whatever he was trying. I have a feeling, you understand, now we're watching a Chelsea side that needs to, okay, last week prior to this, we already talked about, can you influence the motivation and keeping them sharp and making them hungry? And I think the hunger is kind of dipping. And it's funny to say, but it's just happening, it's the honesty.
The finish line is near now. And at this point in the season, you get to see who the real good teams are because they find ways to win, they find ways to reach their objectives. And I think some of Chelsea's performances in recent weeks, they've been fine. But without the results, then what are we doing? And I think Cole Palmer feels that he's been a part of like successful sides in the past at Man City, for example. So I think he understands that things aren't where they need to be. Maresca understands they aren't where they need to be. But to give credit to Maresca, he did say way back when they were 2 points off top or whatever it was.
Why do we have to give him? Why do we have to give him credit for that? I don't understand.
He said it.
So he said it. He knew that people would stop listening.
Because
he knew that his
something
players
that we
were going
don't
to
see,
win
Dan.
2 in 10, that they were going to lose from winning
No,
positions.
it's not about that. It's not about that.
You can't give him credit for that. I can understand him trying to.
Dan, there was a point. Dan, I'll promise you, there was a game they played against Fulham at home, and that's a big derby for them, but they'd never lost to Fulham in probably 20, 30 years or whatever it was. And the way they lost that game, to me at home, highlighted the fact that they were a young team who weren't ready to be able to handle games in itself because they got stretched in the last minute of a game, whether it was 2-2 and they were under a bit of pressure. They just almost allowed it to happen, and some of that decision making is followed them throughout the season from that point. So it's about those little moments. The real good teams handle the big moments in attack. They handle the big moments in defence. I think Maresca could sense that his team weren't at that point at that moment in time, and lo and behold, it's ended up being correct. And he's got a good side. He'll probably be in the Champions League next year. But in terms of them being in a title race, the difference between them and say the way Liverpool just approached that game at the Etihad yesterday, you know, it's two completely different sides playing different football.
This is a tough one to answer. You know, from that great spell Chelsea had that got them way in the top four, looking comfortable, as you said, they have just been bang average. And we've been sitting here week after week trying to figure out what it was. We were talking about, is it Maresca? Has he taken his foot off the pedal? Is he not keeping them on their toes in training? Is that part of the problem? Or is it they are a young team and sometimes you struggle for that consistency? When you hit the heights, it's fantastic, but you don't actually understand when you're a young player why you're not hitting the heights every time you step on the field. Or is it Cole Palmer? Is it just because they rely so much on Cole Palmer? And quite frankly, it seems like it's Cole Palmer. They just rely too much on Cole Palmer. To the point where if Cole Palmer plays well, they get points, and if Cole Palmer doesn't, then they don't get results. Right. That really is what it seems like, because you can't go around that field and look at anybody else in that team who you can say, he's been good every week, he's been good every week. You know, when I think he's doing this and he's doing that. It's either Cole Palmer or it's nothing. And that I think is the biggest problem.
But how does Maresca solve that problem?
Well, he has to get in players who are going to take some of the burden off.
Oh, you have to bring in more players for Chelsea now.
Because the ones they've got aren't good enough. The ones they've got aren't good enough.
Well, what about coaching? Can you not do that?
But regardless if he brings in no players.
Just one little point here.
More responsibility.
You've got to remember something, right? If you've got a player, you can coach him from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, and if he doesn't get it, you can go every single day for the next year, 10 years, and he won't get it. That's the difference between Slot. Slot has picked up a group of players who actually understand the game. And so when he's doing these little changes from what Klopp was doing, they get it. You can see they've got it because they're intelligent footballers. Chelsea have got a bunch of young guys, yes, that are talented but don't understand the game. And if they don't bring in some more experienced guys who can actually help the younger ones, then you're just going to see the same thing. It's going to be a bunch of young guys doing the best but don't quite get it unless Cole Palmer turns up and scores a hat-trick.
This is Chelsea's policy, isn't it? Bring in the youngsters, give them big contracts.
Well, and for the last 3 years it hasn't worked, and it's still not working. They had a little spell where they got into the top four.
Yeah, and then
we thought they cracked
stop
it,
looking at us.
and then it fell apart.
Mario?
No, because I totally understand what Stevie said. You know, but the thing is, they spent so much money. They had a plan, you understand, prior to Maresca came in. Then you bring him in, you understand, you have so many players in you. And then, you understand, as a coach, he wants to play the beautiful game. That's what Chelsea's built on. You understand that risk-taking, how they want to play football. Okay, yeah, not always like the way Arsenal played it, but that is the nature that is being built in that club. Okay, but now I watched the game against Villa. You cannot play against a side like Villa and being exposed like that in the first half. If it wasn't down to Watkins, it would have been easy down, you understand. Okay, you go 1-0 up, but if Watkins, handled the ball quicker and even, you understand, took his opportunities and assist people quicker, they would have been 2-0 or 2-1 up. But the thing is now, what I feel with Chelsea now, you cannot be exposed like that. You understand? You cannot be stretched, you cannot be counter-attacked like that, and you cannot be a team, you understand, that is similar, you understand, when I watch City sometimes, is being vulnerable with the 40 yards behind the defensive line. You cannot. It's impossible. When you want to play that beautiful game, you have to have the players that can handle that. Regardless if you look, the guys at the back, they have the speed to handle it, but now it's not only down to the speed, it's also about the intelligence to see when you have 40 yards behind you, because you have players who are less as quick, but you always have to remember, run earlier so you don't get in trouble. What happened against Villa? The amount of time that Villa got behind them, you understand, even if it was corner runs, it's too much. This is how you cannot win games. And that's why when I watched Chelsea, yes, I was one of the ones that was saying like, hey, if you're second in the league, of course you're in the title race. You understand? Regardless if you're not. You understand? Now you were playing well, you were winning games, but now you're dropping out. And I said at the beginning of the season, you need to make it to Champions League. If Chelsea doesn't make it to Champions League, it's failing. Because you spend so much money. That's where you want to be. You cannot afford just to be a team and be in the league. No. Champions League is the most important part, and they have to do whatever it takes to do it. And the way it looks now, it's not looking good.
You could argue this has been one of the worst Premier Leagues when it comes to the quality of football that we've seen from a lot of the teams. But fear not, their reward is top 5. Look like they, of course, will be doing Champions League. Will be doing what's good? What English? Will be playing in the Champions League next season. Looking at those contenders, we've given a pass to Arsenal and Liverpool as well. There's quite a few teams in the running. You could take it down even below Brighton. But from this lot, who is making the top 5, Stevie?
Cool. Well, I don't think. I think from Aston Villa up. I'm still not sure of Bournemouth.
Right.
I think if you take Bournemouth out, it's between the others who gets in the top 5.
Right.
So that means there's probably going to be one of them that misses out, because I think Forest are going to do enough to be in the top 5.
So Forest are okay.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 more spots.
Yep.
Who are?
Newcastle.
Mm-hmm.
Villa.
Not Manchester City.
Oh, Stevie Nicol.
No, wait, Nathan, it's all right. He's had a moment.
So here's the thing, Nathan. Here's the thing, Nathan. Excuse me. Let's be honest. Man City, Newcastle and Villa. Explain to me which one's ahead of the other.
Yeah.
Because if you want to look at the history books, then you'd say City. But right now, they can't score a goal to save their life because it's over there. They can't score a goal to save their life, and they can't stop anybody from getting at them. So how is it?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go Aston Villa.
Yes.
And Newcastle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There's nothing.
I suppose the argument against Villa is Champions League.
Okay. I understand that. But again, I go back to City.
No, that's fine. Okay. No, I was just saying if you're going to make an argument
there's
against...
There's nothing about Man City right now makes me think they're going to actually beat teams.
Okay. All right.
Whereas Newcastle and Villa,
yes,
I think I've got stuff that can win games.
All right. Nathan?
Yeah, so what I would say in relation to that is City have obviously been really poor over the last 2-3 months, but they're somehow still in the top 4. So what does that say about the other teams who are around them at this moment in time? I think we're very right to sort of criticise City for the way that they've performed. But even like in this weekend just gone and say the weekend before, like Bournemouth losing at home, Villa themselves, why Villa outside of the top 4 or 5? It's because they've been ridiculously inconsistent at times this season as well. So I think in terms of the way that all those teams are going to be sort of approaching the back end of the season, if I was to back a team to be able to like finish ahead of the others, it'd be very tough to say that, 3 of those teams will finish ahead of Man City. Even Forest themselves, for as good as they've been, like there's another 4 goals conceded this weekend just gone, and it was a big game for them against Newcastle. Like, can they keep their eyes on the prize, or is the feeling of being that close to the Champions League going to affect them? And interestingly, I think from City's perspective, they play Bournemouth, they play Aston Villa, I think they play a couple of Brighton, play a couple of teams that are in and around them. And this is their objective now. The FA Cup is obviously something they'll try and go for, but in reality, it's the domestic form. And for them to have a goal like that to try and do it, I'd be very surprised if they didn't make it in. And again, for some of the other teams who are in there at this moment in time, if they were that good, they'd be a lot further ahead of Man City, as we see with Liverpool, as we see with Arsenal. But for the rest, it's all the same, much of a muchness.
So Arsenal, City, Liverpool, and who are your other 2, Nathan?
I think for the story, it'd probably be good for Forest, but I don't think they'll get on. So I'm going to have to say Newcastle, and I think probably Aston Villa.
Right. Mario, quickly.
Hey, quickly, I think Villa invested so much, so I definitely have to give them the shout because they want to be up there for sure. But Chelsea, they dropping out, man. I feel so bad by saying that. But anyway, okay, I feel like the way it is right now, you understand, well, we already said City, what is it, Nottingham Forest. I might substitute, I don't think Nottingham might drop some points, so then I change them for Villa. And what else? Okay, Liverpool we don't have to call, City we don't have to call. I think they are up there. So my call is simple.
You were tipping Chelsea to be in a meaningful position.
I think
at
they
the
will
end.
be. I think it will be. I think Forest will drop out. Chelsea
2
will
wins
drop.
in 10 league games for Chelsea.
Sure. Not
Winless away from home since December the 8th.
They've got to work out, scratch the backsides and work out how they managed to lose that game against Aston Villa. Because, quite frankly, they had so many chances and dominated the game. Goalkeeper doesn't help them. They missed sitter after sitter after sitter, Chelsea. Fair play to Villa to get them back in the game, but Villa didn't have control of this game.
Rashford, good performance.
Well, we know Rashford.
2 assists.
We all know Rashford was going to do it. Everybody that has
I don't know
half
if
a
we
brain,
do, though. I don't know if we do,
We sat in
actually.
this studio and everybody to a man said, well, you weren't in the studio at the time, said, he'll go and perform at Villa. Knew he was going to do it. Because he's choosing to do it. He chose not to do it at Man United for the reasons best known to himself.
Maybe they're just getting the best out of him. Maybe they're using him
Maybe he's lifting a leg
in the right way.
and maybe he's playing the way he should have played for Man United.
But on Chelsea now, Enzo Maresca has stated that Champions League qualification, Martin, is indeed the aim for this season.
To be, especially 5 spots.
Yeah,
Has to be.
but maybe.
He then revealed somewhat curiously how he had called in his team recently to detail what impact they have on everyone at the football club. He says, I went to bed, I woke up, I couldn't sleep. I started to think, I thought it could be a good idea in the morning to arrive and pull in all the people together, all the people in the building, to share this message. I said to the players in that meeting, when I arrive here at 7 in the morning, there are people from the kitchen cutting the fruit in the same way. Cut, 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 cut. There are people behind you who you cannot see, who are working every day to help you reach your target. It's true, the players, they don't see that. I try to convince them that there are people who work very hard and we need to push together to reach our target. What do you think all that's about? Does he need to do that? Did you as player? I would have thought you would know the absolute value in your playing days, Martin. I would have thought you were a regular attendee in the canteen chatting to the staff and tell them how much you valued them.
And how you could do it better.
That's your style, is it not?
Absolutely. They're the core of the club. And I think he was wanting to reinforce that he doesn't want complacency. We're doing a hell of a lot of work for you. It doesn't look as if you're doing enough on the pitch. But if you look at it though, Jim, messaging's very important. And I think when you go out to the public and you tell them that you're not in the race to be champions, as he did around about Boxing Day, he sends a message to the group that, okay, maybe there's excuses for us and we don't really set our targets.
Hang on, Martin, be fair to the fella. What was his alternative? The media are hammering him with, you can win the league, you can win the league, you can win the league, you can win the league. So he's going to go, yeah, I can win the league.
Yes.
And he knows he can't, and then everyone goes and mugs him off when they don't.
No, I think he could have managed it better. I think it could have been. I think it did because they've almost played to the expectation, which was we're not in the race to win it. No, we're not. And it's mediocre right now, isn't it?
It is.
And it's one of those, actually, I look at Jackson, and he's not available right now, and maybe wasn't good enough at one stage, but they've really missed him.
Sure.
They've really missed him. And Palmer, as good as he is, when he plays off the front, he needs someone to stretch the opposition.
But I think
he's not getting that.
The
without
original
Jackson.
discussion that you were having is about, does this have value to the players to get them out of the reality of their own selfish little world and go, this is what you do. Interestingly, there was an interesting conversation between Neil Warnock and Pep Guardiola. Warnock meets Guardiola.
That's right.
And it talked about the modern day footballer and Warnock talking about the power of a dressing room and Guardiola basically saying, yeah, forget that, right? You've got to set these players up tactically and technically now, rather than having this rallying call about looking around this dressing room about how proud you are of them. That'll tell you something about the culture of footballers. Guardiola was talking very loosely and probably without guard about the code and the mentality of a certain footballer. So now go to your question. Do they care about the guy in the canteen? I would suspect they care more about themselves. And that's the manager's job to remind them of the responsibility on the field.
Yeah.
And if you want to bring in the head, the cook, the candlestick maker, and the butcher, and explain to them how important they are to the players,
Yeah, but when
I
you're
suspect
building,
they'll forget about
Simon,
it on the way out.
this is a new Chelsea that they're building. You know, do they love the club? Do they want to be here? Do they play for the badge? Do they play for the badge? Let's see it, because these people work really hard for you to get paid peanuts, and they're here at 5 o'clock. He shouldn't have had to been up all night though thinking about that. You should have just done it anyway. You
That
should know
that
that
was
these people
Victoria,
work
the
hard.
cleaner I was waving to.
I
there,
agree.
Who I speak to on a daily
but
basis.
in the real world, not the sentimental world, where we're dealing with young footballers who spend most of their time focused on themselves, I think it's not a bad lesson. Will it be absorbed and taken into their psyche?
That's the point.
I doubt it,
Okay.
and so do you.
Hopefully they've remembered that moment and took it upon themselves to say hi to those people who cook their grub.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
What's going on with your lot? We've got to talk about Chelsea,
I know,
mate.
mate.
But seriously, you have fell apart.
We have.
But what? Seriously, every time I turn the TV on, Chelsea are getting beat, whooping.
Well, every time it depends what minute. 'Cause if you turn it on in the first 20 minutes, Chelsea are 1 up. Turn it on at the end of the game.
No, mate,
we got
but
beat
come on. What's
most of the
going on?
game.
The keepers have got no arms. What's up with your lot?
Well, the keeper has turned out to be another massive problem. Jorgensen comes in. It's an absolute dolly. It's a dolly, mate. I know that Melier flicked one in today, but honestly, Jorgensen, he flicked one in. He done well actually. Saved one. Went down the middle. Rashford's gone through. Comes off his knees. 89 minutes. Thinking, do you know what? We've done well here. Point is, we've done enough to get a point. Not unhappy. Away at Villa. They've done well this season, Villa. You know, maybe off the ball a little bit. Ball goes out to Rashford. Plays it back to Asensio. Asensio kind of catches it, half volley, kind of half catches it, not cleanly. So I'm doing the commentary on something. Who's on the edge of the box? Can we break quickly? 2-1. Absolutely. Do you know what I did? I took my headphones off, put my microphone down, and just walked off. I had to go and calm myself down. Absolutely devastated. So last week, Brighton ruined my Friday night. Whole weekend ruined. This weekend, Villa ruined it. Saturday night, half my weekend ruined. Ain't got a game this week.
What's happened to Cole Palmer? He's gone off the ball.
No, he hasn't. And here's the thing, right? 33 assists he set up. Not one scored. Not one scored. That's right. So here's the thing about assists. The person's got to score it to be assist. So like Rashford's going to get an assist, right, for the second one with Asensio, right?
Yeah.
He's going to get it. He's the last player to touch it.
Yeah.
Right? He's just delivered it. Save it, Jorgensen. Spectre, your mate Spectre at Spurs, right, the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Spectre, good flick on.
Great flick.
That's a good flick on.
Yeah.
Right? Kulusevski gets on the edge, gets it, picks up the halfway line. Gets an assist for that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do
Great
about
assist.
I don't know what you do about
It's a
assists.
good
now.
assist.
I don't know what you do about assists, right? It's a little bit of a... There has to be like an assist and there's an assist. Maybe you get 2 points for an assist in block caps. Do you know what I mean?
No, don't know what you mean.
Well, you can't be the last person to play it to someone. There has to be something
That's
about
what an assist is, Chase.
I know, but what if it's a back... Well, okay, let me ask you this, right?
Okay, yeah, go on.
What about this? If you play a short corner into your own half,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Whoever picks it up,
Yeah.
I tell you, the goalkeeper picks it up,
Yeah.
his own half.
As a shot.
As a shot goes in.
Yeah. Great assist.
That's what I mean. That's how ridiculous it is.
Great assist.
No, there's something about the assist record is great. It gives you a little portal.
Mate, you're terrible.
Yeah, we're not great.
Fell apart. You can finish 9th.
Should have got... No. Do you know what, right? Our best route back into Europe is winning the Europa Conference. Good cut, mate.
Good cut.
No, don't knock it. Don't knock it.
You got Copenhagen soon.
Good team, mate.
Good team, Copenhagen.
Wonderful Copenhagen.
Yeah.
No, tough game that all of a sudden. Tough game. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Maresca ball's gone out the window.
Maresca, he actually, do you know what, right? We played against Brighton last week, mate. We were dog. This weekend, first half we were good. I'll give Villa credit. They come back into it. Rashford made a difference to them. But honestly, you get to 90 minutes and you're like...
Do you remember when he was talking about he's winning the league?
No.
Chelsea were up winning the league and you're like, no, we're not quite there yet.
Only
this and that. See, you talked your lot into thinking that you weren't good enough to win the Premier League, and now you're nowhere near good enough to win the league.
We weren't. You're not good enough to finish top half.
Zero belief. It's so Chelsea.
No, here's what's going to happen. I don't even know if we're going to win the conference. I don't even know if we are. I don't know if right now.
That looked like the easiest competition in the world for you to win. Now you're looking at going.
So here's what we've got. Next 4 games, right? Get on this. We've got Southampton tomorrow night. Southampton, we should beat them, right? Come on, Dom, for God's sakes. We've then got a break because we got knocked out the FA Cup because we want to win the Conference League. we then got Copenhagen away next Thursday, right? Just get through that tie. Then we got Leicester at home on the Sunday, right? Beat them, and then Copenhagen on the Thursday again. And then we got Arsenal on the following Sunday. Everyone beats Arsenal at the minute, don't they? I mean, Arsenal away on the Sunday.
You might have 3 points. You might get a couple of points.
Imagine that. Give Arsenal a whooping.
I want to hear from Chelsea fans. What's going on? It's all gone a bit Tim Pot at the football club again. Right, let's go to John. He's a Chelsea fan. He's phoned us up. Right, John?
John Wick.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. Yeah, I'm suffering like you are, mate. I want to know what's going on down there regards to the goalkeeping. You know, I mean, the thing is, what I couldn't understand was, I don't know whether they had a lot of faith in Sanchez at the start of the season, but I could not understand in the transfer window why they didn't go for Ramsdale as a backup, you know, or not a backup, as a first team player.
7 keepers, John. You got 7.
Yeah,
how many do you need?
But they're not. They're all.
Yeah, but they're not all that. Come on, are
they're
they?
All kids, though. Do you know what I mean? They're not. They're not. It's not like you got 7 25-year-olds, is it?
No, the thing is, if Southampton go down, which they will do, I just think that Chelsea should go in for Ramsdale, because will he stay at Southampton in the Championship?
Well, I'll definitely have Ramsdale. That's an absolute. Kelleher at Liverpool's another one that's been looked at. Clearly, the goalkeeping situation has been a bit of a disaster, because Sanchez was given the gloves. Petrovic was sent out on loan. He ended the season last year. Sanchez got the gloves, and then over the last 3 months, it's been quite obvious that Sanchez is suffering. There's a amount of goals, mistakes that have led to chances and led to goals, and then you put Jorgensen in, who's probably not ready himself. And then he's done well up until that, and then flaps one in. So in terms of the answer, I don't know what's the question. I don't know what the question is. What's the question?
Well, no. Do you think that if Ramsdale becomes available in the close season, do you think they should go for it?
I think that they will next season. That they will be looking to replace Sanchez, unless of course they think that Petrovic, that's out on loan, I think it's at Strasbourg, gone back to Strasbourg, he's gone out on loan, unless they feel he's good enough again. But clearly, it's been an issue all season. It was an issue last season. Something's got to change.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, at the other end of the field, they need a striker, don't they? It's all right saying how many goals that Jackson has scored, but how many has he missed?
Well, that you need backup, and there's no real backup, as we're finding now. I know
Kunku ain't really done the business.
He's not centre forward, mate. He's not centre forward.
No, but I was expecting a lot more from him as a footballer.
Yeah, he's best off playing away from the system. The system he plays, he wants to play 10. He wants to play in behind the striker. Can't find a place for him. Enzo played there on Saturday. Palmer plays there. And Kunku, the problem that killed Kunku is that injury that he had, that left him out for, 3/4 of the season. Bad injury, he was out. Look, I've got to say, he gets in most other teams in the Premier League, and Kunku. Right now, he can't get in Chelsea's team, the system that he plays. He can't. No, he's not annoying.
I think one of the other worrying things of Chelsea is watching Palmer's... the way Palmer's playing lately, because I think he's getting very frustrated. I noticed a few times where he's thrown his arms up in the air, I think. And will Chelsea, the way they're going, they won't hold on to him either, because I think he would have had enough. Their football basically is boring to watch, isn't it? They hardly create a chance. Against Brighton, what did they do? They never had a shot on target.
Brighton was terrible. Yeah, Brighton was. You can't use that as an example. That was terrible.
Could he get the sack, Maresca? Could he go?
Football is all about results, all right? We got Southampton tomorrow. We got Copenhagen on the Thursday, the following Thursday.
We know.
Then you got Leicester, right? Two bottom teams, right? if you lose if Chelsea get the Conference League and you lose 2 of those games, of course you can get the sack.
Oh, he's gone.
No, well, I don't know he's
No,
gone.
he's gone.
But I'm saying, you've asked,
But
can
it's
he
not
get the sack? I'm giving you a scenario where...
That's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, you don't know, right?
You're not going to lose 4 games.
Well, get knocked out. You can win 3 of those and still get knocked out.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Welcome to the Athletic FC podcast with me, Ayo Akinwalere. Liverpool have moved 11 points clear in the Premier League title race, with their Egyptian king leading the way. His goal and assists are edging him towards records set by Henry and De Bruyne. Mohamed Salah is one of the Premier League's greatest, but could he be the greatest? All right, with us today, we have the big guns with us. Fresh from watching the game at the Etihad, we have Ollie Kay, as well as Simon Hughes, author of Chasing Salah, the biography of Mohamed Salah. Gents, good to have you with us. Ollie, let's start with you. Liverpool fans were singing, we're going to win the league at the end of the win at the Etihad. Look, they are 11 points clear at the top of the Premier League. Surely there is no catching them now, is there?
Well, it's begun to feel like that. I mean, even if you go back, I mean, Arne Slot pointed this out. If you go back to post-match at Aston Villa on Wednesday night, and they just drawn 2-2 Liverpool, and they were, he was being asked about, are your team getting nervous? Are they getting anxious? They played poorly in victory over Wolves the previous weekend, I think a lot of people looked at this weekend. I think Arsenal fans probably looked at this weekend and thought, if there's a chance to pull things back, it's going to be this weekend, because Arsenal were home to West Ham, and Man City against Liverpool. It felt like there was perhaps an opportunity for things to swing in Arsenal's direction, but the exact opposite happened. Obviously, West Ham won at Arsenal on Saturday afternoon, and then Liverpool went to the Etihad, and a really mature, grown-up, comprehensive, formidable performance of champions, you would say, champions in waiting at least. And I think that their supporters have been a little bit reticent and reluctant to sing about winning the league. They've been stung a couple of times over the past decade, but it's I think you heard it at the final whistle there. It was we're going to win the league, and then as the ground emptied, it was hand it over Manchester, which I think is I think City probably looked like they were resigned to handing it over 3 or 4 months ago, but I think Liverpool, I think everybody knows now, or everybody thinks they know where the trophy's going.
Yeah, Simon, there's a bit of footage with Liverpool fans staying right till the end of the match, and actually after it had finished, still singing their hearts out, because what an emphatic win away at the Etihad. But I guess the style of the win was also interesting, and 2 things really. How interesting is it that Slot has been able to sort of mould his team and to adapt to any situation that's faced them? But secondly, we also have to talk about Mo Salah and how it felt so inevitable that he was going to have a part in what went on.
Well, I thought it was a complete performance, really. I haven't seen Liverpool play that way before in a big away game. Over the years, Liverpool have had some big results away from home, mainly based on solid defensive performance, nicking a goal, or executing the counter-attack perfectly on occasion and getting a big result. This was a bit different because they soaked up a lot of pressure. They defended really, really well. But they counter-attacked at will and used the ball brilliantly. They were just so good in and out of possession. And as soon as Liverpool opened the scoring, it felt inevitable, I think, that Liverpool were going to win the game. And not very often you've been able to say that over the years. It's always been a bit of a struggle when they've got a big win at either Manchester club or some of the London clubs. But this was, I think it was a perfect performance, really. And I actually don't think there's been enough conversation about the impact Slot has had on it, because Salah was that brilliant on the day. To go to City and basically play 4-2-4-0 without a striker. Yeah. Had it gone against Liverpool, I think he'd got a lot of criticism for that. But to go with that system in a big game away from home and master it, I just think it worked perfectly for Liverpool. And
Yeah, a performance and result to go down potentially in history, I think.
I just wondered what kind of statement it really made, Ollie. Liverpool, I don't think have won at the Etihad since 2015 or something like that, and actually to win in such an emphatic way and with clarity and purpose was really fascinating for Liverpool. And almost, now going 11 points clear, it's a real sort of flag in the sand to say, do you know what? Come and get us. Because every time and every week we say, oh, here's a new obstacle. They just seem to overcome it.
Yeah, if you look at the Premier League table, it's 11 points clear. It is Arsenal have played a game fewer, and I think it's worth mentioning that. But it doesn't feel as relevant as it did on Saturday morning, because once it gets to 11 points, once you've seen a performance like that from Liverpool at City, once you've seen a performance like Arsenal produced at home to West Ham, it doesn't really feel relevant. It doesn't feel like there's enough jeopardy now in this title race. So yes, it's 11 points clear with the game in hand, but it probably just feels like about 20 points now to Arsenal, because every time they've got almost within, not even within touching distance, but within sight, Liverpool have pulled away again, and Arsenal have stumbled, and it was two big statements this week. It was a statement Arsenal failed to make and a statement Liverpool did make, and I agree with Si, because it was a really, really mature, composed, resilient, intelligent, polished, incisive performance. It was I would say it was, you put it, measure it with their performance against Manchester City at Anfield as well in early December. That was outstanding in a different way, because they had more of the ball that day and just dominated City in a different way. But those two performances, I think you've seen two outstanding wins. And look, I know people will say, and I will say, that beating Man City is not the achievement it has been in the last 8 or 9 years. They've lost eight Premier League games this season. They've lost games in Europe, but since the turn of the year, it's taken good performances to beat them. They've lost to Real Madrid twice, PSG, Arsenal, Liverpool. 4 of the best teams in Europe, 4 teams who played really, really well on the day, on the different days, and that Liverpool performance was right up there. It was good enough to make you think there is, if it was a slightly feckless team or slightly frivolous team that was 11 points clear with having played a game more, you might think, yeah, they might let the opposition back in. But this team, it's a very serious team. You look at Alisson, you look at Van Dijk, you look at Salah, you look at Gravenberch and McAllister in midfield don't get necessarily the plaudits, but they are 2 guys who are having an outstanding season, really intelligent footballers. It doesn't feel to me like there's a way back into this title race for Arsenal or anybody else.
Okay, well, we've talked about the team effort, and it has been an incredible team effort this season, Simon. But we have to talk about the Egyptian king that is Mo Salah. I mean, I don't know how many stats I'm going to throw in through this podcast, but there are so many. This was the 11th time this season he scored and assisted in a Premier League game. That's the most in a season across Europe's big 5 leagues since Lionel Messi did it for Barcelona in 2014-2015 season. And you add to that, Mo Salah has now scored 13 goals in his career against Manchester City. Only against Manchester United 16 and Spurs has he scored more. Now, what does this say about this player, who some might say is in the latter part of his career, about his dependability in the biggest games for Liverpool? But also, I guess, Simon, in the most decisive moments, he always seems to come up clutch.
Yeah, I mean, he always turns up, doesn't he? And the thing that made me laugh about Liverpool's opening goal yesterday, I know what he was saying, it was a well-worked corner. So Manchester City had Rico Lewis marking Virgil van Dijk from a corner, which, okay, Pep Guardiola tends to go against the grain, doesn't he, and do something that's less obvious. But I'm just thinking, well, if Virgil van Dijk heads the ball, he's going to win it, isn't he? So, and then not only that, he left Mohamed Salah standing alone pretty much in the middle of the box. you have been warned about this. If you leave Mohamed Salah in sight of goal, he's invariably going to score. So it was a well-worked corner by Liverpool, but I think certain things just didn't make sense from Manchester City's perspective as well. But he his celebration in the goal was quite casual as well. It was just like, yeah, I should be doing this now.
It's been like that all season, to be honest.
It's been like that all season, yeah. And it was a. I mean, I run out of superlatives to come up with description of how much of an impact he had on the performance. But what really impressed me yesterday was without the ball as well. His work rate was incredible. Not something that you necessarily associate with him. It's not that he's a lazy player, but you don't really see him sort of in his own half so much, and he was just brilliant on that front as well. But every time he touched the ball, it just came alive. I just felt like something was going to happen. Maybe I've said this before, so apologies if I have, but the strange thing about him is he arrived at Liverpool as one player, somebody who could just burn past the opponents and to devastating effect. Now he's an altogether very different footballer. He's sort of redesigned his game. A bit like, I don't know, sometimes when I watch him, I've only seen videos of Kenny Dalglish, but it's similar. He uses his back a lot, uses his strength, sees the gaps in the defence, and he always manages to create space for himself. No matter the opponent, he always seems to know where to be on the football pitch. And you know what? I think there were signs of this at the very first game of the season against Ipswich. They've got a good, talented left back, Leif Davis, who people are talking about should get a chance with England. And I just remember that game, Salah was just like, just too good for him. And he's been like that pretty much every game. And I just don't think there's any stopping him now. I think he will break some of the assist and goals records this season. It's impossible to see him not doing that. I just don't think the opponent seems to have any answer to his greatness at the moment, which is a mark of greatness.
All right, brilliant. Well, let's look more into that greatness, because next we'll look deeper at Salah's numbers and assess where he stands amongst the Premier League's greats. Simon, he scored 44 goals in his first season at Liverpool, which propelled them to the Champions League final in Kiev, as well as to fourth place in the Premier League. Has he had a better season than this one, though? Because we've talked about it so much, right? Like, everything he touches just seems to turn to gold at the moment.
I think this season's been better. It's a more rounded Salah. I've enjoyed watching him more, because I think it's a lesson to any young footballer as well. That you can change a game if you work and you study the game, which he does, and takes himself very seriously in a professional sense. So I love that side of the story, really, because I think now you see footballers when they burst onto the scene, particularly ones with pace, they sort of fade away, in the back ends of the career, where Salah just seems to be getting better as a very different footballer. So I'm enjoying watching that transition, really. It's particularly in attacking senses, you don't see that many older players these days, aside from Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, but he just seems to be getting better and better and better. I'm sure, there's data that says, well, the physical side of his game might be deteriorating in certain parts. If that exists, no one is yet to produce it publicly anyway. But I just think that I just love watching the way he always manages to find a place in the game. Even when he's quiet, he's alive. And I know some of the commentary yesterday was talking about Messi and how sometimes he would just be. Sometimes standing still is fine. You don't have to be moving all the time. Sometimes you just have to wait for the ball to come to you in the right part of the field where you affect the game, and that confidence in himself. I mean, I think he seems more confident than he's ever been of his own place. So for me, I've enjoyed watching this version of him more, albeit nobody expected Mohamed Salah to score all the goals that he did in his first season, so there was that sort of surprise element of it. Nobody expected Liverpool to be going to the Champions League final, which they did, but I would say he is equally influential on the direction of Liverpool's season in both campaigns.
Yeah, Ollie, has he been better this season, do you reckon?
Then his first season was remarkable, because we were just seeing him score. I mean, look, not all of them were Puskas Award contenders, but it almost felt like that at times. There were just a number of amazing goals. He was such a surprise package. He was so fast. He was electrifying. He was, there was something a little bit Messi-like in some of his dribbles, some of his goals. I'm not saying he's a Messi-like player. He's not. Nobody is. But he was that sort of exciting. He was suddenly the best attacker in the Premier League overnight, and it was that was a thrill to watch him burst through in that season. So I was talking about physical decline. If we'd been on this podcast last season, I would have said, well, look, he is clearly in physical decline. I felt he was. I felt we saw less and less of that acceleration, bursting past defenders. He looked frustrated a lot of the time. He had games where he was quite peripheral, and look, his numbers at the end of the season were still really good. What is it? Let me just bring it up. It was 18 Premier League goals in 32 appearances. It was 25 goals in all competitions, loads of assists as well. But there were a lot of games where you just thought he's not made an impact today. He looked quite peripheral, and there were conversations. Well, might Arne Slot see him as somebody who could perhaps offload and sell and before he enters the final year of his contract and use that money, reinvest it, address all the other weaknesses that we thought existed in this Liverpool team, which suddenly don't seem to be there. So look, I'm amazed by what he's done this season. Not that I've ever doubted his quality, but I thought he was on the way. Now I didn't think he had the ability to step up again and raise his level even higher. And just one thing I just wanted to say about him. I thought it was a really interesting comparison yesterday. We saw Doku and Savinho on the wings for City, and on the face of it, they both had really good games. They were a menace. If City were going to threaten, it was going to come through those two. And they must have. I mean, I don't know how many dribbles the pair of them completed through the 90 minutes. It felt like
Savinho only completed one. He'd had quite a lot of dribbles, but he completed one.
Well, he certainly ran with the ball in a menacing way, and Doku, twisted Alexander-Arnold sort of inside out twice in the space of a few seconds very early on, and then again. But for all that dribbling, the end product just isn't there. With those two players, and it hasn't been consistent all season. And look, they're still young, but if they want to work out how to take their game to the next level, just look at Salah, who he almost chooses his moments these days. I'm just looking. Salah's dribbles, it's less than 2 successful dribbles per 90 minutes now, whereas Doku is more than 6 per 90 minutes, which is a mad difference, because you look at it and say, well, who is the more effective wide player? Doku, who might get a goal or an assist every few weeks, or Salah, who's getting goals and assists in almost every game. It's what Salah's doing is fantastic. It's brilliant. It does put him. Look, his career in the Premier League already puts him in that conversation about great players that we've seen in the Premier League. But this season, I think, probably dispels the convenient, easy narrative that he doesn't do this or he does that, or he's a selfish player. He might be selfish at times, but he's also one of the best creative players, one of the best assisters. Assisters, is that a word?
You've just made it up. Take it.
Assistants that we've seen in the league. He's just a fantastic player.
Yeah, as you're talking about Premier League greats, Ollie, I mean, sorry to throw more stats at you, but this season he scored 30 goals in all competitions, 25 in the Premier League, 21 assists, or assistants, as you like to call it, in all competitions, and 16 in the Premier League. I mean, when you talk about Premier League greats, I'm thinking about the 2 great seasons Thierry Henry had, where it was 30 plus goals and so many assists. Cristiano Ronaldo, 40 plus goals in a particular season. These are 2 comparable wide players that were absolutely superb and tore the Premier League to shreds. We can put him in that category for sure, Ollie.
I think so. I mean, if you're talking about Premier League greats, I would. My instinct, for the last 20 years, has been that Thierry Henry has been the great attacker of the Premier League era, even more than Shearer, even more than Cristiano Ronaldo, whose real, true kind of, his real prime came at Real Madrid. But Salah's up there in that conversation in terms of not just hitting heights but sustaining heights over a really, really long time. It's been in the Premier League 8 years now, and a bad season for Salah is like one of the best seasons of most players' career. He's been outstanding, and I think I would still keep Thierry Henry at the top, because I felt like for probably a 2-year period I was watching the best player in the world, or the best attacking player in the world at that time. I mean, Ronaldinho would be the other one that you would throw in at that time. And it was also a time when the Premier League was much more defensive. There were a lot fewer goals in the Premier League. So when he was scoring 30 goals in a season, it felt like, I mean, he was head and shoulders above everybody else, even Van Nistelrooy and Fowler and Owen and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, other players that were around at that time, young Wayne Rooney. Henry was absolutely incredible. To me, he is unsurpassed in terms of that level within the Premier League. But look, Salah is absolutely part of that conversation, and anybody who dismisses Salah's claims to being an all-time Premier League great, or Rodri's, or De Bruyne's, or Van Dijk's, look, we are witnessing modern greats, and they are, in terms of the level they're reaching, it is extraordinary.
Yeah. More
maybe
stats.
not De Bruyne yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I want to come to that later on, because that was an interesting one to watch, and that decline is really interesting. Now, this season, Salah, Simon, has overtaken Robbie Fowler, Henry and Lampard in terms of goals, and he's just 2 behind Sergio Aguero. Now, I want to also compare him to another Liverpool great who had an astounding season in 2013-14, Luis Suarez, who, let's face it, some would have said single-handedly almost carried Liverpool to the title. Is Salah a better player than Suarez all round? Because that season that Suarez was on fire, I mean, I remember goals against Norwich that he just obliterated them beautifully, and also he was just so dangerous. Is Salah better than that?
It's very hard to say who's better. I think you can assess the impact that they have at the club and the team at the time. I remember thinking, or certainly writing anyway, when Suarez was at Liverpool, if he'd stayed the same length of time as Salah, then there'd be more of an argument for Suarez. But when you leave, it means that it reduces your argument. So Salah should be mindful of this at the moment. You know, I'm sure we're going to get onto his contract situation.
What, you've forgotten at Anfield if you leave? Is that how it works?
Well, it's not that you've forgotten, but it takes away from the legend, not the legendary status, but it reduces your argument around greatness, I think. And Trent Alexander-Arnold might find that as well. I think, just drawing it back a little bit to what Ollie was talking about with Henry, I think what helps Thierry Henry's argument is that he's Arsenal's all-time top scorer. Now, Salah is a little bit unlucky that he's got Ian Rush ahead of him. So if we could say, oh, Salah is Liverpool's all-time top scorer, straight away, you know, given Liverpool's history, which obviously Arsenal are a massive club, but Liverpool have won, you know, 6 European Cup Champions Leagues, which is something that Arsenal haven't done. Obviously more league titles. To do that at Liverpool would be absolutely ridiculous, to be honest. So he is unlucky that he's got Ian Rush ahead of him. I think if Salah, you know, could extend his Liverpool career by 4, maybe 5 years doing the same thing, he might be able to compete with Rush. But to answer your question on Suarez, I mean, I love watching Suarez at his best. You know, he was a tornado, wasn't he? I mean, you couldn't stop him. 2 totally different players. I think they'd actually play really well together. It's one of those sort of if only things. But, you know, as it stands, you know, Salah, as Ollie said, consistently over a long period of time has just been ridiculously good. And I think, I suppose, what he lacks at the moment is, obviously, like Henry, you know, Henry won, was it 2 or 3 league titles with Arsenal? Yeah. Salah only has 1. Strangely, in those sort of 2 seasons, winning the Champions League and then the league, he wasn't quite at his very best. You know, even when Liverpool actually got over the line. I remember I wrote the other day about how Sadio Mane in 2019, when Liverpool win the Champions League and Salah scores in the Champions League final, Sadio Mane finishes above him in the Ballon d'Or, as does Virgil van Dijk. You know, statistically, it wasn't Salah's greatest season. This season, you know, given the number of goals, given what Liverpool could win, I think that will, from Salah's perspective, it will top everything that he's done before at Liverpool, because he could finish Premier League's top scorer, could win the Ballon d'Or, could win the Premier League, might even win the Champions League. So that for him, you know, that is the stuff of legend, isn't it? Which will put him way ahead of somebody like Luis Suarez, because ultimately Suarez couldn't get over the line when it mattered, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, Ollie, the Ballon d'Or question is really interesting for me, because it's something we were talking about yesterday on the Athletic WhatsApp group, and we were saying, why has Salah never picked up the Ballon d'Or or even been considered in the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or? If you go by what Simon's just said, you know, that those, you know, league winning seasons or Champions League winning campaigns, he probably wasn't the star player through that period. But is it just that, or do you think there's more to it?
It's fascinating with the Ballon d'Or. I mean, it is a popularity contest. I would say that more often than not, it's the right result. And I know some people think Messi got more than he deserved. I almost tend to think Messi got taken for granted so much that he got fewer than he deserved. But it's generally dictated by winning the Champions League, or winning the big prizes, or winning the World Cup or the Euros. Playing in AFCON doesn't seem to register as much, sadly. Does that mean there's discrimination against an African player? I wouldn't think so. But look, he's had an outstanding season. If you were saying right now who has been the best player in world football this season, I think you would say Salah. If you're going for an attacking player, you would say Salah. I think you could make a really good argument for Van Dijk as well. We've not really discussed him in this podcast, but I think he's been absolutely outstanding. But defenders never seem to win it. I think he if he wasn't going to win it in 2019, he probably never will. But it's yeah. I think he will certainly be in that contention at the end of the season. But if, for example, Real Madrid win the Champions League again, if Mbappe scores the winning goal or continues to contribute in a really big way as he has done over the past couple of months, then yeah, I think people are more seduced by the idea of Real Madrid players being Ballon d'Or winners. I don't think it's rare for a Premier League player to win it, as Rodri did last season at the expense of Vinicius Junior, and you saw how Real Madrid threw the toys out of the pram then. Is the sort of Real Madrid lobbying going to be even greater than usual? I don't know, but look, in terms of actual performance level this season so far, and there's still 3 months to go, I would say Salah's been the best.
Yeah, Simon, on that Ballon d'Or conversation, you know, George Weah is still the only ever African player to have lifted that trophy. Can we say Salah is the best African player has ever been since George Weah? Some might talk about Didier Drogba and what he's done with the Ivory Coast, and obviously what he did with Chelsea and winning the Champions League. But I mean, Mo Salah's numbers are absolutely astonishing, consistently.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you've got to think about, you know, Drogba. I think his popularity and importance extends beyond football because of the role that he had in the civil war in Côte d'Ivoire. And I mean, I went there for AFCON last year, and I mean, he's the reverence with which he's held is just incredible. I mean, I remember being told a story about how he was in a bank in Abidjan, and somebody saw him and tried to approach him, and this guy just got so excited that he took all his clothes off. Now,
was not expecting that.
Sorry, but I don't think Mohamed Salah evokes that sort of excitement, in Egypt.
You never know on the streets of Liverpool. I can't.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. He is loved by a lot of people in Egypt, but he sort of stands aside almost from society. It's a difficult time to be the most famous footballer that the country has ever produced at a time when it's an authoritarian regime. It's interesting. I suppose the context is different between both players. Salah does a lot of things, for charity and tries to help out as much as he can, but even by doing that, it sort of raises a lot of awareness around some of the things that the Egyptian state isn't doing. So he's trying to tread a careful game. But in terms of actual, importance and greatness in Europe and in the Premier League, I would say Drogba was a very important player to Chelsea, but he never produced the sort of, certainly the numbers in terms of goals that Salah has. He was playing as a strong centre forward, where Salah, obviously, you might say, well, Salah's playing off the wing, so Salah scoring more goals is more impressive, but the game has changed. There's more opportunity for wide players, particularly playing on the opposite side of the pitch. Obviously, Salah's left-footed to score goals now. But I think that Salah has had a bigger impact on the Premier League than Drogba did, really, over a longer period of time. It's difficult, isn't it, because the world changes as well, and football changes, and the players, you might say, well, Eusebio was obviously, he was born in Mozambique, right, wasn't he? Eusebio. So
Portuguese, yeah.
So you can't discount him, can you? In terms of the impact that he's had on the game. Somebody like, I would argue even somebody like Roger Miller, sort of in terms of raising the profile of African football and making people stand up and actually realise, how great it can be. So there's all different ways of measuring it, really. But as a modern player, certainly the last 10, 15 years, I don't think anybody really gets close to Mohamed Salah. And what I love about his story is as well, it's not just this sort of, there was a significant period of struggle for him in Europe as well, and he got over that and proved himself again to become such a key figure in the Liverpool team and in Liverpool's history. So I'm not really giving you a definitive answer there. I'm sorry, but I think I do think he's definitely one of the great modern footballers from Africa or any other continent, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about someone taking their clothes off and dropping, but that's a whole different conversation. I guess I just also want to just talk about, the Ballon d'Or conversation, Simon, because, this is a player that's never won it or been in the top three. How much do you think there's an obsession for him to win that? Because by being given the Ballon d'Or outright, no one can question his ability, no one can question his nationality, and no one can question what he has given to football. And, does he need Liverpool as much as Liverpool need him? Can he win it if he went to Saudi Arabia, for instance?
So, as you said earlier, George Weah was the last African footballer to win the Ballon d'Or. Since then, we've had Zinedine Zidane winning it in 1998. He was born in France, but obviously Algerian heritage. Then we have Karim Benzema, who, again, born in France, Algerian heritage. So Salah would become the first African footballer born in the continent of Africa, albeit some Egyptians, or quite a lot of Egyptians, feel quite disconnected from Africa.
Yeah, you're
as
right.
well.
You're right. You're absolutely spot on. North Africa's got a very interesting relationship with the rest of Africa.
I spent quite a lot of time with Egyptians during AFCON, and they refer to the rest of Africa, as if Egypt is not a part of Africa, and it is at a crossroads, between different regions. But if Salah were to win it this year, he would be the first, certainly North African or Middle Eastern footballer to win it. So it's a big, it's a big deal, a very, very big deal. I think he understands, having spent time listening to people who know him very well, he understands that to get there, he has to win the Champions League, really, to put him in that conversation. The Premier League won't be enough. He needs to get both. So it is a motivation, but the primary motivation is to win the Premier League and then the Champions League as well, because he knows that certainly without the latter of those two competitions, he's got no chance, really. Because it does. I think I wrote a piece last week about how I think that out of the last 18 winners of the Ballon d'Or, 13 have either won the Champions League or the World Cup in that year. So it says quite a lot about how people tend to react to those achievements. And as Ollie says, it would just take Real Madrid to beat Liverpool in the final and Mbappe to score a hat-trick, and then he's the best player in the world, isn't he? In a lot of people's heads, they haven't been assessing sort of the overall season to some degree. But yeah, I think it definitely motivates him. It's definitely something that he's desperate to do. And going back to the start of this season, when I was writing the book about him, I was told in August, that he felt then that this was his season, which it really shook me as quite a thing, really, because as Ollie said earlier in the conversation, he wasn't great last season. He had the conversation around his injuries were understandable. I was in the ground in Abidjan when he pulled his hamstring, and I thought, this is a big moment. This in his season, in Liverpool season, in Salah's career, you don't see this sort of thing happen to him, and it happened, and it did take time for him to get back. My mitigation for him was that he was trying to get back into the team at a time when there were several other players who'd been injured, all trying to get up to speed, just to the point when Liverpool had to put a run together to go and try and win the league. And I think it was just a bit too much for everybody. This is while, Jurgen Klopp's announced that he's leaving the club as well, so there's not a lot of emotion swirling around the club. But yeah, he was convinced in the summer that this was going to be a big season for him. He spent, a big part of the pre-season tour, there's no researching, his own game and analysing his own game. I remember being told that, in the hotels in the US, he spends his evenings watching, the coverage of the games, the friendly matches that he just played, to try and understand what Arne Slot wanted out of him so he could become better. He come back in such lean condition, and
his shape looks insane.
It's just ridiculous. So he put it all together. I think Liverpool are close to winning the Premier League. They're not far away. Still some distance from winning the Champions League. It's still very difficult competition to win. They haven't got a favourable draw, really. I think PSG, we finished top of the group and get PSG. It's a bit. It doesn't seem right to me, but so they got PSG and then potentially Villa after that, and then I think it's Barcelona. So is that right? Would that be Barcelona in the semis? I think
it could be Arsenal, it could be Real Madrid.
Sorry, I'm guessing. I'm obviously thinking too far ahead.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be like 2022 when Liverpool had a favourable run to the final. I would say they were quite lucky that year. If they're going to win that competition this year, they're going to really, really have to prove that they are, very much the best team in Europe.
I also think there's a very reasonable reality where Salah wins the Premier League and the Champions League with Liverpool this season in such great form and goes, you know what? There's nothing. I don't know if I'll ever replicate this again. It's such a great season for him. Would you begrudge him for just saying, look, if Liverpool do so well this season, right, that's it. Club legend, I don't care what happens, but I've done all I need to do. I want something else.
I think there's a bit of brinksmanship going on really at the moment between the players' side and the club, because obviously the player knows that he's the main man at Liverpool. You've reeled off all the stats in the podcast, haven't we? Liverpool on the face of it can't really be without him at the moment. Who else scores all those goals? Certainly, if they were to try and replace him, it's going to cost the club a lot of money financially, really. Unless the scouting department is, way ahead of everybody else and just knows that somebody is going to come in from, like Salah did, I suppose he did do it once. You know, you wouldn't have, albeit, you know, the scout who really pushed for Salah is no longer with the club, Dave Fallows. So, meanwhile, I think the club knows really there's only a very narrow market for the player because of his age. The reality is it can't compete with Saudi Arabia if they're, as it seems, you know, going to offer the player an exorbitant amount of money. I don't really actually think it's about money as such. I just think from Salah's perspective, you know, he wants the market value for a top player in Europe, not in the Saudi league, if that makes sense. I think what's maybe complicated things a little bit over the last couple of months is Erling Haaland's contract at Manchester City. Now, obviously, Mohamed Salah isn't looking for a 10-year contract. And as you know, I wrote the story in December about it's not actually about the length of the terms, it's just about the amount of money that he's going to get paid by Liverpool. So I think that if he were to be given a contract which shows that he is still considered one of the best players in the Premier League and the world and is still an important player at Liverpool, that's what he's looking for, basically, that sort of contract. Not the sort of contract which sends him backwards. So yeah, there's quite a lot of context to it. I mean, I think instinctively, I mean, he's made it clear. I think he does want to stay. I don't think he's playing a game there. I mean, it's quite unusual to see this from Liverpool because Liverpool has been so used to the top players leaving. You know, we spoke about Suarez earlier. I mean, Liverpool desperate for him to stay. They couldn't keep him. Now you've got a player, Coutinho. Now you've got a player. I think he knows that Liverpool is right for him. You know, that the environment there is right. I think there is a possibility that if he went elsewhere, he might not be quite as effective. You know, he knows that as well that Saudi Arabia, you know, okay, it's got all the money, but it's still a developing country in terms of its football infrastructure. You know, I just don't think it suits him for all sorts of different reasons. But the bottom line is, if Liverpool can't match what his estimation of himself is, then there might be, you know, there is going to be a problem. And you know, it's a bit like, sorry, I'm repeating this as well, but it's a bit like, you know, the Monty Don scene in Partridge, where Partridge offers him a certain amount of money, it just keeps on going up and 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 up, and then eventually Don breaks and Partridge gets him. You know, it's like that. Sorry for listeners who might not have a clue who Monty Don is.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about Africans and like people in the US.
well,
go and find it on YouTube. Yeah, go and find it on YouTube.
Go and watch it. You know, everybody has the price.
But Ollie, this is an interesting one though, isn't it? Because it's quite a precarious situation, I think. You know, you look at it from Salah's side, he wants his value and he wants his worth. But if he leaves Liverpool, there's not many teams in the world other than Saudi that can afford that kind of money. But also, I know you mentioned it at the top and it got me thinking as well. I mean, you only have to look at Kevin De Bruyne yesterday to see that, you know, the guy from the season before at a particular age isn't going to be the guy you're going to get the season after necessarily. And I know De Bruyne's had a major injury, but he just hasn't looked the same kind of guy.
Yeah, and is he 1 year older? Yeah, I think he's 1 year older. I think De Bruyne's the same age as Van Dijk, but De Bruyne has played well. He plays a position where you're constantly, you know, those high intensity sprints up and down. It's not just Salah sprinting down the wing with the ball, you know, 10-15 times a game. That the position that De Bruyne plays takes even more out of players physically. It's he's had a lot of injuries the last few years. I didn't enjoy watching him yesterday. I absolutely love him as a player, but it was sort of sad to see him so far diminished, really. And look, he will still have moments this season where you think, look, that's Kevin De Bruyne, but it feels like he's gone from being the go-to guy in every game to being somebody who might come good, you know, maybe once a week, maybe not back-to-back games, to somebody who's probably, you're looking for moments now over the course of a season, and City's reliance on him has increased at a time when he and others have diminished physically. It's a real shame from Man City's point of view and from his point of view, and you would struggle to make a really strong case for them keeping him next season unless it was to be at a reduced wage. And I love him as a player, but I see him as somebody who is in that decline. And look, it can come, and it does come with every player in the end. We see, somebody like Cristiano Ronaldo, and you say, well, look, he's ageless. Look, his numbers are still incredible, but he's not the player he was. He's 40 now. Of course, he's not the same player he was at 32, 33. Messi slowed down in some ways, remained incredibly effective, but they've gone to different leagues, and this is two of the greatest players of all time. Not just their generation, but two of the greatest players of all time. So it's. I think we're being conditioned to think that players can go on forever, but they will all hit. Even Van Dijk, who's been incredible this season, there will come a point where strikers are going past him a lot more easily than they used to, and maybe he'll only be able to start one game a week rather than starting every game. Maybe it'll become the same with Salah, and so there are difficult calculations to make for Liverpool where if and we don't know this, and as I said, it's the club's credit that we don't know this, but if they're asking for the same money over 3 years, I think it's hard to justify that in some ways, although you get fans saying just give them what they want. They're incredible, give them what they want. We need to stay. What a player's value is at the age of 32 coming up to 33 might not be their value at the age of 34 coming up to 35. So I think Liverpool's best hope, if they were to give Salah a big contract, would be to be just ready, I think, to spot those signs when they eventually come, and perhaps to try to ensure that either his wages are coming down further down the contract, or that there's a means by which they might sell him later in the contract.
Yeah, Liverpool 11 points clear with 11 games to go. Let's see how this all ends. Ollie, Simon, thank you so much for your time, and also thank you all for watching as well. Now be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also leave us a comment as well. That's all for now. We'll catch you soon. If you want to watch more episodes of the show, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be joined by the likes of David Ornstein, Matt Slater, Adam Crafton, Carl Anker, and plenty more through the season. If you'd like to listen to the episodes in full in audio form, search The Athletic FC wherever you get your podcasts from.
You haven't got a world-class goalkeeper, you haven't got a dominant defender, you haven't got a striker, you haven't got a leader. Yep. So where did that money go? For more on this now, we're joined by the host of Chelsea Fan TV, Alex Harris. Morning, Alex.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate. Look,
going well, mate.
Before we get on to Jorgensen and goalkeepers and the such like, taking an overview of the season, I mean, you finished 6th last season with 63 points. At the moment, you're 7th, and you've only got 43 points. Are you confident that you're going to finish higher and on a higher number of points than last season?
If you asked me a couple of weeks ago, I would have said yes. Now I have to say no. We are just a mess. We are a mess from top to bottom. And the last time I come in here and I spoke to you, Jeff, I spoke about the manager. I spoke about Robert Sanchez. We've just seen what's happened with Jorgensen. I thought he was better than that, but even still, he's inclined to have a couple of bad games, because if you can keep playing Sanchez for as bad as he's been, Jorgensen deserves a couple of months at least. But from my standpoint, I think that Maresca's almost in an impossible situation, and the players are in a way as well, because they can only play with the players around them. We don't have a manager who's competent enough to adapt a system. We don't have directors who are willing to sign the right players. We don't have an ownership that care enough to strive and be ambitious. You look at Aston Villa and you compare them to Chelsea. What is the difference? And I'll tell you the difference. The difference is you have a team that is ambitious and a team that has no ambition. And I don't want to talk about it too much because I know you want to speak about the game, but it's worth touching on the fact that tomorrow as well there will be a protest at 6 o'clock, and a lot of Chelsea fans, myself included, will be there. I know that Simon spoke with Stevie, one of the Chelsea fans, and he absolutely he killed him. He killed him. And he didn't get a chance to get his point across. So I will, because it is really important that we speak about this, Jeff. Our ownership are killing us. They are killing us. We went from having the best owner in world football to having a consortium who don't care about us. We had Jonathan Goldstein coming out saying Enzo Maresca's job is secure. Oh, that's brilliant. Coming from a Spurs fan, because that means a lot. You really care about the club, don't you? We have no spine after £1.5 billion spent. We don't have a competent striker. We don't have any depth in the centre-back roles. We don't have any quality there. We didn't replace Silva. We don't have a goalkeeper. We're probably in the double digits now in terms of how many goalkeepers we have at this football club. We picked our manager from a championship side. Where are the standards at this club? Nobody cares about football anymore. Unfortunately, it's all about business, which isn't a problem because you can still be successful. But the fact that we're so incompetent and it seems like we are totally blind to the mess that we have created for ourselves, that is why I'm so concerned as a Chelsea fan. Oh, not to mention the fact that Todd Bowley's on the board of Vivid Seats as well. If you want to get a ticket to the game on Southampton, you probably can, but it would be upwards of 500 quid. So if you fancy spending a bit of extra money to watch Chelsea lose again, you can always do that.
You know something, Alex? I'm going to tell you something, mate, right? Simon's entitled to his opinion, but the one thing that you boys are entitled to is your opinion. Now, a lot of people will say, what are they moaning about? You know, they're getting a lot of money spent on their team and in their club, and it's not been used correctly. But you're absolutely well within your rights to be concerned about your football club, no matter whether you're spending money or not. I actually think just about everything you've said, I actually agree with, to be honest with you. The one thing you can't say that the managers and coaches haven't been backed, because they have, because money's been given. But the people, I take your point. You've got a problem with the people that are spending the money, the people that are giving the money, and the way they're using the money. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And the thing is, this is one of the points of confusion we've had around this protest, is people are going, what is the clear message here? And my stance is very simple, because there are people that think different things. You've got Bluco out. People don't like the ownership. You've got Winstanley and Stewart out, the directors. And then you've got change the model. All right, so you've got three different things that people are unhappy with. And you could argue that all of those things could be protested for different reasons. Now, my stance on it is very simple. It doesn't matter if you have three groups of people at this protest, because they all have one thing in common. They are not happy. They feel like we are being run into the ground. And quite frankly, you know, we were singing in December, we've got our Chelsea back, but that was before the January window. We saw how unambitious we are, and the fact that we are moving backwards. We are moving backwards. We have a coach that's worse than last season. We have an ownership that don't learn from their mistakes. And we're not going to finish in a European spot. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't even see how are Chelsea going to finish above Bournemouth the way we're playing. I saw Newcastle beat Nottingham Forest. Are we going to finish above them? Honestly, I ask you this, guys. Do you think that Chelsea can finish in a European position? Forget Champions League. Let's not waste our time here. But maybe a Conference League spot or a Europa League spot if we're lucky. If we don't win the Conference League, then our season is done.
You know what, Alex? I mean, I take your points, but a lot of football fans are going to be saying, you know, that Chelsea fans have got a sense of entitlement here because you spent an absolute fortune on players. I've got a text here saying Chelsea weren't that bad. They could have gone 2-0 up early in the game. How do the owners not care? They spent over £1 billion on players. Wow, another protest against an owner. This is truly embarrassing.
On what, Jeff?
Well, but that's not the point, is it? You know, nobody's saying that their judgment has been good, because it clearly hasn't. But to say they don't care, you know, Jill's texted in and said, you know, she was a Manchester United fan, saying, join the club, Alex. You know, Manchester United fans are going to point out what's happening at their club and saying it's much, much worse than what's happening at Chelsea.
You know, you make a very fair point, Jeff, and people are totally entitled to say that. The decline of Manchester United since the Glazers took over was slow and steady. They still picked up league titles, took them quite a long time before they got to the situation they're in now. We have been under this consortium for 3 years, and we're already talking about the fact that we're a mid-table club. We have an owner that actually relishes the opportunity to be like Brighton. Can you believe that? He said that publicly. He's come out and said, We love the Brighton model. Why? Because they are profitable, because they spend 10% of their revenue on their wages, and they are a profitable, stable, mid-table club. When he was actually speaking about this, Egg Barley, he spoke about this publicly with the owners of AC Milan at a conference in America, I think. And he said, you're going to make money on this deal. You're going to make money on this deal. Everything is about money. It's not even the fact that we're guessing this stuff. I'm just quoting people at this point. And you look at Feliciano. He says, we care more about having a good business model than success on the pitch. I just spoke about Jonathan Goldstein. He's not even a Chelsea fan and he owns a part of the club. Do you think he cares about the future of this football team? There's no ambition whatsoever. And we've got Hansi Viss. The only reason Hansi Viss is involved in Chelsea is because he doesn't like Abramovich. I mean, what are we doing here?
Alex, look, it's great to hear your passion, mate.
Magic, Alex.
Yeah, fantastic. And you've got every right to protest. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to change anything. But look, thanks very much indeed for joining us, Alex.
All the best.
Thanks, guys.
And Alex,
you know, some Jim, I can see the point. I can understand people think there's an entitlement, but I don't think there is an entitlement with Alex. I think Alex's concern is he doesn't want to see Chelsea go the way Manchester United have gone.
yeah, but look, I mean, in fairness, Alex is getting battered on the text at the moment. Phil Roberts says Chelsea fan out of Tosh, moaning about January transfers. They couldn't spend anymore. Are these people real? And Tom in Middlesbrough said, spoilt brat of a Chelsea fan whose team's only successes have come from throwing money at it. No sympathy for him. Wants to try and support one of the teams that are genuinely being run poorly in this country. Thank you very much indeed. Look, he's a football fan, you know, and he feels for his football club, and I don't think we should criticise him for that.
Talk Sport Breakfast, waking you up Monday to Friday morning from 6 a.m. on AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Not for the first time this morning, and it's everywhere today. United's free lunches axed to save £1 million. You're sniggering in the background, Simon, but this is a matter of fact. That was the back of the Times. What is going on now? Well, not for the first time, as I say, we're focusing on this story, and it's a story that has, it's fair to say, incensed more than a few Manchester United fans. The man at the centre of all of this is Omar Barada, the United chief executive, who announced the redundancies at an all-time staff meeting yesterday, blaming the continued cuts on the club losing money for 5 consecutive years. Staff bonus payments will be reduced. Barada said, while between 150 and 200 people will be made redundant. Now, this goes on to tell us employees at both Old Trafford and the club's training ground Carrington have been entitled to free food, but that perk will also be ending, with the staff canteen at the stadium set to close imminently. I mean, Simon, you snigger at it, but
it's a perk, isn't it? It's not a given right. I mean, I realise if you give somebody something and ultimately it then becomes an entitlement, well, they must be feeding a lot of people to be spending £1 million a year, to costing themselves £1 million a year, which is the best part of £4.5–5 grand a day on a working day. You've got to be going some and feeding a lot of people. I mean, nobody, I don't know, subsidised canteens is one thing, paying for people's food is another. It's not a prerequisite. It may sound very mean-spirited, but these are commercial businesses. You wanted a change of ownership. You've got Jim Ratcliffe, and although you don't like him, the Glazers have gotten away from all the focus. They're still the majority shareholders. People will argue about the cost of the dividends and the cost of interest payments. They'll forget the fact that the Glazers have probably ratcheted the commercial income beyond any level that's ever been achieved at Man United before. So what they've arguably cost the club, they've brought in as well. Now, I don't make that argument for them. I suggest it's a fact. And I don't have any vested interest in the Glazers and what they do and don't do. But this is the gift that keeps on giving for the media.
You say
Ratcliffe must be waiting for Thomas Tuchel to come through the door, lose a few games at England, and wait till the media have a feeding frenzy on him and his activities off the field.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, what about this? This is a bit Oliver Twist, is it not?
Why?
Let me quote the chief executive, Omar Barada, Manchester United's chief exec, who, remember, jumped ship from Manchester City to Manchester United. Omar Barada reportedly earns $4 million a year.
Yeah.
How about him trimming his wage? Just a thought. Barada says these hard choices are necessary to put the club back on a stable financial footing.
Yeah.
We've lost money for the past 5 consecutive years. This can't continue. Our 2 main priorities as a club are delivering success on the pitch, for the fans and improving our facilities. We can't invest in these objectives if we're continuously losing money.
Yeah.
Cutting free meals. Will that necessarily lead to Manchester United shooting right up the Premier League table and winning a title?
Not necessarily.
Probably not.
No, but do you get free meals here?
Well, you get heavily subsidised meal here.
Subsidised meals, absolutely. If you're covering your costs on your meals, I mean, I know
the players at Manchester United get free
but
meal.
you can't compare what the players are getting.
Why not?
Because it doesn't work that way. Because we all know we all know it's grotesquely unfair.
Yeah.
We all know that when a club gets promoted to the Premier League and then gets relegated and people lose their jobs because of the players' performance on the field, it's the people that did nothing to deserve that are the ones that get it. We all know that the economics of football are stacked in one direction. Those that are accountable for the outcomes are the ones that very, very rarely get them visited upon them. We know that. But the nature of the beast is, why are they carrying this level of staff? Is there any element, if they're able to run this business the same way commercially, with hundreds of staff being removed from their payroll, what in God's name have they been doing carrying them for all these years in the first place?
Well, the latest round of redundancies will mean they've cut up to 500 jobs.
Yeah.
But on the food front, only players receive free meals. Other staff members are now restricted to soup and bread.
Right.
So they can bring a bread and some soup.
Or they can bring their own meal. I mean, this is we are the same people that sit in the studio and say, when a player has a security issue, well, maybe the club should be paying for it. So you want a multi-millionaire that gets paid hundreds of thousands of pounds a week. We have this debate in the studio, more often than not championed and led by you, that players should be looked after by the clubs. They should be paying for their personal security. What?
But
why?
But you want to protect your assets, surely.
Oh, okay. So when a player gets his house burgled, who owns £100,000 a week, he's far more important than a guy in accounts.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
But that is what you guys think.
No, I don't.
Yes, it is.
No, I don't.
You do.
I think that football players come with a different dynamic because of the nature of the industry. And if you're paying £100 million to get a footballer, there's a different dynamic to it.
Dynamic.
If the industry
we can feed you lot, but not you lot.
Do I think it's right? No. Do I think a lot about football?
You don't
right?
think it's right?
Am I not the person?
But this is cost cutting, and you go for cost cutting, don't you?
No, it's not.
Trimming the fat.
No, it's efficiencies.
What's efficiencies?
It's efficiencies.
All right.
So if Manchester United are able to run their operation, improve their commercial outcomes, at the same time as, of course, improve their football pitch outcomes, with a far reduced staff, why were they carrying such a ridiculous level of staff?
Well, you need to ask them that.
Well,
I would suggest a transformation plan.
I would suggest they don't need it, and they've suddenly realised that the people that were running the business commercially weren't running it properly. These people have worked for, have earned their money in an environment that has had very low standards, so they don't need these people anymore because they're going to up the standards, make people that are in their jobs more efficient, and the cost implications of it are for the benefit of the business.
But these are the same people who, up until recently, were happy to pay Rashford 300 grand a week.
Sure.
Now they get help from Villa for that.
Yeah,
what about Casemiro? How about a couple of weeks' wages? That would equate to probably like a year of...
So when you go to the players and ask them then, okay, you lot that wouldn't take one single penny pay cut during 18 months of COVID with no buggers going into stadium, how about giving some money to these poor... What would you get? They can't even pay their union fees. What are you going to get from them?
should take a pay cut here, just along the way here. $4 million a year, it's a good wage, isn't it?
I don't know what salary is.
Maybe just to help... We're not feeding you, We're making you redundant and you redundant. But I tell you what, I'll carry on at $4 million a year. Why doesn't he maybe trim it somewhat to fall into line with the transformation plan that he's invented himself?
Well, he's an employee exacting outcomes for the shareholders.
Or someone's given him that, or he's been awarded this.
Well, he's the best in class, I suspect, and what people think that goes with the territory.
Yeah.
If you pay somebody that runs British Gas doesn't get the same as somebody that runs a newsagent's, does he?
No,
because there's a different
scale. You've run all this before, though.
No, I think ultimately...
Do you think Omar's worth his $4 million a year?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know if he is or he isn't.
No.
At this moment in time, Manchester United as a proposition isn't doing very well, and these sort of arguments are all over the papers because most of the people that write these articles have never run a business in their life and never understand what it's like to run a business. They can have an opinion, like most people, but there's an educated and there's an informed opinion, and there's an opinion based upon creating and confecting a reaction from their readers.
Yeah.
If Manchester United, who I couldn't care less if they get relegated or win the league, I couldn't care less if Man United pay the Glazers a fortune or don't pay them a penny.
But Simon, this is no media campaign. Sir Jim Ratcliffe has axed free staff lunches. Effectively,
yes.
That's your headline. That's your headline. So would you.
Yeah, so would I.
500 redundancies.
So
Says
would
the
I.
door. Thanks for your time.
If I looked at the business and said to them, right, I've walked through the door, my first impression is you are a bone-idle, lazy bunch of scroats, that the standards in this business are so low that I'm absolutely appalled, which is what I thought when I walked through the door at Palace, actually. And I wish I'd done a bit harder and faster at that place. And then with Radcliffe, he's gone, I'll have a look at this for a year. Let's have a look at this. If he walked through the door when he bought his 29% shareholding and a week later went, everybody out... Everybody can have this argument. He spent a year looking at this business as a commercially minded man that knows they've got to maintain the standards of commercial activity in the marketplace, and he's looking at it going, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
This is jobs for the boys, metaphorically speaking, without wanting to make it a sexist comment by bringing boys into the conversation.
Yeah.
This is a ridiculous analysis of a business that clearly needs to be trimmed, made more efficient in all of its areas. And we're turning it into a story because people got free food that possibly they shouldn't have got in the first place. Because no other bugger that goes to work gets free food. But many United employees do.
We're not turning it into any story.
Yes.
Are there not now a total of 500 redundancies at Manchester United? Yes or no?
And the reason...
So what did we do? Did we fabricate this? We invent the story?
We're creating the idea.
It's a matter of fact. It's quite a shocking number, though, isn't it?
We're also
50 maybe, 70 maybe.
We're also turning around and saying we're painting at some picture like these poor buggers are going to be served gruel. And they're in a workhouse.
Soup and bread.
And ultimately they're sat there, please, sir, could I have some more?
Yeah,
right?
well, exactly. Well, on that very topic, is Sir Jim turning Manchester United into an episode of Oliver Twist? Sounds like it. No more free grub, soup and bread for the ones who remain.
What would Avram Grant be, the Artful Dodger?
The 500 who have been made redundant are at home making their own grub.
Yes.
So they've been forgotten about fairly quickly. Manchester United fans, in all honesty, did you ever think you'd read headlines like this? There it is, the back of the Times, United's free lunches axed to save 1 million. It's all part of Mr. Barada's transformation plan. What do you think of that? 03717 22 33 44 810 89.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Enzo Maresca is worried that Chelsea's over-reliance on Cole Palmer could be affecting the England international's form. Palmer hasn't scored in his last 6 games, and Chelsea have lost 4 of them.
I'm not concerned about Cole because Cole is a human being, and during the season he can have some moment where he struggles a little bit more. The problem is with Cole is probably that we rely on Cole for everything, and I said since we start that we need to rely on the team. For sure we need big players, top players like Cole, but we are not worried about Cole at all. The other day I think yes, he had a great chance, but overall the performance from Cole, as I said, every game we expect from him goal or assist, so it's difficult. He's human being, he's player, and in this moment probably his performance also reflect a little bit the team performance, that we struggle to score goals and we need to be a little bit more clinical when we get the chances.
So, has there been a drop-off? Well, in his first 13 games of the season, Palmer scored 8 goals. In his last 13, he scored 6, so pretty similar numbers. But in terms of assists, the difference is stark. He's created 6 goals. He did that in the first half of the season. None since. Now, that's despite creating exactly the same number of chances. The XG backs up those numbers. His expected goals is similar, but his expected assists suggest that Chelsea are simply not taking the chances he creates. Well, Chelsea's form has definitely dropped off. When they played Everton just before Christmas, they had the chance to go top. They're now 7th.
Sometimes it's football. Sometimes there is a reason why in behind. We are trying to understand a little bit. Again, the good thing is that at least you were in front in these kind of games. Now is the other part. When you are in front, try to protect that. And in almost all these kind of games, yes, we analyzed that we had chances from 1-0 to go 2-0, from 0-1 to go 0-2, and we miss more than once. Even the other day against Villa, first half we had 4 or 5 chances to go 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. At the end, you miss, the game is always open and anything can happen. But for sure, it's something that we need to understand.
Need to understand, says Enzo Maresca. Well, our chief reporter, Kaveh Solokol, is back. Why have the wheels come off for Chelsea?
Good question. Look, it's undeniable Chelsea are in a bad run of form at the moment. Just 2 months ago, they were second in the Premier League. People were talking about them being title contenders. Enzo Maresca totally downplayed that. I think since then, their form hasn't been great. Some of their main players have been out of form. I think one of the main reasons for this bad patch is injuries. If you look at it, Enzo Maresca is without, I think, around 8 first-team players at the moment. Players like Fofana, Jackson, Lavia, Chalobah is going to be out as well. And the other important thing to remember is that Chelsea have a very young, developing squad. And when you are dealing with young players, they are always going to go through periods when they lose their form. So I think nobody at Chelsea is hitting the panic button at the moment. Yes, everybody at the club accepts that performances and results haven't been good enough. I think the performance against Aston Villa was improved. They did end up losing that game, but that was really because the goalkeeper made a mistake right at the end of the match. But I think Enzo Maresca knows that the target is to qualify for the Champions League. That is what Chelsea need to do. And I think if they win the majority of their home games, starting with Southampton tomorrow night, then they can still make it. Because finishing 5th may get you in the Champions League, probably will get you in the Champions League this season.
Yeah, it will. Kaveh, you've made a very good case for Maresca and Chelsea. Some would say you've made excuses for him. Are the Chelsea fans buying that, though?
Right, so you want me to put the other side of the argument? I do. The other side of the argument, I can actually put that quite well, because I know a lot of Chelsea supporters, and the majority of them are very unhappy at the moment. They feel there is a sort of disconnection between the fans and the club. They were used to having a lot of success under the previous owner, Roman Abramovich. But of course, times have changed. There is no unlimited cash at Chelsea anymore. And even if there was, we've got financial fair play, we've got PSR. The owners cannot go out and just buy the best players in the world. So I understand the fans are unhappy. I think the message from the owners to them is, let's stick together. We hear you're unhappy. We know why you're unhappy. We are trying to address those concerns, but we have a very, very young squad at the moment, and it's very important that you don't turn on the players.
Right, Arne Slot believes Mohamed Salah needs to end the season by winning silverware if he's to win his first ever Ballon d'Or. Salah registered his 40th and 41st goal contributions of the season in Liverpool's win against Manchester City, leading Jamie Carragher to suggest he was having a Messi or Ronaldo season. But Slot was not keen to draw comparisons with his talisman.
It's a good thing that Mo is in the discussion, because it means he does well and means we are doing well. But for him to stay in that discussion, he should bring in the same performances as he's done for 7 or 8 months now. And I think in general, someone that wins the Ballon d'Or needs to win something as well. So it's a great challenge that is in front of us, but also in front of him. And what I liked a lot is that he takes this challenge not only by scoring a big goal and a great assist against City, but he also wanted the team to win, because his defensive work rate, especially in the second half, was outstanding. And that is, I think, what it takes for us to have a chance of winning something. And if we as a team can win something, he will have a far more better chance to win an individual prize like the Ballon d'Or. It's so difficult to compare players with each other, and it's not fair to anyone. I think Mo has his own career, and Mo has been outstanding. Messi and Ronaldo both didn't play the Premier League, but I don't want to bring them down, because these two players are incredible, but that makes the comparison maybe even more difficult. So Mo has had some outstanding seasons here at Liverpool, and we hope he can continue this for a longer period of time. But to do that, he first has to extend his contract, of course. and you guys don't ask me about that anymore. So that's a positive thing.
Well, Liverpool could end tomorrow night as many as 14 points clear at the top of the Premier League should they beat Newcastle. Despite it now looking increasingly likely that the title will be heading to Anfield, Slot insists his side will not be getting ahead of themselves.
I don't think I need even to enforce that message, because these are the players that played, and I know the Forest fans are going to like me saying this again, but these players played the Forest home game, these players played the Fulham home game, these same players played the Manchester United home game, and the same players played Newcastle away, which was a very difficult game for us. 2 times being a goal down, then being one goal up, and eventually drawing it to 3-0. So I don't think it's necessary. We all know these players are so long in this competition, much longer than me. So they know how difficult every single game is, and if you have to play 11, it's still a long way to go.
So a big game, isn't it, for Liverpool on the horizon? But you can keep across all of tonight's games in the Premier League, EFL and Scotland on a soccer special. Julian Warren guests will be here at 7 p.m. on Sky Sports News. And see Premier League highlights shortly after full time on the Sky Sports app. Just scan this QR code. This is the Football Show. It's a busy midweek of Premier League action. Arsenal in action against Nottingham Forest tomorrow night. I tell you what, Jamie Weir has spoken to Mikel Arteta this morning, and he joins us live right now. Good morning to you, Jamie. It's looking like the impossible task for Arsenal to win the title this season. But how is Arteta seeing it?
Good morning to you, Rob. Yeah, I think you would define Mikel Arteta's mood this morning as defiant, bullish, certainly not giving up on the title at all. I think the frustrating thing from Mikel Arteta's point of view is for the last 2 seasons, Arsenal have been in pole position. They know that if they just carry on winning, they're going to win the title. Obviously, on neither occasion has that happened. Manchester City have chased them down on both occasions. But this time, they're trying to play catch-up, and they're looking at a side 11 points clear of them who just do not look like dropping points. And I think that is the real frustration from Arsenal's point of view, that they're kind of powerless just watching Liverpool head to the Etihad on Sunday and turn over the champions with relative ease. So he was saying, Mikel Arteta, that it was a really difficult weekend for them. Their result at the Emirates combined with Liverpool's result at the Etihad. But he came armed with some stats as well, Mikel Arteta, this morning. He said that going into the weekend, in their previous 15 games, Arsenal had won 10, drawn 5. Liverpool had won 10, drawn 5. They had the same goal difference of plus 23. So he had all the stats on hand, but he was saying that the weekend was really difficult because just when you want to get some forward momentum, that defeat against West Ham has really rocked them back on their heels. But when asked if he was giving up on the title, I knew he was going to give this response anyway, Rob, but he said they were absolutely not giving up just yet. And on 2 separate occasions, he used these exact 4 words: over my dead body. Have a listen to this.
Resilience, the resources, the ambition that the team has, every individual has, and that has been probably in my time one of the proudest moments to work in that sense. The thing is that when you are there, you want more, and you want more, and you want more. And I'm not going to stop over my dead body. We stop thinking that way and putting everything that we possibly can to increase that probability of us winning and being better than the opponent.
You were saying earlier about you're obviously not giving up on the titles until it's mathematically impossible, but in your heart...
Over my dead body.
Over your dead body.
Yeah.
But in your heart of hearts, do you really think you can do it?
If not, I'll go home, guys. Mathematically, it's possible. You are there. You have to play every game. Suddenly, 3 days ago, we could close the gap, and you are like, you are 1.5 games away. It doesn't matter. We have to continue to go. If the difficulty is higher 3 days ago, yet it is higher. You want to win the Premier League, you're going to have to do something special. You're going to have to win this Premier League with the circumstances that we have. Probably have to do something that nobody else has done in the history of the Premier League.
Well, it was a frustrating afternoon for Arsenal's attacking players, wasn't it, against West Ham, with Mikel Merino lining up in that makeshift number 9. How likely is it Arteta sticks with him tomorrow?
Yeah, I think sort of reading between the lines, Rob, it's probably fairly likely, just given how limited options that he has against Leicester. They're in the same position, only 3 recognised forward players, Trossard, Nwaneri and Sterling. Trossard played it as the 9 that day. It didn't work for 80 minutes. Off came Mikel Merino from the bench, scored 2 goals, and it was all kind of papered over the cracks, really. It was seen as a masterstroke from Mikel Arteta. Now, you could read into that, well, just where Leicester are at the moment, that Ruud van Nistelrooy hadn't really it was an unknown quantity what Mikel Merino was going to be like as a false 9. They weren't able to deal with it. Well, Graham Potter had certainly done his homework before Saturday, and they were able to deal with Mikel Merino with relative ease. But I did ask Mikel Arteta, look, is it still an option going forward to play Merino as 9 with wide players either side of him? Was it just a bad day at the office on Saturday? And he seemed to imply that that was the case.
In relation to the opposition and the options that we have, and then what the team generates as well. So especially the attacking players depend a lot on what the team is generating, the chemistry, on the fluidity, the areas that we are hitting, how we interacting with each other. And it worked really well against Leicester, and it didn't work that well the other day because there were a lot of things missing.
And it doesn't get any easier, does it, Rob? They head to the City ground tomorrow, bound to be a tough game, second against third in the league. Are Arsenal giving up in the title race over Mikel Arteta's dead body?
To Manchester United now. We're going to hear from Ruben Amorim this lunchtime as he holds his first news conference since the club announced up to 200 more job cuts.
Well, as part of cost-cutting measures at Old Trafford, staff have been told that free lunches will also no longer be provided, saving around £1 million a year.
The latest measures come just 7 months after 250 roles were made redundant in the first wave of efforts by co-owner Sir Jim Ratcliffe to stop the financial losses made by the club.
Staff were informed of the redundancies in a meeting with Chief Executive Omar Baradi yesterday. The news comes a week after the club's latest financial results showed they were more than £1 billion in debt and had paid more than £1 billion in interest since the Glazers' leveraged buyout in 2005.
If you talk about Manchester United, you have to talk about the ownership model. If you want to cut costs, why don't you cut the £1 billion that has been paid out in interest servicing the loans of the Glazer family? Don't forget, 19 years ago, before they arrived in Manchester, United were a debt-free club. They borrowed £604 million to buy United. They loaded that debt onto the club. That debt, 19 years later, after all the interest payments that United have paid, has now gone up to £731 million. £1 billion has been paid out in interest. This is unique to Manchester United. No other club has this ownership model. This ownership model, leveraged buyouts at this level, are not allowed in football anymore.
It's been little more than a year since Sir Jim Ratcliffe bought a 27.7% stake, and since then there's been a big effort to reduce spending. When United reached the FA Cup final, employees were told to pay for their own transport, a change from the usual staff perk. Then in the summer, 250 redundancies were announced, just as Erik ten Hag received a contract extension until 2026. During the summer, Manchester United spent £200 million in the transfer window, which included Joshua Zirkzee for £36.5 million from Bologna and Matthias de Ligt from Bayern Munich for £38.5 million. Then further cost-cutting measures were made in October. It was announced that Sir Alex Ferguson's ambassadorial role would be discontinued at the end of the season, while the staff Christmas party was cancelled. And then in November, supporters protested against a rise in ticket prices. Tickets were increased to £66 with no concessions for children or seniors. And now this, the latest round of redundancies were announced yesterday as the club continued to restructure with up to 200 more jobs cut and an end to free staff lunches.
The devil is in the detail here. To read then that the only staff really now getting free lunches are the players. I mean, you know, the sort of kind of the harsh breakdown there is that's 3 weeks wages for Casemiro if you're going to kind of, you know, tot up the 1 million sort of kind of cost saved across the year. It brings it into stark context. You know, they are going to be offered fruit, they are going to be offered soup and some bread. But apart from that, they're doing away with the free lunches.
I just can't see how making these decisions contributes to
the winning culture they want, the culture of togetherness they want, as well as the sense of a proper football club, when the savings pale next to the amount of money going out on players that they will have to spend. So it does feel like a false economy. And B, the way kind of the drip, and it's not really a drip, there's a flood of stories now like this now, just contribute to the erosion of what is, supposed to be still a community club. That's always been, as much as trophies and glory, what United has been famous for, not least given the kind of the spirit and culture of youth products from the area and all of this. And it's a grim story, this, and it's a grim that one of England's great football clubs is in this situation.
The image that they're portraying is absolutely shocking. It does take me back, I have to say, when all the stories, the nicey stories about how amazing Jim Ratcliffe was going to be when he took over Manchester United. Honestly, we had weeks and weeks of it saying what a visionary he was and fantastic businessman. Well, I'm sorry, he might be a good businessman, but at the moment, he's just making cut after cut after cut.
But we do start with Manchester United, who have confirmed they expect to make a further 200 redundancies as part of what they call a transformation plan to strengthen financial sustainability and return to profitability. Let's get much more on that. Our chief reporter, Kaveh Solokol, is alongside me. Good afternoon. What does that mean then?
Well, it means that up to another 200 people who are employed by Manchester United could be losing their jobs. This is on top of the 250 roles that have already been removed last year. The background to this, of course, is that Ineos and Jim Ratcliffe bought a 25% stake in United just over a year ago. And since they've come into the club, they have looked at areas where they can make changes. I think in their opinion, they can make the business leaner, more streamlined, to make it fit for 2025 and the future. And they have identified roles that can be made redundant. And that is what they have been doing. And in the statement we've just had in the past hour from the chief executive, Omar Barada, he says we are initiating a wide-ranging series of measures which will transform and renew the club. Unfortunately, this means announcing further potential redundancies, and we deeply regret the impact on those affected colleagues. However, these hard choices are necessary to put the club back on a stable financial footing. We've lost money for the past 5 consecutive years. This cannot continue. Our 2 main priorities as a club are delivering success on the pitch for our fans and improving our facilities. We cannot invest in these objectives if we are continuously losing money.
Now, last week it marked a year since Ineos took their stake and took control of football operations at Manchester United. There were a lot of pieces about, I guess you would call it potentially penny pinching if you wanted to, or streamlining. It's not just redundancies that are being put in place by Ineos to change things at Manchester United.
No, I think going forward, we are going to see more staff moving from Old Trafford to working at Carrington. Of course, Carrington is being redeveloped at the moment. Also, I think there will be a reduced presence at Manchester United's offices in London. If you remember, under Ed Woodward, for instance, United always had a presence in central London. Their offices used to be in Mayfair. I think they've moved to High Street, Kensington. That was to have the people who sort of negotiate United's commercial deals based in London, because the thinking was that it was easier to meet interested parties who wanted to do business with United in London rather than in Manchester. I think going forward there will still be a London office for United, but more of the people who work in London will be moving to Manchester. Also, a couple of other things to clear up. I know there have been some reports today about the fact that if you work at United's training ground and you're not a member of the first team squad, the catering arrangements are going to change for you. I've seen headlines saying that you'll only be getting soup and sandwiches. I think the guidance we are getting is that Carrington catering arrangements will remain unchanged for the remainder of the season. But of course, as at every other club, there is a difference between the food that first team players, the first team, the academy and the women's teams are served compared to what other people who work at the training ground get. Also, we're being told there will be an end to free lunches for staff at Old Trafford. Again, that's in line with most workplaces, and United believe that that will save them around £1 million a year. Also, just to clarify, Manchester United's annual donation to the Manchester United Disabled Supporters Association, which is about £40,000 a year, that is remaining unchanged.
A lot of it doesn't feel great for morale, though, does it?
I mean, of course it doesn't. You know, people are losing their jobs, and a lot of the people losing their jobs are not the people who are responsible for the fact that United have lost something like £300 million over the past 3 years. Now, if you look at why United are struggling financially, those people are not the people to blame, really. The problem has been the vast sums of money that have been spent in the transfer market. A lot of that money has been spent on players who've not delivered on the pitch. Also, the fact that the executives at United have made some decisions, some mistakes that have cost the club a lot of money. For instance, giving Erik ten Hag a new contract and then having to pay him off.
Dan Ashworth.
Employing Dan Ashworth, and then him leaving so quickly and having to be paid off. Again, these people who are losing their jobs are not responsible for that. And of course, when you're talking about United and finances, you have to talk about their ownership model. Being owned by the Glazer family has cost Manchester United well over £1 billion over the last 19 years. And I've said this again before, and I'll say it again. When the Glazers bought Manchester United, they borrowed £604 million. They loaded that debt onto the club. The club have paid £834 million in interest on that debt. And 19 years later, that debt has gone up to £731 million. 19 years ago, they borrowed £604 million. The debt is now £731 million, and £834 million has been paid out on interest. This is a club who were debt-free when the Glazers bought Manchester United. These figures are from the Swiss Ramble blog accounts. You can look at them yourself. They are based on Manchester United's accounts over the last 19 years. Also, United owe £391 million in transfer payments. So their total debt is £1.1 billion. In the past 10 years, the Glazer family have taken out dividends of £177 million. And just over a year ago, they sold 25% of the club for around £1 billion to Ineos.
Just a quick final point then. And you would say that because Ruben.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, it's working now. Anybody home? Sounds. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. No joking, no nothing. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Good evening, good afternoon, good night, good morning, good whatever time it might be in your location. Today is match day, and today we have a protest at Stamford Bridge. It's going good so far. I'm gonna show you some image that been sent from Stamford Bridge. Good to see. You have to start somewhere. I see many people, over, could be probably 1,000. I think people are gonna start joining as we go. I think it's gonna be so many people joining the protest, which I really appreciate those people who spend their money, go to games, support the team, do stuff like this, organize event like this. So good. Anyways, Phantom of Many Topics said that he hopes that Chelsea loses today, so Clown Lake and Maresca could leave the club. Basically, that's what he means. No, man, I don't want my team to lose. Like, no matter what, I want to always Chelsea win because the club belongs to us. The club is for us. Maresca is going to leave. Clear Lake is going to leave. Everybody can leave, but you and me, we're going to stay here. We want to see our club back to the Champions League. So I'm not going to wish anything, bad result or just so I can say I told you so. No. That is not the way I see football. Like, we have to win. Those players are paid a lot of money to win games. We are waiting for them to win games. So that is your opinion, Mr. Phantom. But for me, it's a no. I have to win games. That is the most important. Okay. Let's go. Oh, you have to pin this one. Okay, Mr. Oda. Good evening, sir. Good evening to you. Nice to see you here. Give me some feedbacks if you can hear me and you can see me. And we go from there, okay? If you are in the building, it's not gonna cost you anything. It's gonna just take you a few seconds to let me know if I'm so loud or I'm too quiet or whatever. Okay, now we have to go and check on what is happening at Stamford Bridge right now. Boom. Charlie sent some let's send some image from Stamford Bridge, so we shall see it very, very soon. Bear with me. So let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, so let's check on some image from Stamford Bridge. All right, let's go to Dodgers. Okay, so you have some image already from Stamford Bridge. Clear Lake out. No stadium plan. No Champions League football. Average squad. Player thriving. Obsession. I can't read because I can't see properly from here. But yeah, the main point is the protest is going on, and it's very good to see, Congratulations to the Liard who organized this. Took their precious time to go and protest for the team, for our club. And you see, wait a minute. I need some feedbacks, please. If you can't hear me, or if it's too loud or too quiet, you let me know. Let me see. Because I can't hear myself. Loud or too quiet. Because I can't hear myself. Okay, now I can hear myself twice. So technology, it's not me. It's part of technology. All right, it is what it is, people. So you can see here, this is London Stamford Bridge. Some fans are sending image from there. It's a lot of people though. This got an impact, and I've been saying that you have to start from somewhere. some people try to discourage fans that you don't have anything to say. You are not united or whatever. No, not everybody is gonna be united on stuff like this. But we have to start somewhere, and this is good because you can see it's going good. Congratulations to the lad. So look at this one. Okay, so let's listen from this one. Yeah, the best owner in the entire world, man. When he watches this kind of videos, I think he must be crying really, like, man, this team need me right now. Let's listen to another one. Another video from Stamford. Okay, so this one, that should be a fake money, right? Very, very good protest, to be honest. I like it when I see Chelsea fans committed to doing stuff like this. You have to applaud it. So the protest is a success, in my humble opinion. So far, so good. Let's watch the last video before we take Aziz here. Let me... You greedy bastards, get out of the club. Yeah, good, man. Good to see that Chelsea fans are really determined to send their message. It's a clear message, clear leg out. Get out our club. Bowley, with Feliciano, Igbali, you are destroying our club. So clear message, as you can tell on your screen right now. I'm enjoying it, man. I miss London. I miss Europe right now. A lot of people so far, and it's not even the beginning yet. Roman Abramovich, 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 Roman Abramovich. All right, so yeah, man, I'm enjoying this, man. I am enjoying this. Congratulations to the guys. Aziz, you can talk, bro.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, one thing I want to say congratulations to the Chelsea fans.
Mm-hmm.
Enough with this nonsense board we have. Enough is enough.
Yes, sir.
There's no clear understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Enough is enough with this mediocre kind of coaching with system we have. Enough is enough with the way they are running our club. Because come on, it's not hard to run a club. I'm telling you, it's not hard to run a club.
Yeah, they have to
People are
change.
blaming Todd Bowley. People are blaming Todd Bowley. You all know one thing I like about what Todd Bowley did this season?
Tell us.
Let's be frank. Todd Bowley is not involved in any of the transfer this season. He's just waiting for it to crash down.
Yeah, he's not.
If anything goes wrong, blame it bad. They just use Todd Bowley as the face of if anything happens. Todd Bowley will be the one to carry the weight. Take the blame on those idiots we have on top, Ed Bally and the rest of the people that have the 60%. I'd rather have Todd Bowley even run Chelsea because at least he wants to bring in stars that will help Chelsea.
At least, I mean, he made also mistakes by bringing probably the players that were already aging or finished, but you can see the intention. Buying Sterling and paying him 350k a week, it's a mistake, but you can see the intent behind it, like, oh, we're not going to go all out for young kids. By bringing Sterling, Aubameyang, Koulibaly, Kukurea, it just showed, like, I am going to back my manager. And Todd Bowley also brought Chukwuemeka. So he mixed, a little bit, bring some youngsters, but bring also experience, already made players, so we can win now and while we are preparing for the future. So you have to mix up those things. And they were like, no, bro, you are out. You only have like 20% on this team. We decide here, we're going to go all out for youngsters. And then they sold pretty much everybody. And now we are paying the price. So Todd Bowley, people really don't have to blame him because he has a very good intention. If you look at the way he's managing like the Lakers or the Dodgers, you can see he's bringing expensive players. Like the Japanese guy, he's the most paid here, but he's like the GOAT. Like he will bring you people like in Ronaldo level because he knows the commercial value. He knows that player is gonna take our team to the next level in terms of commercial, in terms of everything, know-how, work ethic and all that. So Bowley understand it, but clearly they don't understand it and they have the decisions to make. So this is what is happening. So I'm just enjoying this protest here at Stamford Bridge, people. As you can tell, me and Aziz are here. If you want to join us, you can just click on this link here. All right, click it, call us, give your humble opinion. You don't have to be humble. Give your honest opinion. If you want to get on somebody, no problem. Okay. Thank you also for people who are participating on the poll. I put a poll early on asking you people who's to blame the most. I know everybody is to blame. Every level now, from the owners to the sporting director to the manager to the players. So you have to choose one, the worst one, or what you think. At this period of time, this is the guy who is making decisions and this is his fault in this particular time. For me, to be honest with you, is the manager in this moment. It's not like entirely he's the problem, but right now the transfer window is over. He decided to get rid of many amazing players like Chukwuemeka, Felix, and Chile, Casadei, physicality in the midfield and all that, Vega, and he's the guy who's making decisions on that pitch, who doesn't want to use them or who doesn't create a system that will fit everybody. So he's the problem like now. But overall, there are issues with the sporting director's recruitment. And you have also owners who choose the sporting directors to begin with. The money is there, but the money being wasted on average kid to hope that they can be good in the future. It doesn't work that way, Doesn't work that way. All right, we continue, people. The game. Oh, let me put the timer. What time the game is gonna start? Oh, anybody got the lineup? Because remember the lineup started coming out like early. Before it was like some kind of rules from the Premier League, only 1 hour before the kickoff. But now they allowed them to publish the list even before. Let me double check. If anybody got the lineup, you can tell us already. And let me put the timer on the screen so people can see. So 1 hour and 26 minutes to go until we have the kickoff. It's gonna start 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. And let me double check if Chelsea got the lineup already. No lineup yet, but it's a match day only. Michel Aimé. He's gone. Michel Aimé sounds like French. Come back. I put you through, but you're gone. I don't know if the connection from your location is not good or whatever it is. So try to come back and we're going to put you through. Mr. Aimé Michel. I know so many people called Aimé and Michel because those are like very, very French names. Very French, really. Okay. Man. And I know that Chelsea official website or official Twitter account or social media account, they want to report on the protests because, you know, they own us, you know, they own the channels and everything. So nobody's going to report it. But it's good to see that, you know, the media is paying attention. You have Nizer Kinsella. He's in the stadium right now. He works for BBC. We have so many guys who are Chelsea fans and also work for like TalkSport and Sky Sport. So it's getting media attention. So this thing is getting attention and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. So our voice being heard.
Remember when I said we needed to protest before it led to this?
Yeah. You
Remember,
said it.
you know, I hate to be proven right. I hate it because I saw what was going on. I said if we don't address it in January, top four is gone. And our season is going to go down all the way. It started in games against Everton and Fulham. I've already seen the mentality of this coach. When the pressure comes, he wants to kick him out. So why are you being paid to be a coach? Making the same old silly mistakes. He only has one tactics. And another theory is sabotaging Chelsea, saying, oh, you guys didn't back me. That is why I'm going to be playing all attacking. Our midfield, everything is way open. You see where I'm coming from? You could minimize, you could maximize the error coming out. I said, do not push too much. You understand? Do not push too much.
Yeah.
Play a mid-block midfield. Let the front three. If they don't score, we will know that's where the problem is coming from. Not like everybody's on pressure. You see where I'm coming from? Whereby the defense is open, the defense that is not good enough is open. The goalkeeper is open. Everybody's just open. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, that's why I said there are so many issues in many levels.
So what's the essence of buying that guy from France if you're not going to use him?
Mogu. Yeah. Matisse
What's the essence of buying if you're not going to use him?
Yeah, they want
to
flip him, send him to...
What's the essence of bringing that guy from Argentina if you're not going to use him?
Yeah, Anselmino. Anselmino
So
also.
these are things I'm asking myself, like, is this coach, is it crazy?
The craziest thing about it, if he said it publicly, how can you buy a young kid and say we didn't buy him to play him? Hello? Come on. Just lie. I don't want you even to lie. Say something nice. Say he's a great player.
Like,
He's still a young
I'm going to
player.
tell you something,
We can
Mr. Oates.
incorporate
Mr.
him.
Oates,
Yes.
I'll say something. I've never hated somebody. I'm beginning to hate this coach. I swear to Almighty God, I'm beginning to hate him. I hate what he stands for. I'm beginning, as in, I've never had hatred on anybody in my life. I'm beginning to have hatred on this board and this coach.
He's talking a lot of nonsense, though.
Like, he starts it. And people were blaming Pochettino. Pochettino, at least, his players were injured. His players were injured. Pochettino wasn't giving him the chance. His players were injured. Fofana was injured. Rich James was out of the season. What's his name? Kuku, everybody was out of the season. Who could only play 4 games?
Yeah.
And this manager still managed to almost creep into the Champions League, and also he was 6 points behind. Is it 6 points or 4 points behind the Champions League? 1 point behind Tottenham. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Don't get me wrong, Pochettino has his own ups and downs, but when he got it, you were unstoppable. Games that people expect us to lose or draw, we'll beat everybody. People were scared to play us. You see what I'm saying? So these are things that this coach needs to take accountability for. There's no, like, the board and this, and they are running it like a mid-table team. And that is what is happening to our brother in Reds too. When you have mid-level people managing the club, why won't they be? Why won't the thing crash down? When you don't have accountability that, man, I'm going to get fired if I don't do what I'm meant to do. You see what I'm saying? Is this motherfucker is using us for experiments? The fuck? I'm with this coach. I just want him out. I want him and his fucking body out. At this moment, I'll take Lampard. At this moment, I'll take Lampard.
He's not
That's how
coming to
angry I
this
am.
mess anymore.
No, I'm just saying, at this moment, that's how angry I am. I'm not a Lampard fan for Chelsea as a coach. But at this moment, I'll take Ole.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He's
I swear
managing
to
in
my
Turkey.
I'm telling you, these are the coaches I'll take ahead of this useless motherfucker.
All right, people. So I'm checking here, scrolling, refreshing my page if we have the lineup. But not yet. I'm still scrolling. No, not yet. But I think very soon we're going to have the lineup. And don't forget that you can join us by clicking this link here on the screen. And you can come and talk to us. XYZ, go on.
What's going on, brothers?
Yes, we are here and we are protesting and we are waiting for the game to start.
I know the emotions are just too many, man. Yesterday, you know how I help myself these days. I just go on YouTube and watch Chelsea old games. You know, when I watch the old games, I feel so happy, man. I was like, man, look at our players. But right now, it's all about business, man. Like I was saying on Saturday, you know, it's business right now. Abramovich doesn't care about business. He's just having fun. He can spend his money anyhow he likes. He doesn't care about profit. That's why we got those massive world-class players then. Trophies on trophies. But these Americans, it's all about business. What do you want them to do? They don't care about trophy. You Chelsea fans are built and molded with trophy kind of mentality. But these guys don't care about that. They just want to do business and sell players and make profit and go on. They don't care about trophies, like I said, I just blame the establishment, the people that forced Abramovich to sell Chelsea just because of Putin. If not that, by now we won't be where we are right now.
And you know what's so funny? Sorry to cut you off. You know what's so funny now? The stupid war they are fighting about now. What's the essence of the war? Russia's already won the war.
I'm telling you.
That's the most useless thing. At least if you're going to fight something and say, okay, I'm fighting for this. Isn't that the same thing that Russia has already done? They've won the war.
The guy did.
Russia is going to get everything they want.
Abramovich actually opened up the face of soccer business in England. Abramovich opened up the Premiership to the world in a very massive way, and all they could pay him back is because he's a friend to Putin. Because of that, they frustrated his life, said his business, man, it's crazy. That's why we look at all the clubs in England that the American billionaires own. They are all struggling. 90% of them are struggling. Liverpool just coming up. They've been struggling for years. The Glazers in Manchester, Arsenal, it's all about business, man. When the Americans billionaire comes in to buy the clubs, what do they want to get? How much will trophy give them? It's all about business to them. They want to make profit. So they'll buy small, sell big, buy all these mediocre players. Just look at the team that we have. Matchweek playing for Chelsea. Come on, man. Come on. Good so play for Chelsea. Can you just imagine? If Abramovich is still here, the world-class player will be attracted to coming to Chelsea. But now, if you are telling world-class to come to Chelsea, it's like an insult, man. They were like, are you kidding me? How can the Chelsea Football Club be saying that we have to compete for top 4 in 2 years? That's the target. That's too low. A Chelsea Football Club. Our target is in 2 years to be in top 4. Can you imagine? Top 4.
So why was Pochettino sacked? That's my question. Why was he sacked? People are coming out because he didn't make top 4. Why was he sacked? If this idiot, if this stupid man is saying, oh, top 4 is 2 years. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. If you put shit inside diamond, if you put a diamond inside shit, when that shit rub that diamond will become like shit. Look at Palmer, man. He's behaving like them too. He's playing like them too. This game, when Palmer will do everything, nobody's supporting him. Jackson is not playing, and we are missing him. Jackson that we complain about is injured, and everybody is crying. Jackson that in Senegal is sitting on the bench. Jackson is the one striking for Chelsea and is injured, and we are hungry, and we are all crying.
You know what's so funny? When I was complaining about Jackson, some people were like, oh, this guy does everything. I was like, his job is to score, for Christ's sake.
Man, leave the defense, leave the running back.
I made a reference. You're a pilot. Regardless of everything to do, your job is to keep everybody safe on the air and land them
safely. Yeah.
Safely.
Yeah. Defenders, let them defend.
You know where I'm coming from.
Your job is your job. Go score the goal.
Guys, sorry. I want to remind you the lineup is already out. So we're going to go back. I got your point. Let me just read to you the lineup. So Jorgensen in goal, Malo Gusto, Tosin, Colwill, Ukurea, Caicedo, Enzo, Neto, Palma, Sancho, and Nkunku. So on the bench, we have Sanchez, Anchapong, Wesley Fofana, Reece James, Samuel Smith, Amogu, Dewsbury Hall, Tyrick George, and Moika. So those are the.
Nkunku Nkunku don't want to play anymore. Why did you force him to play?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you though. Nkunku don't want to play is just like a narrative because we have to find somebody to blame at every single game.
But you can see the way he's playing now. But you can see the way he's playing.
The problem is the position that he been handled to play or forced to play is not his position. Play him one time as a number. What?
Brother, Enzo scored a goal. That is the position of number 9. Enzo is not number 9. Enzo play in the midfield. But Enzo put himself in the position.
If you listen to me, you're gonna understand. Enzo and Kukurea are told to be in the box more than Cole Palmer and our false 9, which is Christopher Nkunku. Christopher Nkunku literally start as a number 6 to connect just like Jackson does. So if you don't allow them to influence the game from the position that they feel comfortable, and you point fingers on them, he's not dropping on purpose.
Hold on, brother. So what you are telling me now is the coach told Nkunku not to be in the box. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, not to be on the bench, but build and get in the box late. But if you tell him to be in
what kind of pattern is that?
Yeah, that's why. You ask him. That is not my question. If you watch games...
Okay, so why is he a first 9? Why are you putting him as a 9?
That's the problem. That's why you shouldn't be blaming Nkunku. Ask the manager. Why
did you hear him say that?
It's not. You don't have to be a PhD in football to understand. Look at the shape that we are playing. Look at the way... Look at the way Jackson plays. You can't play Jackson the same way you play Nkunku. Okay? You can't play Disasi as a right back all the time and blame him for making mistakes and giving the ball away.
Nkunku is a professional.
Everybody's a professional.
The way Nkunku is playing, I don't agree with you. The way Nkunku is playing, I don't think it's the coach that told him to play like that. He's nowhere to be found. He's not in the middle. He's not in first 9. He's nowhere.
Nkunku is. Let me tell you. Okay? What about Brighton? Nkunku didn't even touch the ball against Brighton. You know that?
So that's what the coach told him to do. That right? Not to touch the ball.
How will the coach tell you not to touch the ball?
No, I don't believe that, bro.
Even Tariq George that came in just few minutes. His leg was. I swear to my God, if I wish I had the gun, I'll shoot all of them.
Nkunku is playing in our last game. Nkunku is playing like number 5. I saw him defend. I saw him by the right side. I saw him by the left side. I was like, what the hell are you playing?
Because the manager, if that your theory is correct, and then the manager will see it immediately and take you off and put Tariq George. So if the manager doesn't do anything about it and you blame the player, that is something, this is simple common sense. When Maresca, when the game is over, he will say how Cristo was amazing and he was creating space and he did this and that. But during the game, you and me can see that Nkunku is absolutely crap. He's not doing anything. Tariq George or your grandmother can do better, but the manager leaves him there because that's what he told him to do.
Okay, so
that is clear. This is like a child, bro.
Okay,
this is
bro.
a child.
Okay, bro.
Even
if
a 5 years old,
okay,
will understand
if you are
that.
A coach, if
the
you are
coach
a coach
is telling him to do that.
Okay, bro. As a coach, if you are telling your first 9 to arrive at the box 18 late, that is the most useless thing I've ever heard in my life, bro.
That's how Jackson plays, and that's why he's
Jackson doesn't arrive late. Jackson is always there.
No, Jackson start as a number 6, build, connect, and get there because he can do it. Not just because Jackson do it doesn't mean that Demba Ba is gonna do it. Anelka is gonna do it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. I understand what you're saying now. The way Jackson plays is he comes back, get the ball, and build with them and go to the front. I understand that, but at the end of the day,
Nkunku can't do that. So you
then play to his strengths.
Is what?
Then they should play to his strengths.
That's why I'm saying play his strength, which is at the edge of the box as a number 10, as a false 9, Fox in the box. He's the best finisher in that team.
Oh, man.
I'm telling you now, when you play
No,
him as a
I
winger,
kind of understand. I
Lord
understand
have
what
mercy.
you're
You
saying.
don't become German, top scorer for no reason. You're gonna give me example of Timo Werner, but there are so many example of you gonna skip off people who came from Germany and did good in the Premier League. I'm telling you, Nkunku is not Bundesliga top scorer for no reason. People are trying to build some kind of narrative
So
about
what
Nkunku
about
without knowing that the
confidence?
manager is killing everybody in the entire team. The structure is bad. Nobody is performing good. Tell me one player that improved.
Yeah.
Nobody. So why are you focusing on Nkunku? Why Nkunku is your problem? He's
No,
playing.
I'm not actually focusing on him. I'm just saying like the whole body language of the whole team. Nobody
Because
wants
the
to
body
play.
language from Nkunku is bad. He doesn't even want to be on that pitch because he's like, his stock is dropping because this freaking manager is putting me in a stupid system that I don't understand. I can't play that. Not everybody is versatile. Sometimes keep it simple. Look at Pochettino when he forced Colwill to play as a left back. We were losing every
I have a
single
question
game.
for you. I have a question for you, bro. The first half of the season, like last year, why were they playing the way they were playing? What happened to them? Why are they winning games?
Because we got found out. Because in the Premier League, you can come up with your stupid tiki-taka one-dimensional. People are studying you. They know exactly how to play against you. So you have to be flexible. And especially play people from there where they feel comfortable. The Swiss Army system, knife, you have to play 10 position. Stupid narrative. It doesn't work 99% of the time.
But last year,
let's listen from other people too, because people are waiting. Yeah, ask your last question because
but you are
10
talking
people
about
waiting right now.
you are talking about that when they were playing good. For them to play good, play them in the right position. But first half of the season, they were winning games. Are you
I
saying
just
that they're not
answered
playing?
to you. It
Are
was
you saying that they're
working
not
because
playing in the
nobody
right
knew
position?
that. Nobody knew that. Have you heard of honeymoon period or purple patch? That's what purple patch is all about. It might work for a short period of time, but it's not gonna always work. That is the problem. Let's go greet other brothers so we can come back here. Very shortly, everybody introduce yourself, and then we're gonna go around. Okay, peoples.
I'll start with the other guys. I'm always a regular. I'll be generous. Somebody else. Before he ever starts, I agree with the last caller. Nkunku is a virus. He has infected this team. Out of this guy here. The last 6 games we've seen his bad attitude. I don't know what he's doing. He's infecting the whole team. Him and Malo Gusto. Take Chalobah as well. There's a lot of people you've got to take with him. There's too many viruses in this team.
But they can criticize other people saying, "Oh, you're being racist. You're being this thing." As in some players, I swear to Almighty God, Malo Gusto should never. You know what's so painful? Me watching this idiot every fucking day. You're not affecting the team. You're not doing anything you're not defending, you are not attacking. What are you doing? And the fucking coach is still using you.
Okay, finish your sentence, Mr. People, so we can move to other brothers.
Some people say, it's because they are French, we're attacking them. I'm still going to say Malo Gusto is the worst French right back I've ever seen in my whole life. I'm still going to say
Fact.
Even more than Pavard. Even more than Koundé.
Koundé is better than him. Pavard won the World Cup. What had Malo Gusto done? Pavard scored a wonderful goal against Argentina. What has Gusto done? The only thing to do is to come and do his hair and get injured.
Okay, People's Republic, land, and then we're gonna go to.
Let somebody else. There's many guys in this panel. Let somebody else
Mr.
go.
McKean, You can continue, bro. Your introduction.
No, so I'm rolling right now. Victor first. He's very structured. I'm rolling at the moment. Please.
Okay, Blue Eyes. I'm following people who came first, and then we go. Blue Eyes, go on.
Sure, man. I really don't know what you. I think I came in a little late, so I can't. But I'm guessing you guys are talking about Nkunku.
Yes.
Useless player.
You see another one.
Useless player. Let's not even.
Another virus in that thing.
I cannot even like. I don't want to sound as if I am joining the choir on the stream today, but Nkunku is a useless player. Like you know how useless Nkunku is he should have come into this team wanting to move this guy out of that position. Kopama.
Thank you.
Then I'll listen to you. You should be coming there and say, I want that. I know. Listen, Kopama is the best player, best number 10 at his age in world football right now. In world football, I'll still take this boy at Bayern Munich though over him. The boy that left Chelsea to go to
Musiala.
I'll take Musiala before Palmer any day. So again, for Nkunku, I'll make this quick. My goal when you first came in, what got me excited about you, young man, Nkunku, was that you will come in to create problem for Kopama. But guess what you did? You came in and you joined the queue.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Please.
You just said that number 10 is supposed to be his and fight and get Kopama out of the way. Can you compete for a number 10 position without playing number 10 even one game?
Listen, let me tell you.
You never played number 10 even once. But
Mr. Oz. Let me just say something.
Let me answer the question really quick. Then you can go. Oggs, you see the problem is Oggs, I think you've forgotten the level of football where Chelsea is playing, the level of football that we are at today. We are in a sport where, listen, 5 minutes, you need only 5 minutes to know if somebody can play or not. We're not here for you to play 5 games for us to decide whether you qualify or not.
You don't answer my question. You are trying to get.
Okay, let me answer the question for you, Mr. Osh. Let me answer the question for you. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question for you. Let me answer the question for you.
How many games Nkunku plays as a number 10?
Okay, can I answer the question for you? Let me answer the question for you. Before a coach picks his first 11, that is why they have training. What is Nkunku doing in training?
No, not even training.
We are not there. We are not there.
What is Nkunku doing in training?
Listen, let me tell you something.
To move Kopama away from number 10 because you've made Kopama so comfortable.
Listen, you can.
If I come back from injury, I know Nkunku can't bench me. I remember that.
Guys, let me tell you something here, really quick, and somebody please jump in if I'm a little off. You see, this is a game of big characters.
Mm-hmm.
It is a game of big characters. If you can exhibit big characterness, you will start. Even if you don't know how to play, if you have big balls, you will play. What am I trying to say? Nkunku doesn't need training. Look at Hazard. Did Hazard train? I'm not comparing the two, but Nkunku doesn't need training.
You are getting away from the question, bro.
Oh, hold on now.
Hang on, Blue Eyes. What you're trying to say is Nkunku wants everything gifted to him on a silver plate. He doesn't want to fight for it.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. And then when you listen, for Nkunku, all he needed was sit on the bench quietly and say, "Give me a chance. Just give me a chance. Let me show you that I don't belong with you." But every chance this kid is given, even if it's 1 minute, he doesn't do shit.
He sulks.
Go ahead, guys.
He sulks. When he gets that opportunity, even if it's 5 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, he plays all the Europa League. He plays all those games. He scores many goals. But when it comes to it's almost like he feels like he's been humiliated or something. So this is why he's sulking, because he thinks that it's his right to be a starter in that team ahead of Jackson, or it is. But he's been given these chances. We've seen him 5-6 games here. He's getting worse and worse. So I don't know what is his agenda, if he's trying to throw the manager under the bus for revenge, or maybe he just wants to be somewhere else, more than likely. But as I said, his poor attitude is affecting the rest of the players who were ignoring. Even Sancho is going down. Cole Palmer has gone completely down. I don't know. He's gone off the boil. Let's not lie. We've seen Colwell. He's a joke in defence. He's spends more time complaining and making some imaginary fouls, and leaves his friend Chalobah exposed there. Cucurella, sometimes I think this guy, yes, attacking is good, but sometimes defending, I think this guy, he's all backtracking. Tackle for goodness sakes, tackle the player.
Okay. So, Mr. People,
let's do one last thing, and then I'll shut up. One last thing.
Yeah, we're gonna listen from Victor too because he's been waiting for 20
minutes.
Just
1 second, and the mic is yours, bro. Peoples, listen. The reason I was trying to stop you is that a lot of these kids, right, are getting away with murder because Maresca is a stupid coach. Take away Maresca, some of these players are still shit, are still bad, and unfortunately, Nkunku is one of them. Nkunku never proved himself with Poch, even though he didn't get enough time. The same thing has now applied to Maresca. I have never seen this guy kick on in an EPL game. Go ahead, Victor. Sorry.
Okay. So let me say something very, very quickly here. Everybody is dodging the bullet. Like nobody want to answer to the question.
Big time.
Huh?
No, they proper dodging the question.
Yeah, like a question they don't want to answer, but they want to push a certain narrative. So when I hear all of you, like People's Republic, you jumped from Nkunku to Malo Gusto to Chalobah to Levi to Cucurella, all over the place. The common ground is the structure is not good. We come to the same thing. When that structure is not, you don't have a foundation in the house, that's what you got. When you play people out of positions in the system they don't understand, everybody is gonna look crap. But
no
of
matter
course,
what,
we have to point fingers on some people because it fit the narrative. It's good. That's social media. But if you look at the issue, I asked just one question. We went to 1,000 explanation about Charlemagne, World War III, Africa, and whatever. But a simple question. You just said he needs to own number 10. Let me finish. You talked. I didn't cut you. Okay, so you finish. Let me finish this. So when you said he needs to own that number 10 as his own, and you jump and tell me, oh no, I have to judge you for 5 seconds. We know who you are. And playing from the number 6 position or from the wing position, we have a problem. You can only fight if you are fighting for a position. Give me the same amount of minute. Give me the same position, and let judge me from that position.
Listen,
but for you, no. You're just walking around the bush.
You're right, Hogs. Let me ask you a question. What is the difference between a footballer and a baller?
I know where you're going.
No. Hold on. Answer my question. What's the difference between a footballer and a baller? And then
you
where
tell
do
me.
you
I don't know. What your young generation. You have your term of ballers or ball knowledge and whatever. No,
I appreciate you. You calling me young generation. Wow, I appreciate you. Listen, a footballer is a player who thrives under a structure. The coach's kid. A baller, no matter the structure, will shine. Where do you think Nkunku fits?
I just told you. He's an attacking midfielder, number 8, number 10.
Is he a baller or is he a footballer?
I don't know. That is another complicated explanation. Let's keep it simple, bro.
There you go.
Let's keep it simple. Because if you put Messi and you ask him to go and play from a position that he doesn't feel comfortable, he's not gonna do it. It's not everybody is gonna be versatile like anybody else.
Listen, Ox,
technically, sorry, just one thing.
If you're a boss,
that's like saying JJ Okocha is not a bowler. It's not a good football player. He's just a bowler.
Under Maresca, Okocha is not gonna play under Maresca because he can't do 1,000 things.
Guys, let me
exactly.
Let me tell you something. If you're a boss in the game,
is JJ Okocha a bowler or a footballer?
Please calm down first. When did you know JJ Okocha? Look at this guy. Don't let me educate you.
It's a reality, though. That's your logic.
Because kids today, they think you have to play 1,000 positions.
Hold on now.
They have to be specialists. Okocha is a specialist.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Calm down. Listen, if you're a boss, then the question of playing in different positions never comes up. If you're a boss, you take a shirt. Okocha is a boss. Cole Palmer, unfortunately, in our team, as low as he is a boss. If you're not a boss, You now have to do what? You have to show us why you should play. And you have to play in uncomfortable positions to gain your bossness. That's the politics of football, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay,
It
let's
is the politics of
listen
getting
from
into
Victor.
team.
Victor Ba.
Victor, go ahead, my brother.
Hello, how are you? How are you, everybody?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Okay, so I joined the conversation and the topic was Kunku. I'm sure that we've all seen the lineups, and we are waiting with bated breath what is going to happen to this afternoon. I think majority of us know, even at home against Southampton, it is not a foregone conclusion because that's the kind of Chelsea we are dealing with at present. So I'll offer my 2 cents here, as they say in the US. I believe that in Kunku's, I totally side. Normally, I don't do that, but I think he's making a lot of sense today. Oz is making a lot of sense. You have to have time on the field. If you do not have time, footballers would not go on the field. I don't know the difference between a baller and a footballer, as Ice is portending, but I know for sure that if you can kick the ball and you are given a chance on the football pitch, sometimes if it doesn't work, many times if you have a chance, many times it will work, and then of course your position will be sustained, and then you'll be penciled in every single time. I.e., all you have to do is score a goal in the eyes of Maresca when you are somebody like Enzo, regardless of what you've done outside of the football pitch, disgracing your colleagues and also disgracing yourself and the football club. You come back in there and you are made a captain, and all you need to do is score a goal, but you are bullied on the field 95% of the time. But you become a captain and you get to play every single chance. Every single time you stay on the field and everybody else is substituted. Of course, one of the times if you score a goal, if you are able to prove yourself, you get a chance to play the following day. Listen, Nkunku is not a horrible player. No matter how debased you guys think that the Bundesliga is, he was very successful there. He could play the game. No matter how fast or how, demanding or challenging the LPA Premier League is, it is not that big of a deal for a player like Nkunku to survive. I do not know what is going on in his head, and I don't profess to know what he's thinking when he's on the field. But I know that he wants to play the game, and if he's in a good place, and everybody around him is clicking, and the system works for him, and he's doing well, no professional will go out there and abandon his duties of trying to score and make the team successful. We have injuries, right? But if he's truly a number 8 or number 10, and you have Jackson as your number 9, you have and you have Palmer on number 10, and you have Nkunku number 8. That is a formidable attack. Okay, so but when he had the chance to do that, he couldn't, because if you do that, you need to have a standing and a very prolific DM who will take care of the midfield by themselves if you go with this kind of a formation. And then, of course, they are supported by the 2 centre-backs, okay? And then you have your flanks, and, of course, also you have your wingers. But the spine of your team should have these attackers who can score any time. One playing 8, one playing 10, and they can come in and help a DM that is box-to-box, but is also very strong, and it's not a pushover. We do not have that. Caicedo cannot do that. And heck, no way Enzo can do that. In fact, Enzo can sit down and you can bring somebody else to come and help because of the system we are playing now. So you have to think about these setups. And those setups are not there at Chelsea right now. He let Drewsbury Hall stay in this team and sent others out. So you can tell that it is from the head of that manager. And if he's not setting these players up to be successful, then we are in a position where these players can sulk when they come on the stage, because they know no matter what they do, if you are doing your best to score a goal and behind you we are hemorrhaging goals, what's the point? You end up losing anyway. So it's the system and the chances that these people do not have to play. Now Nkunku is playing. Now this will be my last point. Now Nkunku is playing. But to what end? Who is out around him? All the players that can help him are either not there or injured or have been shipped away. So the team is tactically weak, physically inadequate, and we are not in a position to actually go out there and bully anybody at home or abroad. So what I'm saying to you right now, and I don't know, I don't profess to be the aficionado of everything football, but I know what I see, and my eyes tells me that these guys needed time when we were successful for them to shine, so that at least they could manage they could help with the injury. Now it is now all on them, and the team is not formidable enough to be able to sustain and win. And every time you lose, you chip away some of the confidence of these players, and it looks like they are all not performing, or at least they are underperforming. And that is the problem right now. We will hold our breath until today's game, and then we'll come back in and maybe make a different assessment. But that's where I believe we are.
Okay, so let me hear from a young Chelsea fan, Mr. Mohammed, and we're gonna go.
Hey, what about me? Hey,
Oh,
what about
I
Makin?
gave you 1,000 times, you refuse. Okay, Mr. Makin.
Oh, I was rolling. This guy. Okay, no problem. No problem.
No, I'll come back to you. Let's say he's very young kid, Chelsea fan. You know, I don't want to call him kid because he's a young man, respectful guy. Mr. Mohammed, are you there?
You don't want to call him kid, but
Yeah,
you
I'm
call
here.
us kids. My
No, I
goodness.
didn't call you kids. I always respect people. I never
Say
call
this
you kid.
younger generation. You call us younger generation. Oh,
but come on, Ice, you're not 50 or anything. You're still young. What's the
Right,
problem with you?
right.
Mohammed, go ahead, bro. And then
Ice
we're
is
gonna.
65. Ice is 65.
You are lying to me. Come on.
I
You don't know. You just
one
lie.
day I'll be there.
Okay,
One day.
Mr. Mohammed, what do you think about the lineup and what we just discussed here?
Well, I'm just going to continue with the Nkuku topic.
Okay.
I think I agree with what you say. Nkuku deserves to have at least one game at number 10. But the thing is, when he plays at number 10, that's number 9. I need him to at least show something, because he doesn't show anything. When he gets the ball, it feels like nothing's gonna happen. He just stands there. It feels like he already has one foot out the door. To be honest, I think he knows he's leaving this summer, and when Pedro Neto played number 9, against Aston Villa, it wasn't his position. I didn't expect him to play that well, but at least he was showing fight. At least he was, trying to get open and that. But and Nkuku, if I were Enzo Maresca, I wouldn't start him this game because
I didn't want to start him at all. I didn't even put him on the bench today because I know the guy Moika can do it or play. I don't know, Pedro Neto like the last time. But the manager chooses him and push him in that position. That's why I say you have also to blame the guy who is pushing him because he's happy because that's what he told him to do. So he doesn't score, but the manager is happy. Every press conference he came, Cristo did good. Everybody can say, even Stevie Wonder can say that the guy was crap. Absolutely awful from the wrong position. You continue to play him there. After the game, you come out, he plays good. So the manager is to blame. Yeah, go Mohammed, finish, and we go back to DJ and Makin. Yeah.
And I agree with what you're saying. And I feel like these are the perfect times where we have a very injury crisis, where we just have to try the young players because I feel like always I don't know why all the other big clubs, when they try the young players, this is the perfect time to try them. And Nkuku doesn't want to play, try Tyreek George, try the striker. Yeah. Just try someone else because Nkuku's not gonna do anything. He already knows he's leaving. He's not motivated. He does not want to play for the club. You can tell. And the thing about Gusto as well, Gusto, he's playing horrible this season, but apart from Nkuku, at least he tries. At least you can tell that he's angry with himself that he's playing bad. But Nkuku, he doesn't care. I feel like he's just here for the paycheck. That's it.
Mohammed, I don't mean to interject here, but it's just I don't understand. I come in here and go after the so-called triers, people that actually do. We all don't talk about them because we think they try. But what do they really offer? I mean, what in actual material terms can you grade the Enzo's performance we've been having? What in actual material terms, in terms of footballing, can you say that these other players that we have not mentioned here are actually doing anything? It is a problem in the entirety of the football club. I mean, what's it called? We had a preseason. I think it was last year or something. Nkunku was our star. Nkunku is not a horrible player. You all think he's not trying. You think Nkunku deliberately want to sabotage his career by going on the field and not playing? I know some players can do that, but if he wants to rescue his career at Chelsea, this will not be the time. This will be the time for him to shine. We are all, excuse my language, shit. We are all bad. And what is it called? Palmer, what does he do? We keep Palmer 90 minutes because we think that for 1 minute in the entire game, he will get the ball and he will be a genius. For 89 minutes, he's just running through the game. That's all we
No, but listen, let me say something here.
And
really quick.
Can I say hi to DJ before you go?
Yes, please. Go ahead, please.
Oh, DJ, are you there, buddy?
It's just ridiculous. I just feel like
big up, Orgs, big up everyone on the panel, mate.
Okay,
Sorry,
are you in the protest today?
No, bro, I was supposed to go. I just want to basically just come up to just say big up to the protest today. I was actually supposed to go down there. My cold has kept me home today, and even the games kept me. I was supposed to go today. But yeah, I was supposed to be big up to the protest. It looks really, really good from watching it on TV and what they all basically said in the protest today. So big up to everyone that's gone down there. Yeah, I'll let everyone else carry on before I come in, bro. I don't want to interrupt the.
No, you've been waiting for a long time.
Oh no, bro. Makeen's been waiting there as well. So I don't want to take over him, bro. That's all. Big up to you. Big up. Oh, sorry. Before you go, big up to Blue Ice, man. It's been time, bro.
DJ Sav.
Big up Makeen as well.
Big up, man.
Mr. Makeen, go ahead, bro. The floor is yours, Makeen. He's eating or something. You are muted.
Before Makeen.
Yes.
Yes, go on.
Sorry. Yeah, Nkunku, guys, relax. It's not that bad, okay? The player's not bad. We're in an ownership crisis with what's going on within the insides. It's not the players directly that we need to get so mad at. Do you get what I'm saying? We can get angry at the mistakes, but the players are not solely to be blamed for tactical reasons because they're doing what they're supposed to. They're doing what they're told. They're not. It's not like they're going out of their way to go jeopardize it for the next man or themselves. You know. So if you have, if your club prioritizes the type of branding, and it doesn't highlight the cohesion within the team, because you're trying to make something work here that doesn't physically work, but it works on paper, it's going to be hard. So I don't think that Nkunku is a bad player. His best position is at 8, but unfortunately, the way we're using Enzo Fernandez is the way we should be using Nkunku, really and truly in the real world. But we're not in the real world.
Nobody even mentioned Enzo Fernandez here because he's untouchable.
Yeah.
You say anything, he's always perfect. It's everybody's fault. But try to switch him, play him a little bit deeper, play Nkunku from that position, and let's talk after that. But apparently everybody needs to be perfect. Every position the manager is going to put you, you have to perform. It doesn't work that way in football. Enzo Fernandez, why nobody is mentioning Fernandez? Untouchable, 120 million, Mr. Perfect. What he does, what he's good at, like you see, like 100%. He's not moving needles. Like he's not gonna win you the game on his own. He's just good when the team is good. And when the team is poor, he's going to be even worse. So why we play that kind of money? You have to be our marquee signings. Show everybody that you are
but Oggs,
I'm the man.
But Oggs, I'm playing the devil's advocate, I don't like this thing, but I have to play devil's advocate. The thing is, these owners, I feel like they know what they're doing when it comes to the marketing side and money side. Because the same way, Gallagher and what's his name? Mount were going through a round of bad games, and Kai Havertz, they were going through a round of bad games a whole season. They played every game. But somehow, some way, we got the money back for them. I feel like that's the game that these guys are playing. As long as they're gonna get that back somehow, some way. So I feel like it's just a money thing when it comes to Enzo Fernandez. and it looks like they
Yeah,
pick
because if we don't
money
play him,
over winning.
because if we don't play him, we don't get our money back. You are right. You are
Yeah,
completely right.
yeah,
If
we're
we don't
not.
play him,
Yeah,
we don't
we
get back.
picked.
He's not worth it at
Yeah,
all.
we
Yeah, it's
picked
true.
money over the team. The
But let me
owners
tell you
have picked
something.
money over the team.
Akin, let me tell you something. You guys know that I am the biggest critique of Enzo Fernandez. But let me tell you the difference between Enzo Fernandez and Nkunku. You see that goal that Enzo Fernandez scored? It is because he has the initiative to put himself where he can cause damage. Nkunku doesn't have that.
And Nkunku doesn't get used like Enzo Fernandez. That's Oaks' point. If he did, the results would be different, my friend.
Hold on.
Because he did it already, a whole season in Germany.
Let me say something first, City. What position does Enzo play? Who plays deeper than who? Pause.
Yeah, he's playing higher than Cole Palmer and Nkunku. If you look at the shape
Enzo,
that we play,
Enzo, listen.
find that is instructions, bro. Those are tactics from the manager.
I know, but let me tell you something. Enzo, listen, Enzo knows. Enzo sucks, but I tell you one thing Enzo has. He has the ball IQ to find places where he can cause damage. True or false?
Oh no, it's not true.
Okay,
That's not good.
Okay,
That's not nice. You shouldn't say stuff like that. That's not nice.
It's true, man. It's true. Listen, nobody can critique Enzo than I do. Even Ogs knows. But let me tell you one thing. If you give me 12 chances for Nkunku or what's his name to start in the game, Enzo starts over Nkunku any day.
No, for me, if the same position, I will go for Nkunku because he's gonna be more productive. I think Enzo is gonna be more productive playing behind Nkunku than playing ahead of Nkunku. So
the reason why he doesn't play him there is simply because if you play him as DM, he's useless. He's a pushover.
He doesn't have the pace.
Yeah, he's worse on both ends. Yeah,
that's
Victor's
why
right.
let him go
Victor's
forward.
right. Yeah, he's not good. Even when we put him next to Palmer. Yeah, if we put him next to Palmer or we put him next to Caicedo, he doesn't help either one of them. I think Victor's got a point. I didn't think of that.
Yeah. So let's go. Mohammed, do you have anything to add, brother, for us? Because we wanna take somebody else. If you
So
yeah, go on.
In my opinion, I think the reason why Enzo probably starts it's for the balance. If you want to be honest, because if we do like Palmer, Nkunku, and Enzo, then our midfield's gonna get run through easily. And Enzo next to Caicedo, I feel like is our best option. And the problem with our team, right, and why we play so bad is because of our mentality. And it's like in the beginning of the season, like December, when we're 2 points behind Liverpool, I've never seen any manager say that we're not in a title race when we're 2 points behind Liverpool that are in first place. Then
so the mentality from the coach also is a problem, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, because the mentality
that is a huge problem. You yourself said that he goes out there. You yourself, Enzo, you said you said that he after the matches we clearly see with our eyes how horrible these players are, and then he goes out there and praises them. He's never. He thinks that he has to protect them for no reason. We have been around football. Players are fans are not stupid. You don't come out there and say these things to protect players. Players, I deal with people, and sometimes they prefer the truth, even if it hurts. People like that. You need those dynamics where you go out there and you seem like you don't. This progress is unacceptable that you lead by one and you lose all the time because you don't add on. And if you cannot add on, you don't protect what you have. Go out there. Every coach can go out there and be mad because of they did that. This man, we did that in Aston Villa. Like, no, we deserve more. We deserve more. We're going to do a better job next time.
Let me tell you something, guys. I'm actually really disappointed that you guys, I can't remember who was saying this, but you guys were thinking that the reason why Enzo was pushed up front is because he's -1 in the pivot. Criminal! The reason why Enzo is pushed up front, guess what? Guess why, ladies and gentlemen?
Why? Tell us why.
It's simple. He is the only goal-scoring head that we have, as bad as we are.
Thank you.
He's the only guy that can find a net. So
Thank you. Him and Cole Palmer, nobody else.
That's it. So the only chances you have for getting goals is when you push.
How many goals he scored already this season?
Listen, it doesn't matter. He scored some very important goals. It doesn't matter how many goals he scored. Remember, I always tell people.
He scored only 3.
No, but imagine the games he scored. Let's look at the games he scored.
We always lose every single game that he
Let me
scores.
tell you something. There's, like I said,
He's like bad luck. When he
but
scores,
again,
we lose.
Again, like I said, if you
The only time
Can
we
I just
won
say
when he scored was against Spurs.
Let
the only
Ice
time
finish,
he
please.
scored.
Let me just say
finish.
something, man. Let me say something here, guys. Again, I'm not here to took anybody's horn, especially Enzo Fernandez. You guys know I call him Opanka, and those who know what Opanka
Jonas
means.
Brothers.
I call him. Thank you, my brother. I call him Jonas Brothers. So I'm not here to took his horn. However, because of how bad we are, ladies and gentlemen, Enzo is one of the most, if not the most. It's so bad, but he's the most attacking head we have in the.
But he doesn't score though. Kunku scored more goals than him.
But you know what?
But the thing is, this is what I'm saying right now. Nkunku is better than Enzo when it comes to goal scoring.
I'm not done now. I'm not done now. Calm down now, Victor. Nah, this thing they hurry you. Calm down. It's not hot yam. Calm down.
Okay,
Listen.
go on.
Exactly. Listen.
Make it hot, please.
Yeah. I'm not making it hot. But Nkunku scores in those games that don't matter. That's why he has the numbers. And Enzo, not only the
Enzo scores when it matters.
Hold on, but Enzo, not only the scoring capability, Enzo actually starts the attack for us. Nkunku doesn't do shit. Enzo will call and show that 3 to beat 1. Enzo is always in that triangle.
Come on.
Always in that triangle.
I mean, how can you post your argument like this? There's every game we play is important. Every goal that is scored in the Premier League or all the international games we are in are important.
Just to remind you.
I don't understand this.
Victor, just to remind
you. Which goal is not important?
Hold on now, Victor. I played professional. You haven't even touched the game. You don't know anything about this game, Victor. Calm down. I played that.
Okay. Since we're going there. Okay. I have my USB.
You don't.
Hold on, wait. I have my USB.
Sorry, guys. Let Ice finish and then.
No. You're giving him too much time. He's using the time to abuse others on here. You don't even know what others have done. Be quiet.
Let me just finish here.
Okay, finish.
I have my USB license, huh?
Let him finish, please. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
nothing
listen.
About this.
Mr. Ice, let's go.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. I
have to moderate this because it's just like moderating a debate between Donald Trump and
I just want to put
and
Victor
Joe Biden. It's difficult
Victor,
to do that.
You know why? Victor reminds me of the guy that is always talking with his neighbor and the lawnmower. You think I'm that kind of guy? No, I know the game. I played the game for 17 years, Victor. Bro,
okay, so tell us, get to the point, brother. Get to the point.
The point I want to get to is, Victor, when you want to debate with people that know the game, calm yourself down.
Okay, so yeah, it's good.
Go ahead. Next, please.
Okay. You better give me a chance to respond to this.
Yes, sir. Go on. But go straight, please. Go straight. Yeah, go on, Mr. Victor. The floor is yours.
Okay, good. Let me tell you my experience in soccer. I am 52 years old. I played the game for almost 15 years. I coached for 5 of it. Okay? So don't tell me that I'm inexperienced. Let me tell you. No. I'm giving you my bona fides. Okay? So don't tell me anything about experience. And besides that, no. And I know we are saying all of this in jest. It's not serious.
Finish, please.
It's all in jest. But I want to let you know. No. It's all in jest. But I want to let you know that it is important. Okay, if it is not in jest, then you have a problem that you have to deal with on your own. I can help you. But let us move on this way. What we are saying is that every single game is important. Every single goal. If you are a professional player, it is important. And I know that if you look into it in deeper sense, when you are ahead by 3 and you are playing at home and the coach is substituting players, obviously a goal at that time doesn't count as much as when you need 1 goal to win a Champions League and you are Kai Havertz, right? You remember it for the rest of your life. I know that. We know the dynamics of a goal and what a goal means to a team. But what I'm saying to you is, right, if your team is in dire straits, like we are, okay, every goal is important.
How many goals has Nkunku scored in the EPL?
I finish? Can I finish,
please?
Can I finish?
Let Victor finish.
Okay, all right. You can let Ice go on.
Victor finish, and then we're gonna go back to.
I can go on. Yeah, I can say what I want to say. Listen, how many goals has Nkunku scored in the EPL this season? That's
because
all.
he doesn't play. Okay, so let me answer to that. Because he doesn't play a lot of EPL games. When Jackson got injured, he's back in the team, but he's playing from the wrong position.
So where did all his goals come from?
Huh?
Where did all his goals come from, Nkunku?
Mostly in the like a conference league or something like that.
Thank you. How many conference league games did Enzo play?
Enzo?
Yes.
He played
Enzo
many games.
Fernandez.
What the point? Yeah, he played also many games, but some games he was rested.
Thank you. So again, this whole thing, listen, Nkunku scores, the goals he's scoring for us, not important.
Why?
Not important. It's Champions, what do you call it? Conference League. That's for Conference
And
League.
in the Conference League, you know why he scored those goals? Because he played as a number 8 and number 10 attacking in that free role. And because Palmer wasn't there.
How come he can? Okay, I hear you, but how come he cannot translate that ability?
Because he doesn't play the same position in the Premier League.
No, it's because he's not playing against Farmers in the Premier League. He's playing against Farmers out in the Conference League. There, those guys, those amateurs, they don't know how to defend.
When the narrative is rolling, it's impossible to stop it. So you know what you know.
And in the Premier League, I would take 100 times over Mark Gui over Nkunku any time of the day. Even if he hasn't scored.
You're supposed to in that position.
That's the problem. Let's talk about position by position. Mark Guiu, I like the guy. I want him to start, but I'm not gonna play Nkunku in the position of Mark Guiu or Jackson because they are different players, and not everybody is gonna be.
Yeah, like you're not gonna play Mark Guiu as a number 8, are you? And be
you're not gonna do that. So why would you do the opposite? Let me read few comments only so everybody can feel involved on this one. Mr. Brian, thank you so much for your comment on this. Mr. Phantom of Many Topics been saying that we have to sack. He wants Chelsea to lose today so we can sack Maresca and bring Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in the game. I don't know if this is trolling or something, but yeah, I respect your opinion. Le Français Dev said that Nkunku might have been told something for him to just give up with the way he plays. So basically, he's lazy and no sense on the pitch. Like he's absolutely crap, according to the Français Dev. Enzo Fernandez is one of the most creative players in the Chelsea, Football Club.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we go again. Mr. Brian said that Amogu and Raksaki are too young to play, according to Maresca. Kids have nothing to lose. Yeah, sometimes you have just to throw them out there because they have nothing to lose. And when you have old players not doing anything, you put those kids, they want to prove you wrong. They want to, somehow have their position in the team so they can go there. No problem. They can play even better than the odd player. Phantom said Neto is our striker. I don't know how the shape is gonna be today. We have to wait and see what is gonna happen. Right now, I only want Enzo off the team. Which Enzo? Fernandez or the manager? So before I go back to you guys, let me say something. You see today, Nkunku is gonna score a couple of goals. And when let me finish. And then when we come back here, it's not gonna count. It's gonna be, it's only Southampton. But you guys are the people who've been telling that he's crap, he doesn't score. But today, my friend, he plays as a number 10. You play him. Let me finish this, please. Yes. If you play him from that middle, the Cole Palmer number 8, number 10, and you push Cole Palmer a little bit from the right and somebody from the left, wherever it's gonna be. He is going to cook. And when we come back here after the game, you guys would tell me it's just Southampton. It doesn't count. Exactly. So this is how agenda you all got against Nkunku.
Let me tell you something. If you are an Nkunku, right? If you are an Nkunku, or if you're Nkunku's agent, or if you're Nkunku's fanboy, like we know there's one here, and you cannot survive in a number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 7 role, then you have a problem. You have a problem because these are you see those positions I mentioned, That's his echo chamber. Attack. That's your echo chamber. So it shouldn't be foreign to you that if a coach puts you, let's say, to play number 8, and you're not getting your cozy position in the middle, at least do something. Can you give us those attacking instincts in that position? No, the guy has done shit.
You know, when you have one player, you have one creative player on that team, and you have one player that's breaking lines, and you're expecting your number 8, who's original number 8, to go play as a false 9 and score, So you got Cole Palmer being creative, and then you go Matchweek, that's breaking lines. The whole attack should be breaking lines and creative.
Exactly. So how come this
But it's only those two, and then you have Nkunku, who doesn't even get the time to integrate into this team, or to even get gel into this team for him to actually score or to actually assist Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer has to drop deep all the time. So when Nkunku plays number 8, at least there's someone that could pass him the ball so he can carry on. When Felix was here, Felix was at 10, and Cole Palmer would drop to pass the ball to Felix, and Felix will create.
My problem with your argument, my problem with your positioning, Makin, is that when Enzo plays number 8, Enzo knows his shit, but he'll go and stand in dangerous positions. Where is Nkunku in that situation?
There you go.
Dangerous position. It's so dangerous, that he leaves his partner in danger in no man's land. That's how dangerous it is.
Listen, you're not answering my question. You're talking about
what I just did.
You did not.
It's ineffective. If you're going to leave your partner wide open, and your centre backs exposed, I'm sorry, you're not a contributor to the team.
Let me tell you something about Nkunku. Nkunku's body language, it's unfortunate, but what his body language is selling is that the ball has to be packaged and put together exactly how.
Did you see Enzo Fernandez's body language when Chalobah made that mistake? Did you see that?
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
No, you're not watching. That's why I'm telling you this.
Nkunku wants his ball delivered by DHL.
Exactly.
Bro, Enzo was jogging. He was slow jogging, while Chalobah made that mistake. And Cole tried to recover.
Chalobah was on his backside anyway, so I don't know why you were trying to up this guy here. He should go back to Crystal Palace. This guy, he's been a disaster the last 5 games, and he's the cause of all these defeats. Is down to Chalobah. But to be fair to him,
Enzo should still be sprinting though, even though he was beaten. Enzo should still be sprinting to get. That's your man, bro.
He's the captain. Your man. Give him a break. He's not. That's donkey work. It's not his job.
You're vice captain. How's it not your job if you keep your man at least?
You guys surprised me. You guys couldn't even tell me what Nkunku's strength is. And you say you know Nkunku. Man, Ogs.
Yes, sir.
Ogs, man, come on.
If you ask me a question and you give me time to answer, I can answer.
You cut
me all the time, so I can't even
a box
answer.
player. Nkunku has to be in the box. He has to be there where it's the dirty, or the defender, where there's so little space. That is where Nkunku should be. Not all this build-up play, whatever. No, Nkunku should be the centre forward, right in there. That's where he used to score his goals in Germany.
He's quick on his feet. And we don't play that way.
He is quick. He has a very high, he has actually a very high IQ, football IQ, would you believe, Nkunku? But he's too busy sulking. I don't know why, but
he's frustrated of the position that he been given, and he doesn't he doesn't know how to play that position. That's why you know his strength, but you force him from. It is like you. What is his strength?
Even if Nkunku plays well, Enzo's keeping a position. This club has chosen money over winning. Let's just accept it.
He's the only him.
He's been rewarded all these things. So even if Nkunku scores a hat-trick today, he's not going to take that boy out of that position.
My only problem.
It's a monopoly game.
Let me tell you how Nkunku suffered. I know he's leaving. He's not going to stay with us anymore. I know he's gone. But let me tell you what would have saved Nkunku in our team. He doesn't know how to play back to the opposition post. He's a stomach to post guy. He doesn't know how to post up players, so he gets bullied. You see Jackson is crap. I'm not here to say Jackson is the best, but back to post, Jackson can hold on to that ball and release people. Nkunku is waiting for the ball to be in line with his stomach to run.
That's the problem, Mr. Ice. I know you played football, but
for a long time.
and you know that some people in your team will be always shit on doing certain things. You know that because you've been in the dressing room. You just see your friend and you are like, man, this guy, you know. But you know that this guy is good at doing certain things. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna force him to be like you, or are you gonna say, well, let's play him from his strength and let's see what's gonna happen? So yes, I understand what you say. Like, he's not showing that on the pitch, but we all know that. If you know that and you continue playing him, you are the problem. It's the coach.
No, the reason I say that, Oggs, is because he's an attacker, right?
Yes.
EPL defenders, they want to go for lunch. They want to go to lunch anytime you come on the field. So you have to have different ways to escape traps.
Yeah.
And Nkunku is always looking for that. He's like People's Republic said, he's that box guy that is looking for that edgy pass that is right on his. It's not going to work. If you play in that position, you have to be nasty. The boy is not nasty. He's a good boy. That's my problem with Nkunku. He's a nice guy.
Okay, so let me read a few more comments here. DJ, if you wanted to say something, I know you have called, but if you wanted to add something, brother, you can jump. Are you okay,
bro?
DJ?
I'm good, bro. As usual, I always come into a debate. Yeah, we have where our fan base is always flip flopping as they always do when it comes to our players, and it doesn't surprise me. McKean's all over Enzo Fernandez. It doesn't surprise me you're all over Enzo Fernandez, and it doesn't surprise me that
I love you, DJ. Big up, DJ.
Bro, yeah. Because
Big
every
up
time
yourself.
I speak to McKean, he's always over Enzo Fernandez. Listen, first of all, I came on an argument about Gusto. Everyone was slating Gusto off, which I think is absolute disgraceful, really. Because last season he was our best player last season, and everyone was loving him up. All of a sudden he's having a bad season this season, or one of our best players last season, and all of a sudden he's having a bad season this season. So everyone's now putting him in the ground. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I talk about flip-flop fan base in that kind of way. All of a sudden, he's had a few bad games. Get him out of the team. Sell him. Get rid of him. Yeah.
It's been the whole
same
season,
old BS that comes out, bro. No, but last season he wasn't, though, was he?
Yeah, but this season is terrible.
Yeah, but this season also he didn't change positions. That's why we talk about the structure also. The structure.
But my point is to you, Augs, as always, every player in the team will go through a bad patch. And we have got it worse at this moment in time because of the way these owners have made this football club, right? And the way they've been, right? Unfortunately, this is how we're going to suffer for the time being until they start changing their model. Yeah, because this is what's going to happen all the time. They're going to buy players in. You're talking about Enzo Fernandez's price tag there. That deal was all but agreed for 70 million. Yeah, but Big Bally decided to go and get involved and make it 105 million. Yeah, that's not on that was on Christopher Vivell. Vivell got that deal for 70 million. Bally decides to get involved, puts it up for a 7-year contract, 107 million or whatever it might be for a long period contract, prison contract.
It's not his fault that he cost that
Sorry?
much. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
No, but
DJ,
hold on, bruv.
Hang on, a small question. You was talking about what have the owners got to do with the form of what's his name? Sorry, to the right back. What's his name? We mentioned.
I only mentioned the owners. I'm only mentioning the owners because you guys were talking about price. You were talking about Enzo Fernandez's price earlier on, and you did mention the owners. Someone did about the price. I think.
I
mentioned about business.
Yeah, I did. I said if Nkunku scores, it doesn't matter. Because of the price tag, Enzo's just gonna be permanent. That's what I said.
So that's what I basically answered the question on that one. People's Republic. I was only responding to that. Yeah, but going back to Gusto, right? Yeah. He had a great season last season, right? He's having a bad season this season. So what we're all going to do, we're going to turn on him all of a sudden because he's having a bad season.
You said it was the owner's fault he's having a bad season. This is what I don't understand.
No, I didn't say. No, I didn't say it was because of the owners. So I did not say that, bro. I did not say that.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. I thought I understood.
No, it's cool. No worries, man. But what I'm basically saying is players go through this. Cole Palmer this season, right? We all see this kid here. I'm watching the fan base turn on this kid as well now. He had an excellent season last season. He carried all of Chelsea last season, right? This season he's having a few bad games. So what we doing? Because he's our best player on the pitch and he's not performing as he should be, let's all the fan base turn on him. And this is what I'm trying to say about a flip-flop fan base again. We shouldn't be doing this. Okay. Yeah, he will go through.
How dare Cole Palmer has a life of his own? How dare you have a life? outside of football.
So
How dare you link up with the Vibes Cartel? How could you?
Let me say something very quickly, guys.
Football, mate.
We have 10 minutes to go. We're going to conclude and come back at halftime. But let me remind you what is happening in the Premier League this afternoon, or whatever time is in your location. Brighton are leading already against Bournemouth 1-0. Crystal Palace are leading 1-0 against Aston Villa. Wolves against Fulham 0-0. Chelsea against Southampton is going to happen in 12 minutes. That's why we have 10 minutes here, and then we're going to switch to the audio mode and come back at halftime when Christopher Nkunku scoring a hat-trick today. And he's walking with the ball.
Yeah, I believe.
Wolves and Fulham is 1-1, Oaks.
What you say?
Wolves and Fulham is 1-1.
Yes, sorry, 1-1.
Mr. Oaks, Mr. Oaks, could you please repeat the starting lineup slowly so we can keep up and who's playing where in the field?
Well, who is playing where and why? We have to wait until the man.
Yeah, but just you're the expert, so you tell us.
Okay,
what
so
you think.
Let me go back very quickly. We'll go back very quickly and see the lineup. Let's go. So the lineup is as such: Jorgensen in goal. So we don't have to explain that. Malo Gusto, Tosin, Cowell, Kukureya, Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, Neto, Palma, Sancho, Nkunku. Now, what I want to see today is Nkunku playing in the middle of the three. So let's say, let's play Neto as a false nine. He did good the last time, in my humble opinion.
No, I say let's give Nkunku his position today. Let's give him the position that will make him happy. What do you
That's
think?
what I said. That's what I said. Play him
what-
in the number 8, number 10 in that role there.
Be
Instead
careful
of
what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Ogs.
That's what I said, because we played him as a false 9 or number 9. It's not working, right? Or he's too deep. So why can't we just play him in the Cole Palmer role? Cole Palmer moves a little bit from the right hand side. That's what I wish we play.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ogs.
I wish that we can play traditional football here instead of inverting Gusto and blaming everything on him, because he's absolutely crap in the midfield. He can't score. Every time he's in that position, he shoots to the moon. Thank you so much, because I have a lot of balls in my backyard I can play with. But he doesn't do it. He's not good at shooting. And every time he backs off, he already left like that position. He's just very bad when it comes to like marking the far post. And when he invert, he got even worse. We all know that. So why can't we just try to play like traditional system instead of inverting all the time?
But it's true, Oaks. It's true, Oaks, because we never, even when we won, our prime years, as Chelsea, the club, everything that we won on a high profile has never been in a nice, clean way. It's been dirty. It's always been the dirty way. I don't know, we lost that somewhere.
I want to respond to DJ Saab.
Hey,
DJ
go on,
Saab.
Lewis.
Okay, my brother. DJ Saab said that fans are flip-flopping when a player has one good season and then the next season he shits the bed. Fans want him out. But my problem with the same fans is that the kind of hatred that Sanchez has gotten.
There you go.
Sanchez, people find it easier to scrutinize Sanchez than other players. So listen, everybody is up for grabs, including Maresca. I don't care if you're wearing a jersey, your head is up for grabs if you shit the bed. I'm not sure why we're holding people's hands.
No, listen, Sanchez. I just want on Sanchez, bro. Listen, I think most of us on this panel, did not want Sanchez, did not Brighton's number 3 goalkeeper at our football club, bro. Right? We've all seen in the
look at his performance today.
I know, but that's why he's not in the team anymore, bro. Because of his bad performances.
No, it's not. That's not why he's not in the team. You're not getting it, Sav. I know this. I know Chelsea's in your backyard. Let me tell you why he's not in the team. Maresca is falling to the pressure of the fans.
There you go.
Dude,
oh
guys,
yes,
I don't know why
yes.
you guys don't know. You're not following a team
Yeah,
policy.
I get what you.
man.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
It's the
Yeah.
fans, and
I
then
don't think
listen,
he's been influenced by the fan, bro.
he is.
What?
Because
What's it? What am I hearing?
But Blue Eyes, can I ask you a
Big
question
time.
though, bro?
Big
Do you
time.
This guy's
honestly
saving his job.
do you
What are you
do
talking
rate-
about?
Yes.
Do you rate
You don't care about
Sanchez
the
as a
fans.
goalkeeper?
Go ahead.
Blue
Go ahead.
Eyes.
Sorry.
Do you rate Sanchez as a goalkeeper, as a number one goalkeeper?
Guy, DJ Sav, God will bless you for me. Aye, let me tell you.
I'm asking you, bro. Do you rate him?
Yes, I'll answer your question now. After I
Oh,
bless you. I'll
man.
answer your question after I bless you.
okay, go on. Okay, Blue Eyes,
Oh,
go
mate,
on.
bro.
DJ Sam,
He cracked.
DJ
Honestly,
Sam,
he's not
DJ Sam.
changed. Not changed from what I've known him from time back. Go on, bro. Go on.
Sam, I
Let's
tell
hear
you
it all.
why.
Go on.
Sanchez is 10 times better than Jorgensen. Listen, the devil.
No, we
knows.
can't jump to those conclusions. We
Hold on
can't
now.
go there.
Let me
That's
say
big
something now.
numbers, bro.
Send
let
him
me say
to
10
jail.
numbers.
Let me say
Send
something.
Ice to jail right now.
Petrovic is 10 times better than Sanchez, bro.
Let me say something
Okay,
here,
let,
guys.
let me ask
Yes.
Mr. Blue Eyes. Mr. Blue Eyes. Mr.
Yes.
Blue Eyes. I'll give you
Yes, sir.
three choices:
Yes, sir.
Sanchez, Jorgensen, or Kepa.
I take Kepa.
You see? Thank you. Thank you.
Comfortably. I take Kepa. I take him back right now.
Petrovic or Sanchez, bro?
Petrovic, I take Sanchez. All right,
Sanchez.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why now.
bro.
Guys, let me tell you why. You see me, I talk based on. I know. I don't follow the hype. I follow football. That's what kills me.
No, I don't want to follow that football, man. That's a dark, depressing football. I want to stay away from that.
Listen,
That's not dark arts.
So, Blue Eyes, quick question for you then. Blue Eyes, quick question for you tomorrow, bro. Say tomorrow, right? Yeah, when the transfer window opens up, and Chelsea can go and sign Diogo Costa from Porto. Are you going to say no? Don't sign him and keep Sanchez in goal.
DJ Sef, God will bless you again. Oh my goodness, hold on.
God will bless you. Yeah, DJ is a blessed man already. Yeah,
DJ Sef, you know why? DJ, you understand football.
Okay.
That question you asked is a crucial question. You know why?
Yeah.
The problem we have in the goalkeeping position is not the goalkeeper. It's not who is between the sticks. It's who is in front of the goalkeeper.
There you go. The difference.
Right?
Okay,
Central
let me
difference.
ask you something very quickly. The mistake that Jorgensen made the last time, are you gonna blame that on the defender?
Oh my God!
It was the grass wasn't very good, so the grass was too long.
Now the only way you differentiate the goalkeepers because of this question that Oggs asked.
Oh, Crystal Palace are beating Aston Villa 1-0.
How many mistakes they make?
Yeah, I'm watching the game.
So far.
Keep it up.
How many mistakes? And listen, with Sanchez, right? Sanchez and this Jorgensen guy. Sanchez is the devil you know. Jorgensen is the angel you don't.
But the problem is, before we jump in the market and spend another 100 million or 1 billion, we have to trust Jorgensen week in and week out, because the goalkeeping position is a special position where you need to focus, you need to be really in shape mentally to be him. But when you play one game and you are benched for 10 games, my friend, that is different for a goalkeeper. So we can't really jump to conclusion and judge Jorgensen, in my humble opinion right now. I don't know. He's on probation, right? He's on probation.
Like, you had the whole season of Sanchez, you were patient. Why are you not patient now?
I don't think I could trust. Listen, if we reach Champions League next season, right? I can't trust Sanchez to be our Champions League goalkeeper. I'm sorry, bro. No way.
You gave a man 2 seasons. You can't give this guy a run of games. Like, where's the logic?
Phantom of many topics.
DJ, if you reach Champions League with this squad in next season, what are they going to do in Champions League? Let's be honest.
Well, listen,
you can't predict. Listen, you can't predict what's gonna happen next season, because we saw last season we finished stronger with Pochettino. Probably if we kept the same manager, we were going to get stronger. And you don't know if with the protest today, we can. The owners and the sporting director might say, forget about it, man. F it. We're going for Osimhen. Boom. We're going for Diogo Costa or another mature, very nasty, like centre back. Boom, boom.
We just one thing for you, bro.
You know,
just
you never know. You never know, so you can't predict.
Have you seen that since this protest has all began? There's been news coming all over Twitter from all various tier one journalists.
Aston Villa scored 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
Apparently, we're looking at Campos from PSG.
The sporting director. Campos.
Okay. I also heard we're getting Mbappe coming.
No, that ain't gonna happen, bro.
He's trolling. He's trolling. Okay, let's go around, people, because the game is about to start. Give me your first half score prediction, ice, and come back at halftime.
No problem.
Ice.
Before I get my can you hear me?
Yeah.
Before I give my prediction, you do not substitute a goalkeeper in the middle of a season. Hi. Oh God, that's one. And then my for the scores, Southampton 2, Chelsea 0, first half.
Whoa.
This guy is drinking something. Get out of here. Get him out. Get him out. Okay, who wanna go first? Who wanna go next?
I want what he's drinking. I want that.
Makin.
Well, for me personally, I think it's gonna be we're gonna end 2-1 on the safe way, and I feel like for Chelsea and Nkunku's gonna score both goals, I believe.
All right. Thank you for being positive. Come back at halftime. Mr. DJ, what do you think? First half, you have any score?
You know me, bro. I never predict score lines, even at half time or even at full time. But I will say one thing. I do expect us to be winning the game at half time. Yes.
All right, Mr. DJ, my brother. Love and peace to the family, and get well soon. Get some ginger, some lemonade, and you should be fine. Mr. People's Republic, and then we're gonna finish by Victor.
I think this Chelsea team is a wounded animal, humiliated animal. They are, it can go both ways. They can go where they come out really on fire or firing all cylinders, or as Mr. Blue Eyes says, they can come and shit the bed. So it's going to be a hard one to say, but I think Southampton's even more wounded than Chelsea. So this should be like maybe 1, maybe even 2-0 halftime score for Chelsea. I think Chelsea should win this game. If they don't win this game, then Maresca has to be sacked. End of story. No discussion. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, I will see you at halftime if you're not sleeping.
No,
we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. Today, no therapy, because today I'm gonna come here, point fingers on you, and say, "I told you so." Look at Nkunku. All right, Mr. Victor, are you still there?
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity. I won't be in between people's game and then us. I'll make it real quick. I hope we win today. If we win today, we're still not out of the woods. I mean, we are fighting now with our last breath for Champions League spot. I do not know if we will make it, but we'll pray and see how today's go, because going with these losses left and right is not good for a team, a club that has invested this much money. And I know that people say, it's not about the money. It's true, but sometimes that is the reason why we get the criticism. If we have not done the investment, nobody will criticize us, because then we will be like a mid to lower level team. But once you have the resources, people judge you by that. So we have to go out there and perform now. I don't know who's going to do it, because we have the players we have. Exactly. We're going to hope that for the best. But we are at home against Southampton. The odds are for us. So we'll see how it goes. I'll come back when you come back. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, my brother. And everybody, thank you so much. I'm going to go behind the scenes, eat something while watching with the family, and come back at halftime. Stay here, because we have amazing commentary and everything on your screen. Don't go away. I'm still here. The phone is going to be open after 45 minutes. God bless. I'm here. Don't go away.
Looks like Nkunku is on the left-hand side, Neto down the middle. You've got Sancho on the right, which is not something that the team selection suggested would be.
And we are off. I would say Southampton kicked off with a massive overload left side. That might be why there was a slight imbalance of individuals over there. But the Saints in their yellow and black will be playing from left to right. They have a throw on the far side. So Chelsea are going to be attacking the shed end, as is usually the case in first halves here at Stamford Bridge. Cucurella immediately putting the pressure on Sugawara, and then Flynn Downs goes back to Bella Kotchap, and now Joe Aribo on the far side, the Southampton left, and he's looking up the line towards tall Paul Onuachu as Caicedo gets stuck in there. And then Enzo Fernandez clashes with Smallbone, and it's 8 versus 8, and Chelsea have the first free kick.
Noticeable, obviously the shape of the team changed, and Enzo, who gets the goal, was playing higher because we had Caicedo and Reece playing alongside one another. Just looking at Enzo's position, look where Colwell is, look where Cucurella is. Cucurella's now playing midfield. We've gone to a back three. That's the Enzo Maresca way. We've gone to a back three. Cucurella's playing central midfield. That pushes Enzo on to be a number 10. Palmer's had to drop deep, Ben, to get the ball.
And he's just twisted and turned away from Will Smallbone, who's just been back after months out injured. Now Nkunku, left channel, running in where you normally see Jadon Sancho. Cucurella square, back of the D is Palmer. And now Caicedo out to Malo Gusto, and Sancho is looking like right wing for sure, and Neto through the middle, with Enzo will go and help, and Palmer can support too. And you would expect Chelsea to be more on the ball. He rattled the changes around for the game at St Mary's, if you recall, and Joe Lumley was in goal, and he had a bit of a nightmare, and Nkunku passed it into an empty net, and Cole Palmer was able to have quite a lot of fun that night. Although Southampton did score a goal in that, and we were worried for a moment when Jorgensen got a rare start. He does stay in tonight, in case you're wondering.
Enzo's position, he's a bit of a floater, Ben. He's one of those, he can float between the midfield and the back line. Bit of space for Sancho. We've not seen Sancho on the right, Ben, before.
Well, him and Neto now, because Neto has been dragged out
and
there, and he's trying to take on Bella Kotchap as he won a corner.
Do you know what, Ben? That's fine, because look where Palmer is. And that's where we scored the first goal against Aston Villa. There was a swap.
And Enzo Fernandez.
Enzo Fernandez, look where he is. So that deliberate ploy of Palmer coming inside, Neto filling the space. And I've said this many times, Ben, Neto's our best right-hand side player. Whatever shape you play, Neto is our best player on that right-hand side. He doesn't have to stay there, of course he doesn't, but we need to be fluid.
Given away by Enzo Fernandez, and then it is back with Ramsdale, all in orange at the shed end, down there to our left, and he goes long. Tosin against Onuachu, that's about 13 feet of serious man down there between
he's a monster, the boy. There's no doubt about it, but they've gone long, Ben. The first thing they've done with Ramsdale, he's gone long.
Good ball into Enzo, but well covered James Bree. He's a youngster who's been getting starts under Ivan Juric.
Yeah.
That was good defending, because it was a good ball.
A great run, great ball, great defending. Feels like it could be a game, Ben, for Nkunku to step up, you know. It really does.
Clearly a talented footballer. Hasn't shown us it yet with any consistency. Cucurella fouled underneath us in the left-back spot. That'll be a Chelsea free kick.
Yeah, you see Bree defensively doing his job, following Enzo, and then you see
They do a lot of man-to-man, Southampton, Jason.
Yeah, but then you see him 50 yards high at the pitch on the right-hand side, following Cucurella. So, yeah, well done him.
Half-time, Brighton 1, Bournemouth 0, Palace 1, Villa 0, and Wolves Fulham is 1 each. I tell you what, I make that a fairly good set of results from Chelsea's perspective, and they can all beat each other while we hopefully pick up some points. There's a long ball down the right here that is being chased by Sancho. He's kept it in down by that far corner flag.
Brilliant ball from Tosin. He keeps it in, Sancho. Chelsea in the final. Oh!
Given away, the retreating Mateus Fernandez nips in. Here's Will Smallbone, Saints Academy player, and now on the gallop. Up that left flank is Kamaldeen Sulemana, who's a live wire of a player.
It's not foul. It's not foul.
And it hasn't been given as a foul. Don't worry.
No.
Goal kick. Eased out of it.
Yeah.
He's a dangerous player he's one of those. He's a sort of 1 in 3, Jason. I don't know if you've seen him. On his day, he can be a real handful and all over the place. And other days, he can just be all over the place.
Well, he showed there what he's got under the bonnet, right? He's got an engine and he's got some pace. Ball over the top. Neto to run in behind. Great ball.
And he's beaten Bella-Kotchap to it. Take him on, says Jason, and he does, Neto. And he's got the beating of him. He's chopped back inside. Good work, Neto. Just inside the box. Little drag back. Right foot, left foot. And then a diagonal ball back to Cole Palmer. Back of the D, trying to make some room. Will Smallbone cuts that off.
Brilliant ball, but what they've done, they've regrouped, they gathered. Southampton, they've got themselves, look at the yellow shirts. It's so easy. There's some teams you look at and you can't quite, there might be a clash or slight clash. This game tonight, there's no clash. You saw them flooding back at pace, ball given away by Casado.
To Joe Aribo.
Yeah.
And now Smallbone up to Onuachu. He's surrounded by blue.
Got a job to do.
There's a ball out here and he's played it with really good weight. Sugawara up from right wing back here. Now at the corner of the box, Mateus Fernandes lets Bree take over. He curls in the cross. I thought Paul Onuachu had a free header there, but Tosin just gets back.
Tosin does well, Ben. And that's giving the ball away there from Casado. And they're ready to spring, because this Chelsea side have shown that you can dominate the ball in the first half. You can dominate the ball whenever. Yet you will still leave gaps because of the system that we play, because we have Cucurella playing inverted. The role of Nkunku is absolutely crucial, because he's so inverted. We then become a three at the back. He then becomes a wing-back Nkunku.
Brilliantly played out, Caicedo with a clever trick, and Palmer releases Enzo Fernandez, who's over the halfway line, and a very heavy touch. Flynn Downs over on the cover. That was all too easy.
Yeah, a little bit too eager, I think, Ben. That goes under that banner. Too eager. There was so much grass in front of him.
You think he got too excited?
I think he got too excited, and the heavy touch there showed he felt and knew there was a real chance, but the touch, and the thing about Enzo is, all the quality he's got, he's not the quickest, and any touch that's slightly overhit out your feet, he's probably not going to get there.
Yeah, he's not Neto or Willian in that regard, because they could get away with those. Onuachu looks to spread it far side to Carl Walker-Peters, and all the way back there, Jadon Sancho.
Well done him. That's your job. That's what you've got to do. There's a dirty side to the game. There's a side to the game that naturally you were taught as a kid and grown up. You don't want to do that. Why does Jadon Sancho want to race 30, 40 yards back to his own goal? You know why?
Because your right back needs help.
Yes, a lovely ball that, by the way. It's a really good ball from. They know. Okay, listen, well played. They do ever so well. Bella-Kotchap gets across Neto. So the ball's on the left-hand side. Southampton squeezed. There's a 1v1 situation, and Cucurella plays that ball into a space. Bella-Kotchap reads it and reads it well, cuts it out. Let me tell you, if that appears again, he'll play that ball again. Maybe next time Neto gets on the end of it. Because what they do, sorry Ben, because Neto's playing down the middle, he is the paciest threat on the pitch. There's no doubt about that. If they're going to play a three and they ball given away, chance here for Chelsea attack down the right.
Malo Gusto into Neto, who takes it. Bella-Kotchap on the slide, and Aribo picks it up in the left back position. 8.5 played at the bridge. 0-0.
Well, that illustrates it perfectly. Bella-Kotchap on the left-hand side, Ben, as their number, the middle one. If there is such a thing as a back three, as a sweeper, he's picked the ball up on one side of the pitch against Neto. The other side, chance here.
Sancho running at Walker-Peters, drills it across through everybody and out the other side towards the corner flag in front of the Saints fans down there to our left.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Sancho gets the ball. It's given away by them. Can we commit one or two bodies? Yeah, we're a little bit shy, Ben. We're a bit shy. Sancho's job, once he picks the ball up, is beat the wing-back, full-back, whatever you want to call him, drill the ball across the 6-yard box. He's then saying, I'm going to put the ball in this area. It's up to you to get on the end of it. I played against Ian Wright, Alan Shearer. That is an absolute tap-in for them, because those players are anticipating and waiting for that ball to come in. You just have to anticipate. If you're on your heels and you're waiting for the ball to be cut back, that's not happening in that scenario. That's the sort of thing you do on the training ground. Ball out wide, beat your fullback, drill it across the 6-yard box. All it is a tap, a little bit like what Enzo did against Villa, if you think.
Yeah. Well, Jadon Sancho scored a lovely goal at Southampton. Back-to-back it was then. If you remember, he boomed one in against Spurs. Next game was a 5-1 Southampton. He's making his run infield, and now there's space out wide because Sancho's come in. Neto now has it wide right on the far touchline. And he's played it down that wing for Sancho. He hasn't scored since then, by the way, Jadon Sancho, since those back-to-back goals. And he's one of those, and he's certainly not the only one who needs something tonight.
Bella Kotcher went with Neto. Bella Kotcher does not want to go into those areas, but then he plays the ball, Neto, and Bella Kotcher runs into him, bumps him, and Neto's saying to the referee, just watch this. Just watch what he's doing. I'm not saying Bella Kotcher's man marking him, but it's as close to as anything that we're looking at on the pitch right now.
Good run, Cole Palmer, and his arms are out because he was disappointed the ball didn't come. One of those frustrated. There was a lot of green grass in behind. Levi Colwell's got his head up now with the ball at his feet, and next to him is Tosin.
Has to come, Ben, that ball. It's a brilliantly worked set piece.
We could see them all perfectly from up here.
Look how deep he's going, Ben. Look where he's going. Ben, he is, honestly, Bella Kotcher does not need to go that deep.
I've never heard anyone's name mentioned as much as he has been. Here's Cole Palmer.
He's so deep.
Right channel, and Bella Kotcher is in the way. Palmer has found Enzo Fernandez back of the D. Clever ball into Cucurella, and a really good sliding challenge from Flynn Downs on the floor by the penalty spot. Otherwise, that may well have been a goal.
Brilliant challenge. He's got in hard.
Onuachu turning around and asking the referee for a free kick. No.
Right, I'm telling you now, the ball through the middle is on.
And look at the run. Cucurella is just making a centre-forwards run up the...
I can't take my eyes off Bella Kotcher at the minute. Honestly, he is...
Clearly.
No, but Ben, I'm just watching his movement. He's... in that position, you do not want to move because you're the safety net.
Unless they've got man-to-man detail. Juric likes a bit of that.
No, they haven't, Ben.
No, they haven't tonight. It doesn't look like it. The ball is back with Jorgensen, and we're just going to have a little delay here because Matheus Fernandes, who has been actually quite a tidy player in a really poor Saints season, obviously, but it's interesting to see who does well individually in those times. He has got up, and Ivan Juric has now got up, and he is signalling Robert De Niro's long-lost twin down there, beckoning. Enzo Maresca is up as well. He's got the puffer jacket and trainers on tonight, and he's making some signs too. I'm not sure if that's getting through to, I think, Jadon Sancho's about 80 yards away from it. Malo Gusto has it now in the right-back spot. The Blues in blue, playing from right to left.
Look how deep they are, Ben. Look how deep they are, it's a back line.
Well, Bella Kotcher on Neto.
Why aren't they on the halfway line? Why aren't they on the halfway line? Look where the ball is. How can they allow Neto? Look at the space between the midfield.
The referee has got about 40-yard circle all around.
How are they allowing this? Honestly.
Well, Jorgensen's not playing it in there yet, though, and Cole Palmer hasn't run in there yet.
I can't take my eyes off their back line. The space is incredible.
You do that, I'll do the rest of the pitch. Here's Colwell up the line towards Nkunku. Bree coming in. Will Smallbones won it. Now down the channel, Onuachu. Tight angle, he's absolutely hammered it high into the Matthew Harding end. Goal kick.
Yeah, well, they're cheating. So what they're doing, we've given that's down to us on that one. They're playing high up the pitch, but their back line is so deep of the halfway line.
And as a result, a pass like that can go into Neto, although he hasn't kept it. And this is Fernandes, well read. Levi Colwell always been given. It's been given, I should say, as a free kick on Matheus Fernandes, who is down again now. Levi Colwell came through him to win the ball. Actually, he did go through his legs.
It probably is a free kick.
Yeah,
actually.
You can't go through the legs anymore.
No,
he didn't go through the legs and really take him out, but you're not even allowed to do that.
No.
It's a free kick to Southampton. It's 34 yards out and dead centre. So I suppose you would say it is just about within shooting range, but normally you'd think it'd be chipped round to the far post runners, but notoriously a very difficult angle to find a teammate from.
Yeah, because it's so deep and so central outside the box, they have to stack it either one way or the other, or they're playing it short. Okay, fine.
To buy themselves a bit of angle. And here is Sugawara on this near side, the Southampton right. And James Bree has got away from Nkunku, and he stood it up round the back stick. Flying header coming in, needs defending, and in fact Nkunku can watch it out for a goal kick.
That's poor from us. I'm sorry, that is terrible from us. We allowed them to change the angle, then have an overload on the right-hand side. Not only that, put the ball in the box, where they're now heavily... Look at the bodies they've got towards that far post. That's not great from us at all. We got away with one there, because that ball... So they've taken the free kick central, they decided to change the angle, come out on the right-hand side, they've got a 2v1 situation, and once they've got to the byline, there's a cross that's come in, and where they're heavily stacked, where we thought the ball might go in, they're still there. That's such a simple move, but not impressed with the way we dealt with that, if I'm honest, Ben.
And Kunku didn't go with his runner that time. That's a good layoff from Onuachu to Mateus Fernandes.
Southampton starting to have a footing in this game, Ben.
Yeah, just a little bit of neat football in the middle third from them. This is Kamaldeen Sulemana just inside the Chelsea half, and now on the far flank is Kyle Walker-Peters, who's coming up for 200 Saints appearances, and he's gotten the return end of that ball as well. But Sancho has gone with him. Makes such a difference when your wide attackers do that. And Kunku nearly got his fingers burnt as Onuachu gets a header in from the edge of the box. It bounced through to Jorgensen, all in black, away to our right. 15 and a half played, 0-0.
Yeah, and just signs for me, the Southampton are starting to get the grips. I'm still stunned that they were so... Oh, the ball, Jorgensen playing the ball to Enzo. He probably doesn't want it. I don't know what Southampton players are moaning about.
Well, only now do they go close.
Ben, look how spread out we are. But Southampton, they're filling gaps, they're filling spaces. We don't go long here, Jorgensen. You've got to play out because
he looks like he doesn't know which to do, Jay. He's gone short to Enzo Fernandez, and he's gone long up the middle. And now Neto holding off Bella Kotchap, and across on the cover is Aribo. And now Moises Caicedo in the centre circle.
A little bit static.
What do I do here? Was the speech bubble for that one?
Yeah.
Where shall I go?
We looked a bit static, actually.
Now defending right on his own byline here, Walker-Peters into Bella Kotchap, who very calmly plays it out. He's actually done that very well to Aribo. That was quite a tight squeeze, but that has come off Sulemana. No, it hasn't. It is actually a Chelsea throw on the far side. Saints in their yellow and white, goalless here in the late game to kick off.
Yeah, this just I'm slightly concerned, Ben, with the last 5 minutes, if I'm honest, that they are prepared to take a risk where they not only squeeze the ball, but they're not squeezing the halfway line. That goes against everything I was ever taught, because you squeeze the pitch, you make the pitch smaller, therefore the more bodies you've got in that area, you can affect the ball.
Ridiculous Hollywood switch didn't work out. Cucurella brought that down, and it's back with Levi Colwill.
Right, so it's the first time we've had a little bit of possession, but we look a little bit static.
Well, and you can probably hear the groans around us.
Yeah, and they're right, because there's no movement, Ben. You and I have got the perfect view. Where's the movement? I'm looking at Neto. Neto's trying to go in behind. He can't. Della Kotcha's staying with him. Honestly, he's like a shadow.
I wonder why Palmer isn't going into that massive space between midfield and attack. Well, Chelsea try and move up the field now, although it does go back to Jorgensen.
Yeah, they're going man for man all over the pitch at the moment.
Right, that's what I mean. That is something Juric does. He does do that.
Yeah, they're going for man for man.
And so we need a smart head to go, OK, well, let's see what we do with that.
All over the
Levi
pitch.
Colwill's now offering this side. Caicedo's trying to... You see, that's not a great ball. That's going to need some dealing with. Tosin should get there in the right-back position, and he plays it up the line to Sancho. Hold-up play required. That is excellent from Jadon Sancho. Oh, and Cole Palmer trying to thread it through for Neto. And do you know what? For him, that's an easy pass for Cole Palmer. He didn't pull it. Oh, Bella Kotchap's gone down rolling about, holding his knee.
You are right. I mean,
what on earth is that?
So they're squeezing the pitch. They're going man for man. And I know that. Oh, Neto may have. There's nothing in it.
Well, he's sort of trodden on his ankle in the follow-through, but it's not.
He's okay. Yeah, the problem that we've got is that Southampton they've grown into this game, and
it's pretty even at the moment.
Yeah,
isn't it?
We need to try and, for me, what was working earlier on was moving the ball out to those wide areas. We saw a little bit of Sancho, a bit of Nkunku. Nkunku's false deep. There might be a pattern emerging here in this game.
Well, one of them is that Cucurella keeps going to join in the attack, and he was running up the inside channel there. It's been mopped up by Flynn Downs. Fernandes right underneath us and right by his coach Juric wins the throw for Southampton. I reckon they've got to win 8 of their remaining 12 games to be able to stay up. They've won 2 out of 26, so I think we can safely say it's not going to be happening.
Ben, but you know what? We're up against a dangerous animal. Up against a dangerous animal.
An animal that has minus 42 goal difference, but Caicedo's won it high, and he's popped it into Palmer. Back of the D. Good footwork, Cole Palmer. They crowd round him there. That's good defending from Southampton, actually. He did well, but so did they. No one did anything wrong then. Up the line here to Onuachu, right by Enzo Maresca. Can he keep it in? Him and Colwill.
Better,
scuffing away.
Better. Getting up alongside.
Caicedo on the halfway line now for Chelsea. Exactly 20 minutes played at Stamford Bridge. You're listening to the official Chelsea app.
Urgency about to spend. Too laboured. Too many touches.
And Kunku, left side. Little step over, but it's back down to walking pace. They've got minus 42 goal difference for a reason, but you've got to get at them. Levi Colwill here.
When I said they're dangerous, Ben, there's no fear. They know they're going down. It's like you can play with a freedom. Now, when you know your fate, things can change. I think that if they take a point here today, that's a victory for them. It's a lovely ball that from
Colwill, and a good take from Enzo Fernandez, and a clever reverse ball. Cole Palmer takes it early from the edge of the box into the hoardings. Goal kick Southampton, but a little bit more impetus because they moved the ball quickly.
Much
1 and 2 touch.
Colwill plays a lovely ball, beats the lines. It's the run from I just had a touch out of his feet there. So Colwill plays the ball. It's a lovely ball into Enzo. He turns on it, and Palmer just can't quite sort his feet out quick enough to get the shot away, and maybe snatched, Ben, a little bit.
Well, he's not been bagging him in, as we know. No goals in 6 games.
Lovely again. That's much
and he's
better.
played that very
Sancho
nicely.
Plays the ball into Palmer, out the wide, on the right-hand side for Neto.
Neto's got Malagusto outside him. Neto goes infield. Joe Aribo clears it. Yeah, it's no goals in 6 for Cole, Jason. He's done that once. I don't know if you know this. It was exactly this time last year. He went none in 6, and then the run ended. Okay. But so it's his joint longest run without a goal since he came to the club, which obviously by his standards is not very long, but you know what I mean. But he also has created a ton of chances that haven't been put away by other people, it has to be said. I'm sure you all saw that stat doing the rounds a few weeks back. In fact, I think you sent it to me on our WhatsApp group.
I did.
Yes.
That's a lovely ball from Colwill into Neto.
Left
Brilliant.
channel, he's trying to hold it up, but Sugawara comes back. The ricochet favours Enzo Fernandez here. 25 yards out, brilliant ball, onside, Cole Palmer. Aaron Ramsdale's made a brilliant save, one-on-one. Just thought that was going to be Palmer's drought coming to an end there, and it so nearly was. He hasn't scored in 6. Brilliantly made. He didn't do anything wrong with the finish. It's just really good goalkeeping from a really good keeper.
Ben, that run from Palmer, it's the run that same run that he made against Villa at the weekend, where he should finish it, and we saw Martinez come out. This time he's got 1v1. He's on his feet. He's gone safe, Ben. Ben, I've got to tell you, you put him back that end of October, November. He slots that comfortably behind Ramsdale. Brilliant save. Should score. Corner Chelsea.
From the far side, the right wing in towards Tosin. Header. And nodded into the far post by Kunku.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Just when we needed him to turn up, he scores. Just like he did away at Southampton. Chelsea 1, Saints 0. I wouldn't say it's been coming, but it has come.
Ben, it's just a simple goal. Football's a simple game. It's an outswinger of a corner, wins the flick on. Who can get their far post? The whole stadium's waiting to see who gets there. And Kunku gets there first, nods it down. Ramsdale can do nothing about it. I'm so pleased for him. Honestly, it's such a simple goal.
And he's definitely onside in case any of you are worrying.
He can't be offside, Ben, because he gets in front of the defender after he's made the run behind him. It's impossible to be offside here. He can't be offside. He's not offside. Gets there. In fact, you know what? It's a player actually that keeps him onside.
Yeah, it's all the way on the far side.
Yeah, you're right. I thought he gets beyond him.
No, Sugawara played him on because he got goal side of Smallbone.
Smallbone's the one. He can't get there. Oh, thank God for that, Ben. Thank God for that.
And the balloon has come out for the first time in a long time.
And Maresca's come out celebrating, and rightly so. It's been a tricky opening 25 minutes or 24 minutes of this game. Southampton can see goals, Ben.
Yeah, well, they always do. They
always concede.
They've had one clean sheet. It's his first Premier League goal, and obviously he doesn't play a lot of Premier League minutes. It is his first Premier League goal, Jason, since Southampton away.
Ben,
the 5-1.
Ben, can we get the second goal in the game? That's the next question.
Before half-time, ideally. 25 played, ball on the far side, the Chelsea right wing. And Neto is running at Walker-Peters, tries the chop, and now he's got a runner outside him. A nice decoy run, Malo Gusto. Very good.
Neto. Used it by not using him, Ben. No width. And Cuckoo's got to come out wider.
Yeah, but he's not a winger. That's the problem. He's never going to hug that touchline, whatever he's told. If Mudryk couldn't be made to do it,
Chelsea dominating the ball, Ben. Totally dominating the ball now. Southampton, every single Southampton player, pretty much in their final third. Chelsea now stroking about. Goals change games. Goals change the confidence of a team.
Especially this one.
There's a bit of a swagger now. All of us. I'm talking less than a minute after we kicked the restart. There's a swagger about Chelsea. Can we turn this swagger into another goal?
And
Brilliant from
Kunku's got
Cucurella.
it.
He's played well, Cucurella.
He has, and Flynn Downs has fouled Christopher Nkunku. It'll be a left channel free kick about 40 yards from goal from Chelsea. Well, Jay, we have said this quite a bit, and you never like it when I talk about the youth of this team, but what I would say about it is it means two things.
Like it?
Well, you don't, because you go, we can't use that an excuse, Ben. Now, when they're down, it's quite easy for them to be down, but equally, when they're up, they don't get really up. And something else I put on our WhatsApp group this week is that Tosin is the oldest player that has played for not just in this team, that has played for Chelsea this season. He's 27. He's the old man of the team at 27, which you always used to say, or one always used to say, was the prime of a career. Free kick here on the diagonal, in a line between me and him, and Enzo on the ball, and Ramsdale's goal. Malo Gusto now slings it towards the far post, and Kunku is going to have to try and keep that in. He did not. It's a goal kick. No, odd. You've made the angle worse.
No, but
yes?
I know, but...
yeah, they've made the angle worse by playing that pass.
No, but I don't mind if you've got Tosin or Kohler to come and win it. The angle can change. I haven't got a problem with that. But then you change it to Nkunku.
Well,
so the free kick on the left-hand side, which can be swung in, we've gone to the centre of the pitch, where Gusto is. It's fine. We changed the angle, but that angle then becomes narrower because you've gone central. What you should do is go the other way, central to out, and then we tried to float one to Nkunku.
Even if he had won it, he wouldn't.
No,
he wasn't going to be able to do anything with it, even if he had been able to control it. The ball is back.
I mean, a bit of miscommunication there. I can't believe that was deliberate.
James Bree in the right back position for Southampton in their yellow and black. They trail yet again, minus 43 goal difference. Right in front of Enzo Maresca. Cucurella scrapping in there with Onuachu, and don't foul, but he has fouled him.
Honestly,
he's too eager for his own good.
Do you know what, right? I love Cucurella, but there has to be a moment in your brain where you realise, if I can't win it, all I'm going to do is give him the ball back. He's going nowhere.
He was facing Enzo Maresca right by the technical area. Suleiman has skipped round that challenge of Caicedo with some neat jinky play now. Walker-Peters away from Jadon Sancho on that far side, but well done on the cover. Enzo Fernandez. We need more of that more often. Back with Tosin inside his own box. Well, now they're high.
If we can beat this press,
play around this and you're in, but it hasn't been played around. And now it's been won back from a scrappy moment, and Sancho, that's a foul, ref. He has given it. Free kick. It's okay. Okay.
I know, but Ben, the concern was because their press was so high, and they basically left us a 3v2 at the back in their favour. But they pressed the whole pitch. When you squeeze the whole pitch, if you do not win it and you break that press, they are in big trouble, and they had to, and they give the free kick away on that occasion, taking unnecessary risks again from our point of view.
Half an hour played nearly at Stamford Bridge in the late kick-off. Brighton still one up over Bournemouth. That game's played 50-odd.
Go long. Jorgensen's got to go long.
Jorgensen does go long, and tiny Neto against massive Bella-Kotchap. Well done. He's nodded it down for Cole Palmer, who's got it in the centre circle now. And then Smallbones won it back. And then Colwell's won it back. And then he's lost it and he's out of position. Here is Mateus Fernandes, just underneath us on this right wing. Well across.
Enzo
Fernandes.
Honestly, that challenge there, he's gone in. It's a bit unconventional, to be honest with you. He's gone with 2 feet.
I was going to say it was a little study for my liking, but he certainly won the ball.
We're not. we just look a bit edgy, Ben.
Like a team that hasn't been winning games lately.
Ben, we look like that team. We're a better team than them, obviously. I've just seen Neto's gone down, Ben, holding his face. Bella Kocha is over him, just looking at him as if to say, what are you doing on the floor? I don't know whether Neto has run into him or there's an elbow or what.
It's going to be...
he stuck his arm.
Come on, honestly.
He stuck his arm up.
He stuck his arm out the tiniest bit, and that's just... I'd rather not see my players do that, or players of any team.
The problem you've got is, I don't know what Neto's looking for. Well, I do know what he's looking for.
Well, he's hoping the VAR have a look in case he's been elbowed.
No, but the problem you've got is you've got Bella Kocha.
I don't want them thinking about VAR.
You've got Bella Kocha, Ben, who is a 6'5" giant, and you've got Pedro Neto, who is, 5 foot, or whatever, 6 foot, and all it is, he stuck his arm across him.
He's 6 foot, so am I.
Okay, whatever, but because of the height, he stuck it across. He's caught him. It's a nothing. It's a nothing.
Yeah, it is nothing. He's up. He's fine. They aren't looking at
anything.
Ben,
look at them. They're going man for man all over the pitch.
Yeah.
And they're putting the pressure on Jorgensen. He's got to go long. And there's not a lot of
put
movement
it out of play.
Yeah, and Neto. I've just seen Neto there. Neto is the obvious choice. He's the only choice. Because they're going man for man all over the pitch. They're squeezing, and they're doing it really well, by the way, is that what you can do, you can mark 2 players in one. It's your distances. So as the ball travels, you travel to that man. But you can also mark 2. You can sit between the gaps, Ben.
Mateus Fernandes has just found a gap that was quickly closed down by Neto. Ball on the far side, the Southampton left wing, level with the edge of the box now. There's a crossing opportunity here in towards Onuachu's headed it, and it's brilliantly kept out by Jorgensen. Spectacular stuff. The big man won his header easy there, and it stays 1-0 with nearly 32 played. A pretty simple cross and header routine.
Chance, byline cross, free header. Jorgensen does well. He pours it away. It's one of those he should save. I'll be disappointed if he doesn't. Maybe he should catch it. He decides in the end just to push it back towards the goal.
Yeah, because he was backpedaling a bit. Now he comes out and he just gets a fingertip on it. The flag's up anyway. It's a free kick. Don't worry about that. So
unconvincing from us, Ben.
A little bit, yep. I would just say, folks, by the way, because I'm sure you're all checking every now and then yourselves anyway. And of course it changes through the night and every week at the moment. But Chelsea going forth. Levi Colwill got
Ben. Colwill has got to get closer. He's got to make sure if it's a header, get contact. He can't allow a free header. Colwill's nowhere near him. Ball's come in. Colwill's underneath the ball. Get some just off. Put him off balance. Put your shoulder, elbow into his chest. That takes away the power of the header.
He's not had a great New Year, Levi.
Great ball from Jorgensen.
Up to Neto. He's quite happy to receive it, and he's held it. Now play it over again, and he has Enzo Fernandez for Neto. The flick is on for Nkunku. Left side of the box. And now right to the edge of that box. And Nkunku now, nowhere to go through the middle. Southampton have their bodies back. Here's Neto. Can he cross it? No, he's going to go short to Enzo Fernandez. 33 played at the bridge. Right now, Chelsea 4th, 2 points above City and above Newcastle, who play Liverpool tomorrow. And Bournemouth and Brighton locked together with Aston Villa on 43 points just beneath. It's very, very tight in there. And of course, Forest and Arsenal are meeting this midweek too. So teams can take points off one another. That's a good ball. Is this 2-0? Oh, it should have been. It really should have been. Cole Palmer from a tight angle has drifted it wide. Someone's ended up in the back of the net. It's Enzo Fernandez, but the ball hasn't.
Ben, what a chance. Brilliant from Sancho. Plays a little slide rule pass into Palmer, who drills it across the face of the 6-yard box, begging to be tapped in. I'm not sure whether this is a cross or a shot. Either way, he scuffs it.
I think he's going for the far corner.
Scuffs it.
I think he's going for goal.
He scuffs it. Better again from us. But these missed chances, these missed moments, I've seen this before. Southampton off the hook. Look, we got off the hook a couple of minutes ago, but that is oh dear. We need the second goal just to settle the crowd, settle the players, get the second goal, give us some breathing space. But the Sancho involvement there, brilliant on that left-hand side, comes inside, and then it's that little slide pass. It's a straight slide pass, but the movement from Palmer is excellent. It's just the execution isn't quite on point.
Southampton playing it quite nicely through the middle third at the moment, but it's not got them anywhere. Levi Colwill, speaking of man-to-man, has followed him.
Ben, they've got 5 across the top. Well, they did have.
And Levi Colwill's up in...
yeah, you don't want to be there.
No, we don't want him there. He can go back now, and he will.
Yeah, fine.
And it's balls back with Ramsdale at the shed end.
In the swap. Then it's swap. Why is Colwill still... Swap now.
The ball on the far side with Will Smallbone.
Yeah, Gusto's now. Yeah, good shape from us now. I was a little bit concerned about 3 or 4 minutes. Good shape from us.
Running the channel and Cucurella on the cover. That's good, helping out Tosin.
The shape was better. What was really making me nervous is that Colwill's come out into an area as a centre half. Having played that position, you start to feel naked because the closer you get towards the halfway line and beyond, you're like, I don't want to be here. I hate being here. I don't want to be. Ball given away. Chance here. And Nkunku going in.
And Nkunku 30 yards out. And now Neto, angle, hit it first time. He does. Drills it high to the near top corner for 2-0. Chelsea have the insurance policy. Shortly before half-time, at the shed end, he is pumping the air, Pedro Neto. He's been a big part of these last couple of games in that attacking third. Cushion, Jason, 2-goal cushion.
Not often you and I, Ben, have said that word, by the way. But the ball was given away. You could sense there was a chance if the right pass was made at the right time. And Nkunku, brilliant. Ball's given away. Once we win it, we spring. We're in behind the back line. He's onside. And Nkunku picks the ball up. It's the run from Neto from inside to out. Plays it first time. Drills it first time. Beyond Ramsdale. 2-0 Chelsea.
No tippy tapper, just hit the damn thing. Absolutely.
Well, now all of a sudden the murmur, you can sense the relief's not the right word actually, but just that feeling that we've been here before. We've watched this game. I've seen Chelsea dominate the first half. Fulham on Boxing Day. Honestly, how we won 2 or 3 up at half-time, I'll never know. We lost that game 2-1. Fulham are a better side than Southampton, of course they are. The league table will tell you so.
Well, Fulham are winning 2-1 at Wolves, Palace beating Villa 2-1, and Bournemouth have equalised at Brighton. So all of that is really good for Chelsea, which we will discuss, I'm sure, during half-time.
We will indeed.
So they kick off again, Southampton. And they've had a couple of decent moments in this half, but they find themselves 2 down again. That's minus 44 on goal difference. It's not the worst, because, well, the season hasn't finished yet, but Sheffield United and Derby, minus 69 once. Throw from Cucurella down the left flank. Pedro Neto has it, running towards those Saints fans. Now he cuts back up the line. And Nkunku.
Yeah.
Don't mind keeping it when you've got a 2-goal lead.
And do you know what, Ben? There's a bit more freedom about us.
And Nkunku, no flag yet, but now it goes up. He can't control it anyway, but had he been able to, it wouldn't have counted. Offside, and Southampton free kick. We played 38 and a half, and that big moment with Onuachu being saved by Jorgensen there at 1-0. That's, if he plants that header in, Levi Colwill will be a relieved boy because he got right underneath that.
Ben, sorry. And this side, Casado picks it up. Chance for Gusto on the right.
Sancho on the charge here, right edge of the box. Surrounded by yellow and gives it away to Mateus Fernandes.
Oh, chance given. Casado wins it, goes down. Bit of space actually on the right hand side.
Malo Gusto cuts out the long Southampton ball on that far side. Now he runs up the touchline.
You know what I want to see now, Ben? I want to see a Palmer goal. I think that Palmer just dwelling on, just as I said there, dwelling on the ball. Palmer now doing some defensive duties. Don't foul. Yeah, Palmer picked the ball up, just dwelt on it half a second too long.
Ivan Juric is trying to work out what's happening here. James Bree's just come over to have a word with someone, and well, there are subs warming up for both sets of players here. Anyway, the ball is with Jorgensen at the Matthew Harding end, and he just...
Yeah, we've gone short out to Colwell. I'm watching Neto. Neto has come from a deep. It's a brilliant run from Neto. Picks the ball up. Oh, he's offside. That's really unlucky. So the ball is played from Jorgensen out to Cucurella. Neto has dropped deep, really deep, but beyond Belakocha. But as he makes his run from the deep area, beyond Belakocha, in an offside position, the pass isn't made quick enough, or his run isn't quick enough, one of the two, or both probably. He then's in an offside position as the ball is played, and Southampton get back possession. But I like the idea that Neto is becoming, he's a bit of a nuisance. He's a bit of a, as a centre half, because he's quite unorthodox. He's not a typical number 9.
He certainly isn't that.
He's just given a free kick away there, Ben, as well.
He has. Mateus Fernandes felled in the middle of the Chelsea half, and Pedro Neto isn't getting out of the way. And Southampton take it now, and the ball is underneath us with Yuki Sugawara, who is their right wing back tonight. Walker Peters often plays there. It's been run back. Caicedo straight up the middle.
Go on,
early ball, Cole Palmer. Early ball. No, he's come this way. And it's possession kept now on Kunku into Neto and Palmer.
Yeah, it slowed the pace down. It's a lovely, really lovely ball, because we've got runners from out wide that run, and this is just inside their half. There are two runners. Neto's made a run, Palmer's made a run. The ball finds its way to Neto. I wonder if Neto might have, because we had runners on the left as well, might have played that bend first time into a space. It's like, get after it. The ball doesn't have to be perfect in space. Put the ball into a space, and that encourages the run.
Calm control of the football from Enzo Fernandez here. 42 on the clock.
Runs now, Ben. Sorry, there are lots of. All of a sudden, the runs are being made. Neto on the left now.
And Neto's got in behind Sugawara, cuts back, right boot, cross, far too much on it. Malo Gusto will do his best to go over and keep it in on that far side, which he does. He's going to have to come back to Moises Caicedo, which he does. We've got 3 minutes plus whatever is added on here, and it's actually gone very quiet for the first time. It's odd to see Chelsea in such control of a game, but then again, well, it's 2-0 for a change, and it is Southampton. And Kunku has now been fouled unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Belakocha followed him all the way out there. Free kick 40 yards out on the angle.
The work that Belakocha's getting through. Honestly, if I was him, I want my two centre halves close to me. They're leaving in 1v1, Ben, and they're pressing, and that's what you do when you play man for man. You're going to be left. This second half, if we get things right, we can have Belakocha 1v1 with either Palmer or Neto, Sancho, anyone running from deep. Anyway, free kick Chelsea, halfway inside their half. Too far out for a shot. Enzo is over it, as is Neto.
Hush.
I'd play this short, Ben. I wouldn't play this long. I'd play it short and build.
Well, Neto has curled it straight in there. Free header! I'm glad they didn't play it short. 3-0. Levi Colwell has found that right on his bonce, and he's powered home the header from 4 yards out. 3-0 right before half-time. 3 points.
Yes, and I felt that there wasn't enough bodies in there, but the bodies that were in there are tall, physical, powerful boys. And Colwell shows me that I was wrong. They dropped deep.
If the delivery's that good, Jason, which it was,
the
then...
delivery is on point. The delivery... Oh, yes, he's on. Oh, yes, he's...
I think there's a shoulder somewhere over there that's playing him on.
He's on. They drop deep. We drop deep with them. In the end, it's a really... It's on the edge of the 6-yard box. Neto's delivery's perfect. It misses out the first and 3 or 4 men. Because they had so many men back, I can't believe he's got a free header. Honestly, but I cannot believe Colwell has got a free header.
Well, he's powered goal side of his man, hasn't he? You know, he's actually attacked that like I wanted him to attack the one in his own box a moment ago, to be fair.
Very good point. It's 3-0. Chelsea in absolute cruise control.
And that's absolutely floored them before half-time, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. And the Southampton fans, Ben, look, they conceded 7 goals in the last 2 games. They conceded another 3. This is a side that leaks goals for fun. Now, here's my challenge now for Maresca and the lads. Keep a clean sheet, please. Come on.
No, sure,
Let's have something to build on, because you take pride as a defender and a goalkeeper, even a defensive midfielder like Casado.
Come on, lads, come on.
The game right now is the 3 points are right in our hands. Don't concede. Don't give them any encouragement. Don't deflate the crowd. Give us something, because this is a game we should win, and we are winning. I want to see more goals won in. I'll take 3-0 now, Ben, at the end of 90. Honestly, I don't want to get greedy. What I do want, though, well, I will be greedy. I want a clean sheet.
Gusto trying to tease one in behind. Maybe 1 or 2 players could play themselves back into a bit of confidence, and it might come here. Enzo Fernandez lays it off Neto. Clever ball. Sancho for 4. Good tackle. Now to play on this near side. The Chelsea left wing for a throw. We have played nearly the first minute of stoppage time, I have to say.
Crystal Palace are
doing my
leading
job, and I didn't see how many were held up, but there's a Southampton man down anyway here now. I think Cole Walker...
2.
It was 2, wasn't it?
2 have been held
Thank
up.
you very
Cole
much.
Walker does well to cover across.
And he is up and he is okay.
Come on, boys.
Marco
Let's
Correa's
go,
poised,
let's go.
ball
Let's
in
get
hand
this
down there
done.
on this near touch line. And, well, there's I can't remember how many empty seats were down there from Southampton fans anyway at kickoff, but there's a fair...
Yeah,
I wonder if
they've gone for an early pint, Ben.
Maybe. I mean...
First yellow card of the game.
Paul Onuachu is checking to see whether Enzo Fernandez is okay. Enzo Fernandez has got plenty to say for himself.
3-0, let's
so
go.
Okay.
Let's go, man. We don't win, and today we won.
A bit guilty.
Good.
He's
Good game.
Looking at his inside of his Achilles.
Oh, man.
I can't believe it's going to be any.
I don't want anybody to get in
I
today.
Well, we'll be talking about half-time. Should be up. A satisfying, really satisfying opening 45 minutes.
Yeah, very
It's
good.
been a tricky time, Ben.
Very good
for
45
Chelsea fans
minutes.
listening to.
I think
and then you look at those
Southampton
fans and
should be just
Well,
packing
yeah, I
right
don't
now.
You know, which European
because they
competition
are
are we going to
ready
finish
for the
in?
championship.
Yeah.
That's just which division are we going to end up in?
Half time.
Well, there is Thomas Bramall's half-time whistle. Christopher Nkunku has scored a Premier League goal for the first time since Southampton away. Pedro Neto has been excellent, left, right and centre. Levi Colwill has scored his first goal of the season. There's lots to like
Let's
here.
go.
Lots to like, Ben. Lots to love.
3-0 to the
There was lots
almighty
of fear
Blues.
as well. You know,
Christopher Nkunku,
25
here
minutes
comes
ago,
the
probably got
balloon.
second goal.
You will see
And the third
people
goal pretty
running
much
from the
kills
show
this
because
game.
of they
It's
were
been,
against
it's been a game where
Colwill and against
We've done
Nkunku
enough.
and talking crap,
we've not peppered their
talking
goal.
nonsense. Now where are you?
Ramsdale's had one or
Come
two really
here,
good
talk
saves
to
to
us.
make, and that most notably, of course,
Where
against
are you? I
Palmer.
told you when you play
But we've been
people
ruthless, and that's
in a
something
simple
If
structure.
you really want to criticise this
They're gonna-
Chelsea side or pick up on what could be better, we have been in this
gonna
situation,
cook.
leading games and dominating games in the first half.
Come
and
on,
not
boys,
got that
come
second or third
on.
goal when it really counts. Tonight we've got it.
Yes.
Okay, we're up against one of the worst sides in the Premier League. But the ruthlessness about getting our noses in front, and then we not only got in front but stayed in front. That's been the difference. And I've seen games like this, Ben. Fulham, I can't talk about Fulham enough.
Okay, guys. So if you wanna jump and talk to us about the game, you can do so. We have 15 minutes until we take another break, and then come back at the end of game. But so far, so good. 3-0. You can't really complain. The players who normally don't score, they are scoring. So what are you complaining about? Right? No more complaints. We are doing stuff. We are cooking, people. I'm waiting for those people who just were giving me hard time here. I'm waiting for them so I can cook them like seriously. But they are away. They just run away. You know, they just run away. Nobody is there. They ran away. Brighton 2, Bournemouth 1. Oh, and Crystal Palace still 3-1 against Aston Villa. Wow, that's impressive. Le Français Dave.
Yes, hello. I have
Yes,
a
sir.
bad connection and reception just in case if I do go out. You know.
Okay.
But yeah, that it's I'm happy that we are picking up points, but at the same time, our frustration is coming from if we would have gained all our points in our previous game, we wouldn't have worried about top 4. Because now when you look at the points, it's very super tight. So even if you pick up a win now between City and Newcastle, if they play this Saturday and win, they pick up points to go above us again. So that's the reason why we are not happy and we are complaining about what is happening with the squad that we have and so many more fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was no reason that we should have made this top 4 such a dramatic ending, which we all know is that's how it's going to look like by May. It's going to be a very dramatic ending because City's not going to draw points. Newcastle's going to fight to be in the top 4. And it's going to be one of those dramatic, end of the league. Unless Nottingham Forest, they already started to decline. If they decline for more points, then we will be lucky to get a comfortable 4.
Oh, they are beating Arsenal first before declining. That is the goal. Let them beat Arsenal tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And then they start declining. That makes you feel good. Beat
Absolutely.
Arsenal and the rest lose.
Absolutely. You saying Nottingham Forest should beat Arsenal?
Yeah, tomorrow they're going to play against each other.
All right,
so
all right.
Forest
They
need to beat
should.
them because, the Arsenal. Like, come on, bro.
I mean, I would prefer Arsenal to win, so Nottingham Forest don't gain points.
No. I want them to beat Arsenal, take them out of the picture completely for the Premier League. So they still have a chance. Technically, they still have a chance. Mathematically, they can still win the league.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
don't want them to do anything like that. And for us,
But
we are
yeah,
up,
go ahead.
bro. We are up. I think we're going to do good. We're going to finish top 4.
Yeah, we are, but it's going to be dramatic. When it comes to a dramatic game, we are not good at it, Mr. Oaks. When it comes to important games or important points,
Nkunku
we
is
fold.
scoring.
I
Nkunku is
know.
scoring headers. And
He
Cole
is
is
scoring.
scoring.
We will take it. We will take it.
Yeah.
But when it's going to matter, like if we put in a dramatic situation, that's where Chelsea squad are not good at showing up. This is Southampton.
Probably we learn. That's what I say. I told you before we cut here. It's gonna be this is just Southampton. But remember, we've been losing
it's
against
the worst team in the
against
league.
a very, very, very. Listen, Brighton lost 7-0 the previous game before coming and smash Chelsea twice in a row in the space of 1 week, right? So I don't want to hear that, bro. A win is a win, regardless of the best team in the world or the worst team. That's how people try to put like in Kunku, you're gonna see like People's Republic here coming with his narrative.
But it was the way we lost.
Yeah.
It was the way we lost with those points. That's what
we're not
pained
gonna
us the
take
most.
that back anymore, bro. It's gone. We can't continue complaining about that. Now it's time to move on and take what we can take. If we learn a lesson from those stupid games that we lost at home and all that, I think it's good.
that technically sounds like we are depending on winning and getting points against small clubs.
It doesn't matter. You don't win the league. You don't win the league by beating.
We cannot take that kind of direction.
We can't. But right now, my friend, a win is a win. 3 points against Southampton is the same. 3 points against Arsenal.
Is Brighton a small club or a big club?
Brighton?
Yes.
For me, they are small.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we lost. That's what's not acceptable.
How many points you gonna get by beating Brighton or beating Southampton? And how many points you gonna get by beating City?
Look, enough points to challenge for the title or to challenge for a top 4. That's all.
Okay, good.
Arsenal lost the league last season by losing to all the small clubs.
Yeah, they lost against small. So that's why I said it's not a big difference, because people think, oh, you don't beat big teams. Mourinho used to say, you draw against big teams, you win against the small team, you win the league. So it is what it is. This is the Premier League too. They are not small leagues.
I think you should have never said that, because now we have all this small club figuring that out. Now you have Brighton ready to take a draw. Nottingham Forest ready to take a draw. Even Tottenham were ready to take a draw at one point. And Bournemouth ready to take a draw against City, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal. So it's closing the gap.
Let's listen from other brothers. People's Republic. What is your narrative? And then Victor, and then Phantom.
Southampton. Southampton is not a Premier League team. That is a Championship team.
There we go. I told you before.
I'm telling you. You come on. No, that's not. I'll give you your flowers about Nkunku. Yes, okay. Well, we have egg on our face. All of us Nkunku haters. Today he actually showed up.
One goal, and he got one more goal in the second half. Mark my word.
We'll give you flowers.
Today.
Well, I'll give you flowers. There I have to give you flowers.
How many chances bloody Cole Palmer missed today? Enzo Fernandez giving him caviar, that we call caviar in France, right? Like on the plate. Silver platter. How many chances he missed today? But nobody is going to talk about it. And let's point fingers.
Hang on. You speak to the forked tongue. So how many defenders does Cole Palmer draw, giving space to Nkunku, giving space to?
You don't answer the question. You go by another question.
He's missed two questions, two chances. He's missed. True, he's missed them. The one day he should have passed to Enzo instead of trying to take a shot there. But sometimes the game football's a game of margins, fine margins.
One he should have passed to Enzo, another one he should have passed to Nkunku, who was clearly up, and the other times he just shoot off target.
He's been figured out. Cole Palmer has been figured out.
No,
if you force him on the right,
confidence is very low.
But I have a small question for you, Mr. Oaks. So this goal Neto scored, do you think if he hit the ball with so much power, do you think if it hit the goalkeeper in the head, that it would probably killed him? There was so much power. I've never seen a shot with so much power like that in many, many years. That was incredible. And plus, your friend, your goalkeeper, that save was world class from Jorgensen.
That's why I always tell you young generation we have few bad games, or a player is having bad time. He got to put on the back side. He's a club. He's a Crystal Palace level or championship. Like, stop it. The struck today. Look at the way we are playing today. I don't want to talk too much because people are waiting. Let's go. Phantom of many topics very quickly and other people been waiting. We have 7 minutes to go until the game is back. Yes, sir. Let's go. Phantom.
Okay, so, you guys are all Chelsea fans. I'm on loan. This is a bad result long term, because we could have used these 2 or 3 games to get rid of Maresca, because he is not the long-term manager that we need to get back to Premier League Championship or whatever you want to talk about. You need someone like Antonio Conte. You need someone like the special one, or you just need a top flight manager to get back to the top. You don't pick a rookie manager who comes out of the championship, who had a 35-point lead in the championship last year and almost blew the first place. This
so
guy,
for you, we should have lost today so we can sack him. That is your theory.
I wanted to lose today so we could sack him. Now it just makes it a lot harder. Might as well just go get the Conference League trophy, and then we'll see Sean. We'll see Sean Dyche in April, right?
Sean.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Sean Dyche. Yeah, Sean Dyche is in Hong Kong right now having his vacation. But yeah, I got your point. Let's go to Mr. Victor, and then Aziz, and then Blue Eyes. Victor.
I couldn't agree with the last caller anymore. This coach is
so
not
you
good
wanted
enough.
us to lose so he can
No,
get
I didn't
sacked?
want us to lose. I didn't want us to lose. I just know that lose or win, he is not good enough for pressure-bound destination like Chelsea is. It is a big club in the middle of London, the most important city in Europe, in my opinion. And he is not going to be able to deliver as like somebody said, he almost blew a 35-point lead. And that is why he was saying to us that we could not be title challengers when we were 2 points away, because he will blow a 35-point lead. So if you are 2 points from the top, it means that he has factored in how many points he's likely to lose. So he knows that you are not a challenger. You know his psychology. So this is
Can
where
we just
we are.
be happy about the win today,
No. Don't say that I'm not. 3-0 is we are putting, as they say, lipstick on the pig. We are not out of the woods. No, by no means. This is a very poor team.
Yeah, it's just a result,
so we will enjoy. Can I finish here? We will enjoy if we win, because we still have half an hour, and the other half to go. And Chelsea is Chelsea, so
we're gonna score more goals. It's gonna be 5. Nkunku is scoring. Cole Palmer is scoring. Yeah.
The reason why I wanted to chip in was the concerning factor of the problem that is Palmer. This guy needs time with his football. This is why what is his name? Pep was not playing him often. When you are desperate and you need somebody to bulldoze themselves through the midfield of the other team and give you passes and go meet balls and score. I mean, he needs time on the ball to be able to do those beautiful goals he scores and all of that. And it's becoming concerning when you are not playing well and you need your best player, supposedly, on a team to be able to go out there and really score you goals through the way their work ethic or their work their effort. Palmer is not the one, and we have to be concerned about that. Maybe if we turn on our form turns, he will turn, but right now it's a concern.
All right, so Blue Ice, very quickly, my brother. We have the second half to start very soon. Tell us what you think about the first half. Ice is taking the breakfast of champions. Ice, are you still there? Makin, go on. Ice is not there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First half.
To be honest, I'm not on the gloomy, day to day. I'm happy with the win, and I'm happy for Nkunku, He's deserved it, Then the way he scored that first goal was brave. We was asking ourselves earlier on, this guy doesn't dive in, he doesn't put his body across. Oh, he's a good boy. No, he said, you know what, today I will put on my big boy boots, and he put himself ahead, and he got that goal was very needed, and he got himself an assist. Just to put the icing on the cake.
He's big girl underpants.
Stop that.
Yeah.
Blue Ice. I tried to get you in, but your mic was off. What do you have to say? The game is about to start. Yeah.
Listen, it's still like I think Victor was saying. To me, it's still dog's breakfast all over the pitch.
But we are winning 3-0 though.
Hey, I'll take the 3-0. Like I said, I'll take the 3-0. And anybody who is trying to use this game to gauge Nkunku, you're doing Nkunku no service. We're not going to use this game to judge him at all.
That's what I said in the first half.
Yeah,
exactly. Like you're gonna find always a way to put him down, but nobody cares.
I'm not putting him down.
He assists, I'm not putting him down, regardless of the team. Yeah,
I know. I'm not putting him down. No, let's not get it to. I'm not putting him down, but don't count your chickens before they.
All right, all right, my brother.
Oh, did you see the Enzo? The chance that he missed?
But Enzo also created so many chances.
Did you see how many chances Enzo created? No, you didn't see that, eh?
So you have to be fair.
No,
he missed the chance, but he also created chances that people didn't score.
He did.
Cole Palmer didn't
score.
He did.
Of course.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Save your energy because we have a long show after the game. The game just restarted. Goodbye. I'm going to the living room, but everything is going to be on the screen so we can come here and I'm going to punch People's Republic and everybody that criticizing Nkunku. I am going to cook them. The cooking that I'm going to have tonight, people stay there. I'm angry. I'm preparing my gun, everything. I live in Kentucky, right? Guns are legal. I'm preparing that. People, everybody that give hard time to, my boys, you have to come here and get the beating. All right, I'll see you.
I'll be snoring by then, so I'll be fast asleep. So
you'll be running away from the debate because you're not gonna win that. Get out of here. Listen, people, I'll be back. Stay here, watch the entire thing, and I'll be right back. All right, I'll be back.
Jackson was playing up front, even when he wasn't, when we had Nkunku down the middle, why can't we have the width running across the line? They do that really well, Man City. You remember the game, of course you will, but we got beat at their place. Their wing-backs, full-backs they were on the time, they had Guardiola doing one thing on one side, and they had, who was playing right back?
Matheus Nunes.
Nunes, right? They offer the width, and they come inside, Ben.
Well, Jason, their goal came from Matheus Nunes to Josko Gvardiol.
Right.
It was the right back to the left
but
back.
What I'm saying, why can't the wide men offer that running behind? And I'm not saying running behind the fullbacks, running behind the centre halves. It's really disconcerting.
Cucurella does it. Has started doing it more often, I think, from time to time. The ball is back with Aribo now. Bella Kotchap in the middle of the Saints' defence. I mean, it must be tough for them coming out 3-0 down and with 9 points on the board. Yeah. Everyone knowing that they're either playing for a Premier League future with another club or a promotion push with Southampton. I mean, I cannot imagine, for instance, Aaron Ramsdale on the ball right now is going to be not a Premier League goalkeeper next term. He's just given that away, and Nkunku feeds it down the line. Taylor Harwood-Bellis gets a toe in. I can't believe what you told me there. That's breaking news to somebody who doesn't follow such things. So Taylor Harwood-Bellis, you're telling me, is engaged to Roy Keane's daughter?
Correct.
Insane. Right. Kamaldeen Sulemana down the left, tracked by Malo Gusto, committed early and didn't get it, but then he does. Second bite, puts it behind, corner to Southampton at the shed end, in front of their supporters, most of whom, well, I say most of whom, it looks like all of them have stayed. I suppose if you're coming, it's not that far, you might as well stay.
Down the M3.
It's not like it's Sunderland or something. Free corner, excuse me. Will Smallbone is going to take it there, one of their many academy graduates. And it'll be an in-swinger.
Just back that, Ben. I'll let you explain what's happening there, sorry.
Yes. Well, he went too eager again. This is the problem with these youngsters. Right, Smallbone curls it in. Right into the mix. Away is the call, and away it is. And it might come back, though. Carl Walker-Peters has picked it up on this near side, the left flank, and he's given it back to Smallbone, who didn't want to cross it left-footed because he's right-footed. Oh, that's a better ball. Onuachu had just gone beyond. It's a goal kick. Right, hit me, Malo Gusto.
It's good defending from us because once the ball's on the left-hand side and Chelsea got a lovely line. Once Smallbone comes back onto his right foot, so it's on the left-hand side, once that touch comes back and you put it in your right foot, you are told naturally to step up a yard. So what that does, it stops the natural run. So you're, as a centre forward, you want that running behind. If I step up and leave you in there, you've then got to come back out to make the run back in. That is hard. That's really it's a difficult movement.
And your momentum's probably gone, so you're not going to get on the end of what is effectively swerving away from you as well.
And that's why you then want to stay on side, and you can't get the ball. Good ball in, but the trouble is, the reason that there's no one on the end of it is because he's had a touch with his left foot back onto his right, and Chelsea have stepped up 3 or 4 yards.
Ball is at the back with Southampton, who were trying to play it round. Now they try to go long, and it's read by Colwell. Cole Palmer has it, 25 yards, little drag back away from Smallbone. Nicely done. Cole Palmer wins a corner.
I think they've gone, Ben, Southampton.
Oh, and Taylor Harwood-Bellis is absolutely screaming at whichever one of his teammates did not make that ball stick. In comes the cross early, and Nkunku header pushed over by Aaron Ramsdale into the fans behind his goal in the Matthew Harding end. It'll be another corner. Cole Palmer's starting to purr a bit.
Yes, he is. I think they've gone, Ben, Southampton. I'm just looking at them now. That there's what we saw in the first half. You know, there was a little bit of something about them. I'm not convinced that something is there anymore.
Well, that's what I was just sort of hinting at a moment ago, Jay. You come out and it's already 3-0 down.
Yeah, it's a tough.
You've got to be. You've got to be some Roy Keane style warrior to keep giving it 100%.
If we get the 4th goal pretty early, I think there's more goals in this game for us. I mean,
and goal difference could be massively important. In comes the corner. It's headed out by Joe Aribo, but back into the mix by Palmer. Cucurella wins it, and somewhere in there. Did he control it with an arm? Yes, he did.
I think it come off his arm. He doesn't complain.
Massive mop of hair is now bobbing its way back to the halfway line. Commentator's dream, Mark Cucurella. Enzo Maresca down there.
Yeah, I want to see us
slightly less.
Then I want to see us put a foot on the throat, so to speak. Now, I want to see us be ruthless. I want to see us get the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, if that opportunity presents itself. We're not ruthless. That's been a part of our problem since Boxing Day.
3-0 or 5-1. Which would you pick?
I want a clean sheet. Why have you got to do that to me?
See? Because if I'd given you other one, I had to make it difficult.
Why don't you give me 9-1?
Well, they've had that before, haven't they, Southampton?
They
famously.
Have. No, I want a clean sheet because we've proven we can be ruthless enough to get enough goals, but a clean sheet. Honestly, I can't tell you. Well, I'll try to keep a clean sheet. There is nothing more satisfying as a defender and a goalkeeper. Your job is to stop them scoring, and when you do that, you've done my job. Have the other end done their job? Well, 3-0 is a great result. But I'm going to be greedy, Ben. I want 5-0.
Well, here comes Nkunku. Nope, number 4. Enzo Fernandez lays it back. Marc Cucurella thought about shooting, then he didn't. Cole Palmer back at the D. Running away from Smallbone, but he's now 25-30 yards from goal. He's still got the ball glued to his feet, though. Pedro Neto has it on the inside left channel. He thought about clipping it in, but he now pops it out to his outside. Now it's back infield for there is, and there should be when you're 3-0 up at home. And Kunku's gone for glory from 25 yards, and it is into the fans. Yeah. Well, up and above and over that crossbar at the Matthew Harding end.
Yeah, that swagger's turned into just a little bit of overconfidence there, I'm afraid.
27th Premier League game, Jason. How many Premier League clean sheets?
2 or 3?
It's 4, actually.
Okay.
The last was Everton in the 0-0.
Okay.
4 out of 26 before today, Premier League clean sheets. That is...
give me another one, Ben.
Yeah.
Give me another one. I know the crowd will want more goals, and that's why we come to see.
This team doesn't. I don't think this team does shut up shop, Jason. They get quite gung-ho.
No.
Apart from Caicedo, who will sit. Malo Gusto's always going for a bomb on. And Jadon Sancho running at Carl Walker-Peters here. I thought he had him beaten there. He's chopped back in again.
No one in the box, Ben.
No.
He's had a look up. That's not the worst decision. He looked up, no one was in the box.
He's played it square to Cole Palmer, who's surrounded back of the D. He's bought the room, though, for the shot, and he's just bobbled one through, maybe via a touch, and Ramsdale grabs it.
Because they're playing a back three and they defend, they've got bodies there. You naturally protect what you've got, and you become very narrow, very tight. And I can see Cole Palmer, mate. There's a bit of frustration in that because he's had 2 good chances in the first half. Should be on the score sheet. I think there's a little bit of I want the goal. I need the goal. We know what goals can do. Goals change games, but goals can change players as well. We don't know what that's going to do from Nkunku moving forward because we believe Jackson's going to be out beyond the international break, or hopefully returning after.
Somewhere around there. So it's definitely, he's definitely going to be, all things being equal, he's going to be starting the next couple of Premier League games.
He's going to feature, right?
For sure.
He's going to feature. Big goal for him. I'll do a deal with you. I don't mind conceding if Palmer gets on the score sheet.
Okay, yeah, fair play.
Brilliant.
That's a good turn. Neto. I tell you what, as a hold-up centre-forward, he has done a fine job tonight, and he's threaded it through Jadon Sancho down the right channel, almost to the byline. He stands one up, and Taylor Harwood-Bellis heads it all the way along the byline. It stayed in, and Kunku's grabbed it. Cucurella. There's 6 Chelsea players in and around the box, believe it or not. Now, Levi Colwill has it. We've played 55 minutes at Stamford Bridge. The Blues attacking from left to right. 3-0 up, looking for number 4. Cole Palmer, surrounded by the yellow and black of Southampton. And I'll just tell you, because the ball's now not in a dangerous area, Brighton have beaten Bournemouth 2-1. How about this? Crystal Palace 4, Aston Villa 1.
Well,
crashing down to earth there.
Well, they're
Fulham
midweek game against
Wolves,
Liverpool.
So now, and now Fulham are just up. Fulham and Brighton on the up. Bournemouth and Villa on the down. And we've got Forest playing Arsenal, Jason,
Where
this week.
Where are we in the table right now, Ben?
4th. Forest playing Arsenal this week, and Newcastle playing Liverpool. Cole Palmer from the penalty spot, pulled back to him, and he's hooked a half volley well over the bar. He smiles, but he wants that goal. And Stamford Bridge wants him to score. Listen to that.
He could have had a hat-trick tonight, and maybe back in October, November, he would have had a hat-trick. It sits up a little bit. He hasn't blasted it. He's tried to place it, which is the right thing to do. Chelsea up into unbelievably.
1 point behind Forest, who are playing Arsenal tomorrow night. Obviously, City will have a game in hand, but them and Newcastle, but Newcastle are playing Liverpool. But this is good that we've kept Bournemouth a bit down tonight, and Aston Villa back in your box, but Fulham and Brighton now on the rise.
Yeah.
And anyway, it's a cracking scrap. Brentford will have a game in hand. They are in the mix for Europe, absolutely. Brentford are. I tell you what, Crystal Palace.
I know, remarkable.
I mean,
do you know they didn't win a game for 9 games in the opening part of the season.
Right. This
didn't win a
season.
game this season.
That's what the first 9.
First 9 didn't win a game.
That was the same as Roy Hodgson.
Didn't win a game.
Sorry, not Roy Hodgson. Koeman. Yes, not Koeman.
No,
De Boer and then it was game 9 when they finally won.
They were up against. We're talking about Glasner's future. Talking about him.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of treatment here for. It's Walker Peters again, I think, down there at the Matthew Harding end, and we've played 57 minutes.
To see that that's true. That's in August. That's fine. Sorry, wrong way.
Changes are coming. I'm just looking to see what they're doing down there. I think Tyler Dibling's going to come on, and Ryan Manning more pressingly. Carl Walker-Peters very rarely misses games, but he's going to be coming off here. I can check in a quick away for
Crystal
you.
Palace didn't win the first league game until against guess who?
Tottenham.
Hold on.
The first team they beat this season. I know this was Tottenham. I'm not just guessing out the blue. I happen to know that.
27th of October.
Right. Well, there you go. Well, then that's a hell of a run. That's a hell of a run.
And now look where they are.
Well, quite. I mean, if they keep going, they actually might get Europe. So Ryan Manning is a straight swap for Carl Walker-Peters at left wing back, and Tyler Dibbling is going to come on here for Paul Onuachu, and he's certainly not a big centre forward.
I have to say, Tyler Dibbling, wow, what a player he's the sort of player that will end up at Spurs. Or something, or
ruining his career in the bottom half of the Premier League table?
No, but I'm just wondering how many people need that, or the way they play.
Or does he become a star in the Championship next year and get a bigger move than Spurs?
There's no way he's staying at Southampton next season. No way.
I don't know if you know this, Jason, but he didn't stay at Southampton, and then he did. Do you know he came here?
Well, there's a lot of players that have come here, but I don't know the story.
No. He came here as a, I'm going to say schoolboy. So not that long ago at all, and he didn't fancy it. He was here, and all parties said actually he's a bit homesick. He wants to go. Chelsea signed him as a schoolboy, academy level, and he went back to Southampton a few weeks later. He just missed home and all that, bless him, and so he's still there.
He's a player.
So
he's a player. There's no doubt about it. This kid is a player.
Yeah, he's got glorious balance, and obviously with an eye on next season, whether or not he'll be there or not, Saints fans are obviously very keen to see him play more often. Absolutely. A beautiful floaty balance, ice in the veins in terms of his own touch. He'd back himself to wiggle out of anywhere. Right,
anyway,
we've been yabbering on. The ball is on the halfway line with Malo
Gusto. The reason we're yabbering, there's not a lot.
No, we've only just started again, folks, after that double change.
Yeah, Pedro Neto's movement, Ben, is outstanding as a number 9. Honestly, absolutely outstanding. He drops deep, he goes beyond. Because he's so quick, he's almost impossible to track. Because even when he drops deep, the fear is that he'll check his run and go in behind you. So you can't get too tight as a centre half, because you know the space and the grass in behind. It's frightening what he could do in behind. Palmer coming to feet, and there's that space in behind. And he's Bella-Kotchap, well done. He reads that on that occasion. They play it well. They work their way out from the back line, going all the way back to Ramsdale. Yeah, this game is just drifting by.
Well, let's keep that sheet clean. Sulemana down the left wing in front of all subs of both sides, all warming up down now. Just wondering if one or two Chelsea youngsters are thinking, I'm going to get a look in here. Half an hour to play.
Well, Maresca at 3-0. Even though we're sitting up here and the crowd, we feel it's rather comfortable. There's no way managers make those sort of changes on the hour mark. Absolutely no way.
Well, I meant changes in general, but it just so happens that 5 of his subs are teenagers, Chase. And Reece James. I don't know if Reece James needs to play twice in a week if he doesn't need to play, if you know what I mean.
No need to bring Reece on.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. No FA Cup tie this weekend, sadly, because of the exit in the last round.
Yeah, it's rare, isn't it, that we have a weekend off at this stage of the season.
To not be in the last 16 of the FA Cup is very odd.
Yeah.
But, well, that Brighton doubleheader was, well, I'd rather not talk about it, actually. It was just ghastly from start to... Apart from Verbruggen checking the ball in his net, it was ghastly. Right, ball down the left channel here for Joe Aribo's away from Sancho, and that's a nice... Well, I was going to say a nice little 1-2 with Suleiman. It has pushed Aribo a little wider. Aribo curls it all the way across to the far side, and a heavy touch allows Cucurella in. Whose was the final touch there? Goal kick, apparently.
It looked like a corner, but Cucurella...
It did from here, we'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say there's no complaints from any of the Southampton players. I'd like to see us... Look, the Olays are coming from Southampton, and they are ironic, and I get that. But, do you know what? I don't want to... Oh, it does. He's absolutely right. It does come off. Good decision from the referee's assistants, as they're now called. They're pushing high, Southampton. I think, why don't we try and part? I'm looking at Neto. Look at the space that Neto's got in front of him. And we go long there. And the run from Sancho's brilliant. That's the run I'm talking about, Ben. Gets a bit false. Chance here.
He's turned away from Flynn Downs. The ball is on. Pedro Neto thought about cutting in. And he's just put his head in his hands down there, Matthew Harding end, because he could have let it run across him and just hammer it again, but he wanted to cut in, didn't he?
Well,
Do you see the touch he makes here?
Ben,
I think he wants to check back onto his left.
Yeah, Ben, pull the trigger with your right foot. I don't actually. Do you know what? I don't quite know what he's thinking.
Here you go,
there.
super slow. I mean, I tell you what,
No, I don't quite
it
know
doesn't
what
look
he's
any better. It's not getting any better on second viewing.
No.
And he looks up into the heavens and puts his head in his hand, and the ball just pings off his standing foot. But now, it was a lovely turn from Sancho, wasn't it, in the build-up?
It's the run from Sancho, Ben, into that space. Honestly, I think there's something in that. I hope Maresca works on that. For teams that press us, have runners from wide areas into that open space. It's horrible. You've got the wing-back, full-back, whatever you want to call them, going into an area they don't want to go because they get dragged in. Neto stays high. Keep Bellegarde up there. Keep him there. Have runners from wide areas into space.
I think we're going to see Tyreek George for half an hour here. Moises Caicedo now, bang on the centre spot, rolls it forward. Enzo Fernandez running onto it in a straight line. Now he's at the D. Lays it back, and Kunku's floated over a chip towards... Now, I tell you what, he's going to pick it up, though, Neto. Then Cole Palmer into Enzo Fernandez, right at the back of the box. Tries to lay it off for Cucurella to have a dig. A little bit short. That was a little bit Arsenal-y.
No, wasteful.
And I mean old Arsenal with tippy-tappy.
Yeah,
it was
wasteful there. Not I praised us for being ruthless in the first half, and rightly so. I'm going to be a bit more critical here. I feel that we need to be a bit more... do the simple things well. Don't overcomplicate the game. We get ourselves in a lovely position, 3v3, 4v3. Hurt them. Get shots on target. Don't overcomplicate the game.
Right in front of Enzo Maresca.
Get the next goal. Get the... I feel we're letting off the hook a little bit, Ben, here.
There's a free kick. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, I want to see a second half because the criticism, and do you know what? With some justification, our second half performances have not been of the level in the first. And I know it's difficult you can't control the game for 90 minutes, it's impossible. But my God, if there's a game you want to really ram home and say we are capable of going on and dominating the second half, this is it. And we're not really being ruthless enough, Ben.
Small bone onto the loose ball in the centre circle. There's a bit of space here for Mateus Fernandez. Southampton in their yellow and black with 65 playing from right to left. Fernandez has just walloped a shot from 25 yards when he would have been better placed passing it. And it's cannon back, although Smallbone's picked it up. Cucurella fancy winning that. He does step in and win it. The Smallbone will let that run for a... No, he won't. Well, he's played a risky pass, but it's going to be okay.
Yeah, we're just sitting off them a little bit, Ben, aren't we?
Yeah, and Enzo Maresca, Jace, just as you said that, Enzo Maresca turned away in frustration because
I can sense the frustration.
Because in the first half, they'd have snapped into that and won it back, and they didn't here. Don't get lax just because it's 3-0. That applies to us as much as them. Aribo back to Ryan Manning here, into Flynn Downs, who's not been best buddies with his new boss, but has been picked by him tonight. Presumably for the scrap in the middle of the park, but it didn't come that way.
Do you know what, right? That is a terrible decision for Caicedo. Terrible. He doesn't need to get booked. And why? There's a frustration out there. And I sense that frustration. We're not on top of this game. We're sitting too deep at the back, press hard at the pitch, go 15, 20 yards higher up. It's a terrible decision from him. Terrible decision. Caicedo picks up yellow cards for fun. It's a cheap one. We're 3-0 up, Ben.
Right, and there's a significance to that, Jason. That is his 9th yellow. He has now got to avoid it for the next 5 games.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Or he gets
That
a ban.
is cheap. That's cheap.
At
That's
3-0 up
cheap,
in this game.
Cheap yellow card.
You know, if you need to bring down Kevin De Bruyne when he's going through on goal at 0-0 in the game against City, then that's fine. But not here.
But Ben, do you know what? I sense his frustration. But he's got to learn how to control that, harness that frustration.
He's got to go 5 games without a caution, Jason.
He picked up a booking, Ben, against Aston Villa.
He did.
Just before they scored the goal, right?
Yep. Curled in towards the far post where Colwill scored from, and Arno Bella-Kotchap had a free header. He didn't quite get there.
Honestly, I don't have to say this. We've got to wake up. Come on, guys. Come on. This crowd, we're waiting to be entertained.
Well, I hope Tyreek George will do it. He's going to replace Jadon Sancho here, and Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall is coming on too, and Pedro Neto, I think. Did he have his number flashed up? Oh, maybe he didn't see it. I'm sure I saw number 7 go up. Yes, I did. And Pedro Neto, well played. I like him in this role.
Ben,
in the absence of Jackson, he's the man, isn't he?
Ben, absolutely. He has offered something, and I've championed him for a long time. I feel he's our best wide player. He's got pace to burn, he's got energy to burn. He works tirelessly. He gives you everything. He was spent at the weekend against Villa. Absolutely spent. And he's given us something different. Now what's happening? Tyreek George, has he gone down the middle, Ben? Tyreek George has gone down the middle. Tyreek George,
centre forward,
is playing down the middle.
Great. Although he'd rather be where Nkunku is, but Nkunku would probably rather be in neither of those positions. But anyway, ball with Jorgensen at the back at the shared end, and now it's with Gusto in the right-back position. He drills it up this line, although George has now just pulled straight over here, and he's running at Bella-Kotchap as the ball goes back to Ramsdale, and Tyreek George is closing him down.
Good.
He's going to get 25 minutes. Boys. 25 minutes of Premier League for Tyreek George. It's not his debut. He played here against Wolves.
This is better. This is better. Pressing high. Cole Palmer's gone. Tyreek George has gone. Now we're starting to press the bit. Better than Tosin. So much better. Brilliant.
Enzo through for Tyreek George. Hits it. He does. Bit of a slice. He's got under it as he tumbles. But the ball flies into the fans in the Matthew Harding end, where he had that big chance here against Barrow all those months ago. But Tyreek George, a Premier League goal, that'd be good.
Higher up the pitch. Not allowing Southampton to settle on the ball. And there's a catalyst. Tyreek George is that catalyst. Cole Palmer comes in behind. Dewsbury-Hall comes in. Then all of a sudden you've got Enzo closing down. You've got Caicedo high up the pitch. Tosin winning the ball. Much better. Honestly, in the blink of an eye. The criticism that I felt with this malaise in the second half, and within seconds you can feel and sense the difference those two subs have made.
Got the break for the FA Cup, then it's Leicester, then it's Arsenal and Tottenham back-to-back, isn't it, Jay?
Then we got, don't forget Copenhagen, of course. I know you haven't.
Sorry,
but
I'm thinking about Premier League finish.
Of course you are, of course you are.
Absolutely no, Copenhagen comes in between Leicester and...
they're Arsenal, yes.
Yes. And we hope that'll be wonderful. We've got...
I'm pleased... Sorry, Ben, I'm going back to this game now. I'm pleased that Maresca has... It just changed things up, give us a bit more in. Tyreek George, a brilliant run. Tosin got his head up, Mark played that ball over the top. It's fine, we keep possession. But keep them honest, Southampton. I think we let them off the hook the last 20 minutes.
Tosin gets a little bit lucky that Enzo Fernandez is there to clean up the mess he made as he gave it away. It's back with Jorgensen. He would love a clean sheet. He hasn't had one in the Premier League yet. This is his 7th league game. He's obviously had a few in Europe, speaking of Copenhagen. 5 clean sheets he's had in Europe, but this would feel good for him, especially after, well, obviously, what happened late in that Villa game. That was such a great stop from Daniel Marlon, and then a minute later, well, you know what happened. But I'd love him to get a clean sheet tonight. Here's Cucurella now, down the left side, the far side as we look. Chelsea on the attack. Tyreek George picking up there. That's his usual manoeuvring spot. Square ball from him to Gusto here. Right channel, and Dewsbury-Hall is here on the right wing. There's a lot forward for Chelsea, and it's pinged into Cucurella. Nice, that's nice.
This is better. There's a little bit more urgency about us.
71 on the clock, and Nkunku with the step-overs. Taking on Sugawara, clips a little ball in, small bone heads it out. Cucurella cushions it down to Enzo Fernandez, bang in the middle, 30 yards out. Now it's Gusto, and then Dewsbury-Hall. And Southampton can't get near the ball at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine, Ben. I want to see more of this. I want to see pass them to death. Movement. You know, if he can't go forward, go back and then start again. Move it. Can we go forward? Yeah, better. Palmer's down the middle. Tyrick George. Palmer's been playing. Palmer has been down the middle. Let's be honest, all season pretty much. He's a 10, but he's the supporting act, isn't he?
Yeah, we've got Dewsbury Hall as the right-sided forward, Tyrick George as the left, and Cole Palmer effectively.
And Chelsea fans are a little bit frustrated that Cucurella's gone back to the goalkeeper.
I don't mind
Cucurella's
that.
body.
Okay, keep
no,
it.
I know, but I think Cucurella's body shape when he receives the ball, Ben, his shoulders are closed. Brilliant!
But look how it's worked.
George in behind.
Tyrick George bombing down the far side, the Chelsea left. Palmer's in the middle. So's Dewsbury Hall. He's going to cut in field and shoot Tyrick George. Oh, clever back heel for Nkunku. Lovely effort. Blocked by Joe Aribo. That was really unselfish from Tyrick George. Caicedo urged to shoot by the fans, and he does. That's blocked on the edge of the D, and Smallbone volleys it up in the air. Actually out of sight, almost into the floodlights from our point of view, and then down again. And now the ball is bouncing and awkward underneath us, and it's a Southampton throw.
Yeah,
in the
really
left-back
well
spot.
worked there. And the reason I'm saying about when Cucurella receives the ball, if you come on the half turn, you can see over his shoulder, because he's come flat. You don't know what's behind you. So the natural pass, he can't see what we can see. He hasn't got wing mirrors. You know, it's the safe pass back to the goalkeeper. But then what you need is information, Ben. If I'm a goalkeeper giving it to you, and I'm playing it, and you've got 10 yards to spinning,
I would hope you're giving
turn.
it to me because I can turn.
No, but
yeah.
no, what I'm saying to you,
Yeah.
no, the information is turn.
Yeah.
You can't assume turn.
No. That's why we see so many teams getting caught out doing that when someone comes to be that 6. Here's Palmer, left of centre, back of the box. Smallbone scrapping away with him in there. Palmer wriggling. Now he's got Harwood Bellis, his old mate for company, and he's just gone to back outside the box. He's still got the ball at his feet, though. And he gets it back from Cucurella. 73 played. Chelsea in firm control. Chelsea are going to win and be 4th at the end of tonight. 2 points clear of City and of Newcastle, who play tomorrow, with Bournemouth and Brighton a further point back, and Fulham and Villa a further point back of that. It's so tight in there. It is going to be 5 Champions League clubs. It is just, you can't imagine it'll do anything but go to the final day. It feels like it has to this year. Back with Gusto, that's fine. And now Tosin.
Yeah, I mean, Southampton are pressing the ball, they're squeezing. I mean, I want to see a goal, Ben, this second half. I want to see that second half performance and show something for it. Clean sheet, 100%, more than a goal. Great run from Tyrick George, makes a run in behind. Comes
he's
back.
full of
It's good.
beans.
No, it's good. And because they're playing man for man, they're not. There's a fatigue about them, and there is space in which to operate.
You've been man for manning for 75 minutes, and Tyrick George has just come off the bench.
You do the maths. You've got fresh legs and a willing runner.
Absolutely, 19 years young. Of course, he's not been able to rack up the goals at PL2 level or youth team level this term, because he's generally been training with and occasionally playing with the first team, Tyrick George. One of 5 teenagers on that Chelsea bench tonight. No sign yet of Fofana. Clipped for Malo Gusto. That's a good take. He's into the box. It's also pretty well defended, actually. But I quite like that run of his. But now he's going to have to get back, and he is, in fairness. And Cucurella's come over to join him. And Malo Gusto has... Oh, well, he should have got it. He's kicked fresh air, and Joe Aribo's got it from him. And Aribo holding off Cucurella all the way to the corner of the box.
Aribo from
he
box
must
to box.
be knackered after that.
Yeah, that's literally one from one box to the other.
Wow. And he's just been passed to, and he's given it to Fernandes and saying, you choose something with it, I'm knackered. Right. And Fernandes, poor clearance. Oh, Cole Palmer's just tried to nip it around Downs, and he would have been free. Caicedo.
Chance here for attack. 3v3, Ben.
3v3. And it might become 4. Enzo Fernandez left it. Oh, it's a terrible pass for Cole Palmer from Enzo Fernandez. They tried to feed it up the middle, and it's just dribbled through to Ramsdale.
Do you know what? I get that. He wants to find Palmer. But Palmer's run is so good. So we found a 3v3. Tyrick George is coming through the middle, which would have made it a 4v3, but he wasn't to know that, Enzo. I think Enzo wanted Palmer to get on the score sheet as well, you know.
Mateus Fernandes had a simple ball on there. He didn't play it. He's played it now. Oh, big deflection. It goes off Cucurella and behind for a shed-end corner. 76 played. From the far side, that'll be the Southampton right wing.
Yep. Well, the Southampton fans, there aren't too many empty seats, I have to say. I think you're right, Ben. I mean, you're travelling as far as they have, and it's not a million miles, but it's down the M3 and through London traffic. It's not an easy place to get to, I do apologise, on a Tuesday evening. But the vast majority have stayed. Are they going to have something to cheer? 76.5 on the clock.
They are still 2 points short of Derby's all-time low. You'd imagine they'll get past that. It's out to Manning. Shoot, they say. He actually did as well. A left back, backtracking. Here comes the counter. It could be 5-on-3 at this rate. Malo Gusto down the right-hand side. He's checked in field. He wants to give it to a footballer. He has. Tyreek George inside the box to the byline. Cuts it back. Lovely dummy. Cucurella. 4-0 Chelsea. Really good. Really good team breakaway goal. I think it was Nkunku who let it run, yeah? That's a really unselfish dummy from a player who wouldn't have minded scoring himself. Well played, Tyreek George, by the way. Well played, everybody. 4-0, job done.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. I said we're not really put the foot in the throat, but that's the goal I wanted. Clean sheet and one more goal. Brilliant counter-attack. To be fair, Southampton get bodies back. Tyreek George goes on the outside.
This is from a Southampton corner, folks, remember?
Yes, it is. But I just wonder if there's a shout from Cucurella for Nkunku to leave it. Is there? Brilliant account. They flood back.
I think there was a shout. There must have been.
There has to. But Tyreek George's run. He gets in the space in behind. Tired legs. Goes on the outside. It's one of those, you cut it back towards the penalty spot. First touch with his right foot from Cucurella. Second touch finish. Tyreek George got an assist in the Premier League, young man. Well done.
That's a lovely lead from Nkunku. I tell you, most centre-forwards would have tried to hit that first time, probably because he's not one and he's a footballer. He might have known Cucurella was there or got the call, and he's let it go. Southampton have let in 4 again. We've still got 15 minutes to play here. Yep. Marc Cucurella, who took forever to get his first Chelsea goal, he's got 4 of them this season, Jason. He's scored 4 goals.
As in now, I mean, there's going to be another substitution, Ben. And now we can. Now,
Josh Champong's going to be coming on shortly.
Yeah, where's he been, by the way? He's been excellent whenever I've seen him play. Mostly Conference League, of course.
Yeah, although I thought he was good at Selhurst Park when he got his full Prem debut.
I agree with that as well.
And with Axel Disasi having gone, although Fofana is back, and that was obviously partly in the club's thinking in terms of, defensive numbers. But, with Disasi gone, you'd think he'll get some decent minutes in what is still a relatively crowded schedule, even without the FA Cup. Just in front of Enzo Maresca, Southampton playing quite a neat little triangle, but they're 4-0 down. 79 played.
Yeah, another 4 goals they conceded. That's 11 in the last 3.
Minus 46 goal difference. Ouch.
Yeah, now you look at them. Oh, here's my wish. If you could finish this off as a perfect evening, I want Cole Palmer to get a goal. I just want, there's something about people talking about Cole Palmer, 33 assists, chances made. There we go, chance for them here.
Mateus Fernandes is a part. Oh, he didn't play it, thank goodness for that. There was a pass on to Sugawara, I can't believe he didn't play it. Kamaldeen Sulemana now gets it, running towards the south. Oh, that's a clever pass for Ryan Manning, who drills the right-footed shot. Well blocked, Enzo Fernandes.
Yes, does well.
Chelsea got bodies deliberately in the way there to make a block.
Enzo's been good recently. He's been good. I thought against Villa. I know Pedro Neto will take the headlines. Certainly as a Chelsea perspective, obviously we lost the game. I thought Enzo was good. There's definitely a part of his game. There's the leadership that we often talk about that we don't necessarily have naturally because we don't have that experience in that team. I just feel as though he is starting to develop and come into that category.
We need him to, Jason, because he's in central midfield, and even though he's 24 in a squad, as we well know, that is very young. He is actually, in a silly sort of way, because he's won a World Cup and been a starter for Argentina. Even though he's 24, he is actually one of the... And his position as a central midfielder. All of that, you add it together, he actually has to be one of the leaders.
And he won't get noticed by anyone else in the Premier League because the price tag is... But there is definitely a change in his game of late. Even through this tricky time, maybe that's where he's kind of stepped out. I don't know.
I think it was as soon as Lavia played a couple of times for him and he got fit again. And he said he hadn't been fully fit, and then he got back in for Lavia, who's obviously since been injured. He's definitely stepped up. I want to see it in games against better sides than this, though.
No, of course.
I want to see him bossing a midfield against not a Southampton, but
I totally agree.
At Villa, at Arsenal, whatever.
But Ben, I thought against Villa he was good. Honestly,
he was full of beans.
There's a number of games recently where his name has easily tripped off the tongue, where he's been good. Brilliant from Colwell. Chance here for another one.
Just won it from Tyler Dibbling, who pulled his shirt. Referee says play on. Tyler Dibbling still pulling Levi Colwell's shirt, and Cole Palmer slaps one from a really tight angle into the side net. 82 played, and he let it go there. Now we are seeing further changes. Acheampong is going to come on. Oh, and we're also going to see Matisse Amugu for a Chelsea debut. But let me deal with this one first. Who's coming off? Right, Moises Caicedo, who, if I'm being picky, I'm a little bit cross that he's picked up a yellow card in this game tonight. You never need to foul someone 40 yards from goal when you're 3-0 up and you're on 8 yellow cards in the middle of February. But he's going to come off, and it is welcome to Chelsea Football Club for a player who's just turned 19. He's wearing 39 on his back. Matisse Amugu is on. I'm just going to let Lee Parker say his name here. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Until this moment, the bloke's played no more minutes for Chelsea than I have, and he's just had 40,000 people cheering his name. Josh Acheampong is on as well. And so we've had, 3 teenagers off the bench tonight, Jason. How about that?
Yes, it's been it's felt a little bit like a Carabao Cup game. I will be honest, though, Ben.
There is that.
It doesn't feel like a Premier League game. This.
When you're 3-0 up at half time.
I don't want to really. I don't want to. What's the right word here? Diminish what we've got, because 3 points are so valuable, and we've found them so tricky to come by. But it has been that type of game where it's turned into a little bit of a procession now.
Well, when you knock in the third 2 minutes before half-time whistle, that's a big one.
And these sort of subs you often see in a Carabao Cup second round, in October, wherever it might be. But
he's left Cole on the field, which I find interesting. 84 on the clock.
No,
do you think he wants him to get a goal?
Well, if you want to finish this off in absolute style, we win this 5-0 and Cole Palmer scores. If you really want then I walk away a very, very happy man. I'm happy anyway, Ben, but if you want block caps in the very.
Ball on the halfway line at the feet of Mateus Fernandes. I don't think he'll be playing in the Championship next season. Here is Enzo Fernandes.
Palmer's down
no
the middle.
relation.
Palmer's down the middle now.
And Tyreek George is gunning down the far side, the Chelsea left, and he's running at Harwood Bellis. He's chopped in field. Square ball for Amugu, whose first touch is a heavy one, and then he runs into the considerably bulkier Joe Aribo.
Touch was poor.
His touch let him down just when he got excited then. Levi Colwell steps in. If you haven't heard of Matisse Amugu, he has just turned 19, and Chelsea nabbed him from Saint-Etienne in the January window, where he wasn't obviously an every week regular. Saint-Etienne back up in the top flight, but struggling in France this term. Not quite as badly as Southampton, but pretty badly. 85 played here at Stamford Bridge, and Tosin's done well. And Chelsea now coming forward with Levi Colwell stepping in, and he lets Cole Palmer take over. Levi Colwell has stayed there as like a centre forward. It is a little bit. I know what you mean. It's a little bit. That. Knock it around. Carabao Cup / pre-season friendly now.
This is. I wanted the fourth goal and I've got it. I wanted a clean sheet and I've got it. And they're a side that they're on death row. They know their fate. They know where they're going to be headed. They're headed to the Championship. They've been heading to the Championship for probably, I would say sometime very close to maybe middle of October, November. They look doomed. Anyway, can we get another?
Ball into Palmer at the back of the box. Smallbone following him, and he's going to I was going to say he's going to give it to Tyreek George, but he didn't actually.
Such lovely balance, isn't he, Palmer? Isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a joy to watch with the ball at his feet. He must be, in five-a-side football, he must be a terror to play against. Because he's got such, and he doesn't look like he should be like, he's not like a Pat Nevin, right? Or an Eden Hazard, right? Those players in five-a-side. What is he, 6'1", 6'2"? But he's got that lovely way of twisting and turning that. He hasn't got a low centre of gravity. That's
it's
he
graceful.
behaves like he has.
It's graceful, as opposed to legs going like the clappers. Absolutely. When Hazard and Nevin ran, their legs looked like they were going like the clappers. Here's Tyreek George in field too. Amugu gives it simple and back again and back again and back again. Him a 1-2-3-4-5 with Enzo Fernandez and Kiernan Dewsbury Hall to a Champong here, who's playing on the right side of the Chelsea back line.
Yeah, where we see most of his games play. He played centre half against Palace. He was probably the best player on the pitch, I thought.
3 minutes to play plus stoppage time. Long ball forward is going to run all the way to Aaron Ramsdale. It's 4-0 Chelsea. This game has been done as a contest since the third went in shortly before half-time. And I do believe we're going to see a Premier League debut for Shimi Miuka, which is pretty exciting for him especially, and for Chelsea's academy as well. So it won't be Wesley Fofana, because that'll be the fifth change. We'll get more on that in a minute as the ball is cleared from the edge of the box by Bella Kotchap. They're still trying to play football, Southampton. Not quite Russell Martin play out from the back. That ship has sailed. Oh, Cucurella.
Brilliant.
Going back to win it hard with a firm but fair challenge on Tyler Dibling. And at 88 minutes and 4-0 up, you want to see that from your players, and you don't always. Dewsbury Hall, Tyreek George. Enzo Fernandez, back of the D. Good hit, parried firmly away for a corner by Aaron Ramsdale.
Yeah, well worked on the left-hand side. It's passing practice now, this. Southampton are spent, they've gone, they break, they don't believe they're going to get over the halfway line. Cucurella, brilliant industry, by the way, to nip the ball off the toes of Dibling. And Chelsea got players in advanced areas. There's going to be this substitution, Ben. I shall let you know. Leo Cole, by the way, has been given the captain's armband by Enzo Fernandez.
Well, Southampton have just bought Wellington on, who's a January arrival from Brazil, who generally plays at wing-back, and Enzo Fernandez is going to come off. So Levi Colwill has taken the armband, as Jason says. Stamford Bridge rises to applaud Enzo Fernandez.
Ben,
listen to that.
I've got to tell you, there is something about how I've watched him since Christmas, when it's been really tough. I should give that
welcome Shimi Miuka to Chelsea's first team at Stamford Bridge on Premier League duty. He did play in Kazakhstan. He's 17 and a bit, and he's a youth team forward with a very good goals to games ratio. Imagine if he scores in what time we have left here. Palmer's corner, finds it! He gets up, heads it on target at Aaron Ramsdale.
His first touch.
How about that? Wouldn't that have been something?
Wouldn't it have been amazing?
Oh, that'd have been brilliant.
It's one to the far post. It's
not an easy header, actually.
It's not an easy header, but Jorgensen's doing little step overs in his back.
Now,
Chelsea build from the back. There's
that
a bit
was
of
neatly
space on
done,
the right-hand side.
It's really neatly
There's
done.
There's another goal in this game, Ben.
Well, it feels like
Come on, humour me, guys. Humour me.
We've got stoppage time. Cole Palmer.
Humour me.
Away from Manning, who's fouled him. That's a yellow card. It's a... well, hang on, he better yellow card him. It's a free kick.
Do you know what?
Well in shoot. It is a yellow card for Manning. And Cole Palmer will want this.
Yeah.
It is a fraction right of centre, and it is 25 yards from goal. It is absolutely gorgeous, because you can go either corner.
Right, Palmer's taking this, by the way.
Do you think?
Come on. Give me the goal I've asked for. Come on, make it. I've been greedy, Ben, here. I know I am. There's no point in asking.
No, there's 39,845 people in here, well, minus Southampton, many of whom have now left, who want the same thing.
Ben, look around us. There are people that got their phones out. They think something special could happen here.
All I'm saying is Dewsbury Hall and Tosin are there. Good luck, boys, because I don't think they're getting this.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, no, it wasn't. Well, Brighton up the other end. Is it not dissimilar, Ben? Maybe a little bit further to the right and a bit further out. But anyway,
Matthew Harding.
There's only one man hitting this, guys.
Cole Palmer's got about a 4 or 5 yard run up. Southampton's yellow and black wall is just inside the box and the referee has blown his whistle. Stick it in the top corner and it'll be a perfect night. Palmer! Oh, he nearly did, you know. Ramsdale dives to his right, pushes it out for a throw-in by the corner flag. Yeah. Certainly on target, but equally I would say a good goalkeeper should save it, and Ramsdale did.
He's gone that side.
Because he's gone the side the keeper is.
He's banking on... We saw this the other day, don't we? We saw the Jordan Pickford goal where Bruno Fernandes scored. He takes a step to his right, he drills it. The wall's one side, the goalkeeper has to be the other. Has to be, that's just the way it works. If it goes over the wall, it's a brilliant free kick. You do not want to be conceding a goal on the side that you, as a goalkeeper, are defending. Ball comes again. 4 minutes have been given by the fourth official. We've played 2 of those 4.
And Palmer's just tried to dink one over the top to the 2 people I wouldn't necessarily have thought would be at centre forward for Chelsea tonight, Shimi Mayuka and Mark Cucurella, but they were the 2. We've played 2 added minutes. The cameras fall on a very unhappy looking De Niro on the Saints bench, and Aaron Ramsdale's rolled it out to Ryan Manning here, and on this near side we've got Sulemana calling for it, but he doesn't get it.
Well, a clean sheet was my wish list, Ben.
Well, you would, yeah. You've got yourself a second half goal and a clean sheet.
Yeah, the only thing missing, Ben, for a full house was a Palmer goal.
Well, there's one well, there are 2 finishes tonight that I'm with you, and I said the same about his chance at Villa at the weekend. In October, back of the net, tonight not. So it is proof that actually, even though we all did think he genuinely had ice running through his veins, that he is human.
Well.
I was beginning to wonder. He's just actually got an important defensive touch in there, and Amugu's just given it to him, because that's what you do in this team. If you're young and you just got on the field, I think I'll give it a Cole. It's back with Bella Kotchap. We've played 3 added minutes.
Yeah, I think it's just a question now. As soon as that clock hits 34.
Well, trying to get round the back, Sulemana. He scuffed it behind. It'll be a goal kick.
Yeah, I think as soon
this has been routine.
Yeah. It has.
From the minute Nkunku got that first goal, there was a 10-minute spell at 1-0 where Southampton actually looked all right. That was it. Onuachu had a decent header when Colwill fell asleep. And I don't know, it might not have changed the way the game went. It might have done, but it could have been 1 each, certainly. Then it went up the other end 2-0, and from that moment, game over, I think, don't you?
Yes, Ben, it has been routine. That's the right word to use, but not all of the game. And this is on the back of what's been a really real tricky time since Boxing Day, 26th of December, to get to this point. And that is it. The referee has decided to blow the final whistle. Look, it's a comfortable, confident and convincing victory. There were periods of the game which, if you're going to be a purist, you want to make sure, there are things, there's always things you can improve on. It's never the perfect performance. But you know what? There are so many positives. Nkunku getting his goal. The debutants that we have seen today. Palmer, obviously, he didn't get his goal, but very much influential at the final end of the pitch. Jorgensen keeping a clean sheet. You know, there's Neto proving again how versatile he can be. He's not just a wide man. He can play down the middle. Number of big performances tonight, but number of big performances, and this is the scoreline that really, I don't want to be... We should be beating Southampton comfortably. All right, so I don't want to be greedy, but I don't want to come across ungrateful. It's a good victory, but let's move this forward, Ben, into Copenhagen, into Leicester, into Copenhagen, and then hopefully into Arsenal as well.
That will do very nicely. The Chelsea fans are out and about and thanking those who are waving flags on the far side of the West Stand.